What's up, Treed? What's up, Witch? Oh, Fury, Whistle, and Dragon. Thanks again. Appreciate it. Moriko, thanks for the 100 biddies. What's up, Exo? My day's good. A little busy morning, but you know, busy is always good. Just doing a lot of yard work. Cut my grass yesterday, cleaned out my garage. Doing some cleaning around the house. Nothing really special. Having a guy come look at my garbage disposal today. I think it's broken. It's about the only thing there's two things I really don't know how to do is electrical and plumbing. Deep, the videos will start dropping in 30 minutes. What's up, Lunar? Best way to get better stats and gear? Farm Artifice Armor or do Pit of Heresy when it's featured. Hey, this is my ego. No, you don't get none. I just fed you. Can I eat my breakfast? You just sneaking over like that. You just gonna rest your head there forever? I'm cool with it. So you guys see this guy? What? No, you're not creeping on my ego. Bungie's not streaming today. The streamers that went there are releasing their videos. I was not on that list, Lions. Oh yeah, D Money. No, Thor doesn't try and steal my food. Like my food's right next to his face. Look at him. Like he won't go for it. He wants to lick it right now, but he's so trained well that he knows that he doesn't get table food, right? So why do you even beg? That's mine. Blacklisted again. All I'm saying is these videos better be good. See, we're gambling in chat already. Yeah. We're gonna watch some of these Edge of Fate videos from 12 to 1, and then we'll do prophecy. What's up, Unknown? What's up, Abby? What's up, Black Storm? No comment, A Money. No comment. Oh yeah, Blues. What's up, unknown? Chilling, man. Nice chill day. Should be pretty chill today, right? We're gonna kick Prophecy's ass. Can't choose between Titan or Warlock for your one and only class. Let me make this pretty simple for you. Do you want to be the guy that always has to run the well, or do you want to be the guy that always gets all the pussy? Pretty simple there, right? No syrup? Oh, there was syrup on it. I just smashed it. You can run well and do more damage on a Titan. Ain't no Sanguine beating a good Titan. Now, play both, though. Warlock's fun. I like the uppercut build. Prismatic's fun with the Warlock Arc uppercut with Synthocept class item. And then you got Song of Flame, but I enjoy Titan a lot more. Only run Warlock in a raid or a dungeon if there's another Warlock. So put them on well, not you, so you can run Song of Flame. If you're the only Warlock, switch characters. Fuck that. Warlocks don't outplay Titans in 99% of the environments? What game are you playing? Are we playing the same game? People just play Warlock to well skate, let's be honest here. But yeah, these YouTube videos should be dropping in 20 minutes. We're gonna watch these. Hopefully get some juicy information about Edge of Fate, and we'll be good to go. Play all three classes. I agree. Who am I planning to watch first? I don't know. Let's go check the list. Probably Cross. Oops, did I pass it? Probably watch Cross, Datto, Fallout, Cactus, Mac. Those five. Maybe check out Scaros, Wallows, Zavalers. Yeah. Probably everybody's at some point this week I'll watch. But like right now, I'll probably just watch Cross because he's funny as shit. So waiting for him to drop the video. Yeah, Star Lords, but people can't solo everything, so. you forget Lords that people struggle with public events. What exactly does drops Artifice armor? That's a good question. I don't even know what people are farming Artifice for right now because no one's really farming armor because of the upcoming changes in July. So maybe I would just hand in some engrams at failsafe and then wait for, like, if I was a new player, if I just signed on today and I started, I wouldn't worry about armor until Pit of Heresy was the featured dungeon, and then I would just go farm the boss. The encounter takes 2 minutes. Kill the boss, get some good drops, and call it a day. Screw farming those engrams for seasonal content. Oh, is the game offline? Is the game offline right now, chat? I didn't even know. Oh. Okay. Just went offline, got it. What's up, Shadow Wolf?
Goblin jam, bang boo bounce.
Thank you for the 5 months, brother. But yeah, I think people are probably just doing like master dungeons right now for it. What's up, Shadow Lord? Yeah, I mean, hopefully all the armor that we use now is kind of gonna go in the trash. That's what we're hoping for. Oh, Lego Lost 1987. Thank you for the Prime Gaming sub. Enjoy that ad-free viewing. Yeah, I think the biggest problem Star Lords is that
Woot woot.
people that struggle with Destiny 2, if they just took like a week to really like study how to play the game, they wouldn't struggle. Can't wait to farm your favorite dungeon. Hell yeah. It's my favorite, one of my favorites too. Shafes, thank you for the tier 2 sub for 15 months. Hope all's well. Prophecy was a different time in Destiny 2. Sucks that the weapons besides the shotguns suck. Yeah, I mean, I like the auto rifle for PvP. Yeah, I mean, I don't play PvP, but if there's ever a time I need to in the future, I like having the auto rifle. Plus, they're buffing the auto rifle, so it's going to do even more damage. So, but I don't really know. How do you guys feel about the Prophecy SMG and Pulse rifle? What's up, Sean? Favorite dungeon raid of all
Little
time?
late, but GsxR, cheers to your 8 years.
I mean, Prophecy. I got world's first on it, and Wrath of the Machine. Seeing the DMG tweet? No, copy paste it. Thank you, Shadow Lord. Appreciate the 8 years. Yeah, Star Lords. That's what I always said. There should be like a there should be like a info page, access info page. You know, where people can just look everything and not have to go to third party websites and go for spreadsheets. Oh shit. All this tweet means is don't do seasonal bounties. That's all that means. They got to tweet this every time, so they just tell people to not pick the wrong bounties. That's all. It's too early. It's too early to make up like a prep guide, to be honest, because I don't know what's going to be releasing in these twids. Nice, Nikki. I didn't farm a cold comfort. Yeah, it does mean that we're 6 weeks away. Make sure you do your Ascendant challenge this week. That's all you got to do today. Do an Ascendant challenge. One week away. That's fair.
Salute.
Giant Skills, thank you for the 87 months. Appreciate it. Sony State of Play tomorrow. Maybe they'll. Ooh, you know what? Maybe they'll talk about Liza P. I've only ever ran Warlock build. Will I have to do all the missions again if I start a Titan build? You'll have to speed run the Final Shape campaign on normal, yeah. Pretty much meta, yeah. Think prophecy bosses will be one phased? Yeah. Razzie, it's in the new player guide. Bungie doesn't stream today. Bungie streams on June 24th. Today, all these people in the Twid are dropping videos because they went to Bungie and played Edge of Fate and recorded some content. So there are information. So we're going to watch some of their videos and see what we learn. But yeah, I don't think the prophecy bosses are going to give us any trouble. $20 gifted if you one phase all bosses. Sounds good, man. I get to play Edge of Fate early? I did not. Wait. What? 40 gifted on the line? You're gonna match it? Oh shit. Okay, I got some work to do today. Okay. Rumor has it yours should expect very harmonized information in everyone's vids. All the marathon coverage? What do you mean? I don't know where to get all the stuff in the game, so I play while asking ChatGPT. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. At least you're doing the info. I respect that. Some people don't even look stuff up, so one good thing about Destiny is that It could be a quest. It could be a perk on a weapon. It could be the most stupidest thing in the game. If you Google the name, something pops up for it. Every single thing in Destiny 2 is on Google. Thanks, Danny. I don't know. I don't know if Bungie gave them talking points, to be honest. I mean, I've done sponsored stuff in the past. Sometimes they do, but Bungie's pretty lenient on their sponsored stuff. As long as you just say a few things, you're allowed to pretty much say whatever you want. Juno, the best thing I can think of is think about how you play the game and think about what you're missing. There's so many third-party websites for everything now. It's kind of hard to make another one. What's up, average? Would you see the glaive again for the first boss? Yeah. Winter bite for the first boss might be juicing, yeah. Time does this stuff drop? The videos are supposed to drop in 9 minutes. Destabilizing repulsor or destabilizing one for all. Those are the only two options for me. It is garden week, chat. Farm it. So plan for today. Watch streamers' videos in 9 minutes. Learn as much information as I can. Make some clips. Farm prophecy. That's the plan. I was not live yesterday, no. I took the day off. What's up, J Rockets? Yeah, no problem, Matt. Oh shit, I didn't tweet. There is no delay in stream. Bungie stream doesn't go until the 24th of June. Missed me? Yeah. I had to do some yard work, and I went to talk to my DJ for my wedding and picked out some songs for some certain stuff, and then went to Costco and did some cleaning around the house. Played some Elden Ring, Night Rain last night, and passed out. Uh, Let me find this thumbnail. All right. How would you craft the other mag options for Reckless for controller players? It would be the same. I don't need you today. I mean, you can come play at some point if you want, but me, VC, and Cable are run. At reset. You could jump in if Cable bounces out or something. More than welcome. Yeah, average. Well, I mean, I've been married for 2 years. I just haven't done a formal wedding. It's been tough. Been tough, man. Been really hard on me and Lana. We just found out some bad news that her mom just went to the interview at the what's it called? Embassy in Sweden, and she pretty much got the biggest piece of shit to interview her, and told her that she can't come to the US, so her mom might not be at the wedding. But her dad went today and he got a different answer, saying he'll find out in 2 weeks. So she got an instant no, but he didn't. Shit's just all fucked up right now, so I swear, man, you know, there's a lot of fucked up shit in this world, and there's a lot of racist fucks, and yeah, it's it's been a fucking roller coaster, dude. Like, ever since me and Lana first started dating, it's been an obstacle, you know, and I get it. I mean, our relationship is one in a million, you know. How do you meet someone halfway across the world and be with them, you know? But immigration's dog shit. Swedes can't even travel. Well, her parents are from Iraq. So, that right there, you know. But yeah, a lot of people are getting turned down right now for traveling. Doesn't matter where it is. Like ESTA traveling visas, like 99% of them are getting denied. And it's not just us dealing with it. Like, I was talking to the DJ yesterday. He's like, dude, I've DJ'd so many weddings over the years where international travels are always a pain in the ass. My immigration lawyer tells me how bad it is right now. I mean, everybody's dealing with it. It just sucks, you know. Nothing you could do about it, though. What's up, Cable? At least I got the white monster. All right, we're ready for these videos to go live. We should. We'll just hit refresh at 12 and we'll see the first one that comes up. Never had a problem with that stuff.
GsxrClyde.
That's crazy. Have you applied for a new one recently? Thank you, Cholo, for the 90 months. All right, it's 12 o'clock. Oh. First up, we got Dado.
Dialogue and subtitles turned off to minimize story spoilers. Gameplay shown is from an early build of The Edge of Fate and is subject to change. Hello everyone and welcome back to A Whole New World, where today I would like to talk about the portal. I would like to talk about leveling and some other changes.
Wait.
The portal is Bungie's attempt
You can
at
put all
a
those
new
negative
way
modifiers
to
on?
interact with Destiny. The director menu has become incredibly daunting over time, leaving players who aren't as locked into the game kind of confused as to what to go do. Bungie's goal with the portal menu is to make things
This is like the
much
new AI.
clearer to understand and get people into gameplay significantly faster than you usually would. I'm guessing a lot of you will pop open the game, fly to the tower, check some menus before either just
I don't know how I
logging
feel
off
about this.
completely or inevitably finding something to do. The portal looks to replace all of that with a series of activities for you to find.
UI is not,
immediately
it's
hop
nice
into.
to see, but I don't know.
Before we get to the
Is something
portal,
missing,
though,
or is it
I
just
want to
me?
explain
Maybe it's just 'cause it's
leveling
different.
in the Edge of Fate, because once you understand leveling, the portal is going to make more sense. I'll probably make another video when the expansion launches purely on this topic, which will reiterate a lot of things in this video, but I do want to give some kind of a preview now so that people can start to mentally prepare. In the Edge of Fate, we are getting a big
Oh, Mr.
stat
Doyle
and
a
number
lot.
crunch. Our current power floor is 1900, for example. In the Edge of Fate, everyone's getting reset back down to 10.
10.
Then, from 10 to 200 is the persistent level range. From 10 to 200, you're just getting any kind of gear, you're infusing it up, same kind of deal that we're used to. I assume this will mainly come from playing the expansion story content. We have that world tier system coming as well.
Huge.
So I'm guessing the bulk of this leveling up to 200 will happen in the campaign experience. But it can also happen, I think, in the portal. After 200,
Thanks for
so
reset.
201 and higher, is the seasonal level range. Although I don't think we were told what the seasonal level cap is. So either they're still finalizing it or it doesn't even exist. I don't even know. How do you get gear once you're done with the campaign or outside of the expansion destination? Introducing the portal. When you boot up the game and load into the portal, you're going to have some options on the bottom of the screen. Solo, Fire Team, Pinnacle Ops. We know these already.
Yep.
Load up one of these menus and you'll see a range of activities available to you. These will be the activities available for the next few months until the mid-season update, which will shift things around. These activities can be basically anything that Bungie wants to cycle in from any range of content. For example, the Coil and Savathûn Spire were activities that I could play at the preview event. Solo Ops has had some custom activities made for it. The Salt Mines, for example, is a section of the EDZ that's been turned into its own activity. And I have already given feedback on this activity.
Trying to see
and
this
I hope
ammo
Bungie
meter.
buffs it up, because I had notes that
There it is.
were not positive,
There it is.
at least for the Dread version of it. Anyway, completing these activities will reward an item.
So that when that
It'll
meter
say how
hits
many
full,
this activity
you
will
actually get
drop.
ammo,
Look
which is insane.
closer. And some of these activities have green engrams, or maybe a specific weapon or armor slot linked with it. Green engrams means that activity will drop additional bonus loot on top of what you would normally get. And I believe these reset daily. So the goal here would be to find all of the activities that are giving out some bonus loot and focus on doing those first to accelerate your gear grind. The same goes for a specific armor or weapon slot that you're looking for if you need something more focused. If I open up Fireteam
you could
Ops,
focus,
it is
you could
showing
focus
class
farm
items
leveling.
dropping from the Inverted Spire, along with some bonus drops. So if my class item's a little weak, boom, I run the Inverted Spire, I'm going to get a class item. Pinnacle Ops is showing a specific weapon for the day, and you're seeing the Whisper in here, Starcross is here, Kel's Fall is here. You'll also be able to hit some PvP playlists for bonuses or targeted farming, and for the first time, you'll be able to level up purely through PvP if you want to. While we're here, real quick, I'll talk about the Cutting Edge PvP playlist. Cutting Edge is where only new gear is allowed. New gear is marked with a blue flag underneath the symbol representing the current season or expansion.
I like
the
that.
newest items in the game. There are also a few exotics that Bungie will be labeling as new gear every season so that they too can be used in this playlist. If you're tired of using the same old stuff
Titan
and you want to
exotic
see what's
gauntlets,
hot
though.
with the current season or the current expansion, Cutting Edge will be for you. I believe Bungie also plans on having PvE bonuses when it comes to new gear in order to incentivize using the newest stuff, although there were many a conversation had on what this will mean for older armor that people still enjoy using for whatever those reasons might be. Bungie doesn't want to limit people too much anymore when it comes to the power grind, and they're trying to bring some meaning back to the power grind on top of making it easier to target farm items. As a result, there does not appear to be a cap to how much you can level day to day. You can just keep grinding away as much as you want. Previously, we used to have daily or weekly caps on things like the Vanguard Ops playlist or something like that. That is gone. I'm not sure what the deal is with stuff like raid loot though, but within the portal, you can grind however much and however hard you want to grind. The only cap on leveling that I know of is the mid-season cap, which is 450. Now, how easy or hard that'll be to achieve in 3 months, I have no idea just yet. As you level up, you will gain access to more difficulty options within the activities in the portal, which increases the tier of gear that you're getting, which has more stats available or more perk options or more enhanced perks
is artifact
on your way
leveling
to
gone
tier
finally?
5 loot, which will be the best in the game. Speaking of those difficulties, let's take a look at what pops up when you actually select an activity. In this example, we have unlocked the Expert difficulty. If you just want to run Expert as is, feel free to run it as is, or make it even easier with positive modifiers. But the harder you make the activity for yourself, the better your loot will become. Each activity completion is given a score/grade. To get the best rewards possible, you will want
and it tells you your
rank.
primary
That's
rewards
high as
right
it
here.
goes, as far as I know. There's no like S rank or anything. The game will calculate what score and grade it believes you will get with the modifiers you selected. And despite a small sample size, it is moderately accurate. It will be hard to get an A rank from what is predicted to be a C+ grade, for example. But it's also possible to grade worse than predicted. I did a run where I only got a B+ when A was predicted because I went too slow and just didn't perform very well. So, you pick your modifiers, which will increase your score, but also increase the difficulty. Enemy levels will increase, they'll gain bonuses or banes or whatever, but you
So pretty much with this system, tryhards are going to be able to level a lot easier.
I was told that this system is mainly balanced around simply beating the activity, not trying to speed run it or get super high scores or anything, but there is a loose time component that will affect your score. There's
Didn't he just say he got bad loot because he didn't go fast enough?
In solo ops, there is also a randomly assigned objective to complete within the mission, something like get kills or precision kills or weapon kills or ability kill, something with killing. Really, it's simple. The higher your grade, the higher level or quality loot you will get. To give a random example, let's say you're at 200 power and you run an activity that gets you a C+. You might get like a 202 or a 203 drop. That same activity run at a B+ or an A grade might drop a 205 or a 206, something like that. It might also drop at a higher tier depending on the chosen difficulty. Pretty similar to the experience nowadays of getting a powerful tier 1 versus a powerful tier 2 or tier 3. The harder a thing is, the higher the power level.
I do like the ammo meter.
It'll drop at. Which brings us to infusing this new armor.
Oh, please.
I didn't get the most extensive breakdown of this, so some things might not be completely accurate here, but it is still pretty representative of the experience. From 10 to 200, you got enhancement cores, burn all those as much as you want. I can't remember if you still use upgrade modules as well, but either way, from 10 to 200 should be very familiar. But starting at 200, you will utilize the unstable core instead of the enhancement core to level your seasonal power. Seasonal power is gear you acquire after power 200, and the seasonal bonus levels that we used to get through the artifact are no longer there. It's all done through this gear.
What?
Unstable cores are used to level up your seasonal power and can be mainly obtained from dismantling this kind of armor. Although I don't recall if the armor needs to be over power 201 or if it's any armor. I'm guessing it needs to be 201 or higher though. It otherwise works the same way as Infusion has worked though. Infusion costs a certain amount of cores. You spend the cores, you infuse your armor, done. However, now instead of a flat one upgrade module cost, it scales based on how many levels you are increasing the armor. Going from 200 to 205 is probably a lot cheaper than going from 200 to 250. When it comes to tier differences, there is no cost increase in core requirements though. So infusing a tier 2 into a tier 4 does not cost any extra. The only thing that matters is power. I don't have exact values for how many cores it's going to take to do this. I literally learned this information with an hour left at the event. Most notably, though, unstable cores expire at the end of a season, which are now 6 months, requiring you to rebuild your reserves for the next season. Everyone starts from scratch every season. I'm guessing this is for a couple of reasons, but I assume the main ones are that Bungie wants people to more directly engage with the power grind, which is to say, not hoard tons of materials. Bungie is looking to have decision-making actually be a factor in this game again to some degree, and I talk about this a little bit more in my stats video, which is also available to watch now, so check that out when you're done with this one. At the end of a season, everyone's power will get reset back down to 200 or wherever you were in the persistent power grind, and you will start the leveling process.
200 is the power level cap.
I think this is going to be a rather big point
250
of contention.
Seasonal cap.
Just hearing me say this versus actually playing the game, and I want to actually experience
what is that hammer
this
animation
grind before I'm willing to come to any sort of conclusion on it. I'm sure a couple weeks into a season, we're going to be drowning in unstable cores regardless, so I'm not sure how
you can summon the hammer
yet, but at the very least, I think Bungie wants to halt some of the currency hoarding that has been so prevalent in the past.
Are we calling the hammer
All
back
of these
now?
values can be changed based on feedback as well. So at the moment, I'm not super concerned because we just don't know how it's going to play yet. I realize that set bonuses and varied armor stat packages might drive even more infusion than ever before, though, which can potentially make things feel very limited if the amount of currency being given out is too low. People don't like to feel limited in their build crafting potential because they didn't have enough cores in order to make a build happen. Very limited if...
After final blow with any rocket or grenade launcher, sprint for a short time. Once per activation of force converter, sprinting while at critical health, being suspended or being slowed by a stasis effect will immediately grant speed boost. Nice.
The amount of currency being given out is too low. People don't like to feel limited in their build crafting potential because they didn't have enough cores in order to make a build happen. I will be more than happy to give the feedback that unstable core distribution is too low, if it is indeed too low, if the grind is too long, or if it's not fun, all that stuff. I just can't judge it literally at all from this preview event because that is not the kind of system that I was interacting with at this event. So, what else is going on in the portal? Let's check out a brand new thing called the Seasonal Hub. If you played Heavy Metal the week that it was out, this menu should look pretty familiar. You got your rank track at the bottom, you got your daily and weekly challenges for bonus rep, you have your sub menus on the left. The play button on the left, so the second button, will bring up relevant activities to that particular event, and the title button under that will show you what you need to do to get the now revamped Conqueror title, or whatever title happens to be linked with this menu. Like, this menu is what Bungie is moving to with a lot of events in the game. Arms Week a new event, or I guess like a revamped one, also has this menu style. Let's talk about the weekly rep track first. This is a rep track that resets every single week, and it is stocked with various rewards, strange coins, materials, engrams to level you up, bright dust, exotic materials, and something else that I'm not allowed to talk about yet. Each daily challenge gets you 1 rank's worth of XP, while the weekly gets you 4 levels, or like however many pluses there are after XP. Although I do think there's an extra bonus rank that you get if it's your first daily of the day, or like first daily of the week, or something like that. Point is, there's a bonus for doing one of these the first time. There are 5 weekly challenges, so if you get all of those done, you will hit the max rep for the week. It's 20 ranks. Now, there's a little more going on here that I can't talk about just yet, though. I had to cut some stuff out of this video because they're keeping it a secret for now. In terms of the Conqueror title, it is no longer just do all of the GMs and call it a day. It is now based on something that might be getting a bit more attention from the general player base: seasonal conquests. These are activities with their own custom modifiers that you cannot change, similar to what a GM Nightfall experience is like today. Like, you can't change the modifiers on a GM, but with multiple difficulties, and they're meant to be a test paired with the level grind. Once you unlock the mission from hitting whatever level you need to get to, you run it and you try to beat it. Beating Expert, Master, and Grandmaster will progress your title, and a difficulty above Grandmaster, Ultimate, becomes available at the highest levels. Although at the moment, Ultimate does not appear to have any titles or seals attached to it, but I have been told that there may be an emblem involved for beating some Ultimate content. Another thing that might be a point of contention are exotics. I've been told that exotics will be locked to around a tier 2/tier 3 level as of the Edge of Fate. As a result, you are probably not going to need to regrind exotics too heavily. That being said, players will be given 20 vouchers to use at A/1 to purchase exotics with whatever new stat package you would like. These vouchers are account-wide, not character-wide. So you could buy a bunch of the same exotic hunting for some kind of a god roll, or you could buy
I didn't think they had the guts to do that.
To have an updated arsenal. It's up to you. Rahul's system of exotics isn't really changing, but he will be decrypting stuff under the new stat packages. I think that is most of what I wanted to cover about the portal and leveling and all that kind of stuff. Now, if you want the old director menu, that's not going away. It's just called the World tab now. It's right next to it.
What?
But I feel like I heard Bungie say that they would not be updating this map. Like, Kepler isn't on there on the map, and I was kind of hoping that they would, so we'll see what's up with that going into the future. It does seem like things are shifting.
We don't know about the weapons
this
and the current exotics in our vaults
for the foreseeable future. I'm sure I also missed some stuff here as well, so we might learn even more once Bungie starts dropping some of their articles.
Yeah, we're gonna need to make a lot of bullet points.
How do I feel about
all
this?
This is just a lot.
It kind of feels like the Fortniteification of Destiny in a way.
Not just these videos, committee, but like all around
the world we inhabit. We're just at some launch pad, splash screen, picking activities that way. It kind of reminds me of when I used to have to physically
start making notes on how to level
before the advent of the dungeon queue system. And then you just sat in the main city and waited for things to pop up. It feels like some of the scale of the world is going away in that manner.
I don't know why. Why is there like
time,
Empire
though,
hunts and all this stuff still? Like, dude, we don't want to do that stuff.
To be able to understand and filter, especially new players. Being presented with a screen like this, the portal, is probably a bit less daunting than the old director map, filled with tons of icons and submenus of destinations, of which you're not really sure what's worth doing and what's not worth doing. I'm interested to see how it plays out once it's actually implemented, though. I personally don't mind hopping into the tower and pre-planning my route through the game. I imagine plenty of people have gotten used to it, but that's because we already know how it all works. Onboarding new players into that system is a lot more difficult, especially with very little guidance in-game, so we'll see. Maybe I'll bring back my friend Spencer for another crack at Destiny once all of this is out, and we'll see how an actual new player
we don't know how.
In terms of the leveling stuff, loot is being tiered off in a way that I don't think people are very used to. But at the same time, the loot that we have right now in the game.
We have no
is
clue
equivalent
what's
to
going to
a
happen to your
grind
old
that
gear. I
doesn't
think it's their
really
way of
seem
sunsetting
that
without
brutal to
telling
conquer.
people.
Sure, raid weapons have gotten locked away behind the raid, but not every single raid weapon is even good, much less great. I fully expect the dads with 19 children and 47 hockey practices to come out and speak about their lack of time to go grind up their levels and all that kind of stuff, but I do think there is some validity to the claim. The highest tier loot is locked behind a somewhat hefty grind wall, in addition to somewhat of a skill wall, which I'm not as concerned about. But at the moment, it feels
I do like that.
mainly
I do like that
time
Thor hammer
based
exotic
thing than a skill thing.
That's kind of
However,
nice. I'm
fire
not
team
gonna
power
lie.
is still a thing. I'm pretty sure anyway. So those who might not have the time to grind can still link up with people who can, and only be a tiny bit behind in an activity instead of dozens of levels.
I don't think he ever
behind.
hovered over the
I don't
exotic.
think Bungie will get it perfect on their first try.
we know
in
what
terms
that's
of
called?
The pacing, and there's nothing that says.
But
that
this
they
will be
can't
the footage
adjust
you
that.
use for
I
that
do expect
exotic.
the grind to initially be on
This
the
is the
longer
best clip of
side,
it.
to then be potentially shortened, as opposed to the other way around. Though, if anything,
He
for
didn't?
the
Okay.
optics of the situation, like no one wants to hear Bungie makes power grind longer because it was too easy. Although I guess we'll see. As for the having to re-level every season deal, I know we've been dealing with similar things in the past. You know,
Manos
seasons
something?
requiring 50 levels to grind, which got nerfed
Okay.
down to 10.
Well,
which
if
got
there's a
nerfed to,
video of
like,
all three
once a
exotics,
year.
we're good then.
People did not enjoy the leveling process, and after a certain point, neither did I.
We're in the Forge,
I'm
though.
wondering with
The Black Armory
revamps
stuff.
and the unlimited
This is
grind
Black
available
Armory
to people
stuff.
going forward, if that is going to change any perceptions of the experience. This first time through might feel more novel or more fun, but is that novelty going to last a second time, a third time, a fourth time
Give
through?
us Niobe 2.0.
We'll see. I do have my concerns. Something that I would like to put on the table or ask Bungie about, which I only thought of while I was writing this, would be something like, you know, instead of resetting back to 0, maybe you hang on to a percentage of your levels, similar to what happened with Commendation Score. Okay, now we're done. I know that was a lot of info, and I'm not even sure I got every single bit of new information. I'm going to have more specific breakdowns of things, like especially leveling once the expansion launches with, you know...
Well, we learned a lot there. Thanks, Dato. Let's go watch... Cross got a video? Let's see what Cross has to say. Let's see. All right. Cross has... Wait, just one video? Cross. I was hoping for like 10.
You know, technically in these situations, I would probably say that,
What a good
yes,
looking man.
I did in fact lie to you. But a small technicality here. Number one, I didn't actually play in the most recent capture event. Your man was sick. But I did play in a previous playtest session, and that was my experience with Edge of Fate. And a lot of these systems we're going to be going over today are systems that I myself have seen firsthand, that I've played with firsthand. But the gameplay that you're seeing in front of you is actually gameplay supplied by Bungie, and also gameplay that our good friend Benny has also supplied, who I highly advise you should check out as he goes into even more depth in a lot of these topics.
Gifted.
The point of today's video, though, is to give you a bit of an overview, to talk about what exactly is going to be coming inside of Edge of Fate. And I would argue and say that the changes that are going to be hitting us with Edge of Fate are systematic changes that rivals that of when we got Forsaken. It may not be the biggest in terms of scope in comparison to a Witch Queen or a Final Shape or even a Forsaken or a Taken King. We've been told already that expansion sizes, as we're going to 2 expansions per year, those being Rise of Ironsides, that's why you're going to see the scope a little toned back. However, systematically, this is the largest shift we have ever had inside of Destiny. And I would argue and say that this is what you would see in a sequel. And they're bringing that to us in Edge of Fate.
That was a bullet. That was a bullet point. That was a bullet point.
Now, Now, first and foremost, I think we need to start with the most impactful changes of them all. One being Armor 3.0, the other one being Tier 5 loot. In the Edge of Fate, both our weapons and armor have received a much needed refresh to their stats and their perks. Starting with our armor, stats like mobility, recovery, and resilience are now deprecated, and all stats have been replaced, renamed, and given additional benefits, allowing players more intentional build crafting opportunities. Now, these new stats are weapons, health, class, grenade, super, and melee. Now, most of these offer similar benefits our stats did previously, but as you can see here, the new cap for stats is now 200, with enhanced benefits being granted when above 100. Now, as you can see here, once you've exceeded 100 in your stats, you'll be able to see the exact damage increase when you hover over that stat icon. Now, if you're like, whoa, does that weapon stat give you an increase in damage? Why, yes, it does. Not only does it increase your damage in PvE, it also increases your damage, get this, inside of PvP. So no more resilience, but weapon damage can be increased directly. Don't worry, fellas. We're going to be doing lots of testing. Now, each piece of armor focuses on a primary and secondary stat, which determines
blast cannon, baby. I'm going all damage.
Specialists, etc. Now, these new stats all have an equivalent to the system we have in place now, where you can add a mod to increase that specific stat on a piece of armor by +10 or +5. Now, all of these only cost either 1 or 3, with the number of mods costing 4 for +10. Now, when you acquire a new piece of gear, you don't have to spend materials to upgrade your mod capacity either, as you'll have a mod capacity of 10 when it drops. Additionally, each armor set now comes equipped with a set bonus. We've seen this system before with seasonal armor, but instead of just rep gains, the benefits provided by these bonuses, fellas, they're substantial. Now, we've seen a few set bonuses previously in the Bungie livestream, but as you can see here, the Bushido armor has these bonuses. For the 2-piece, Iaido, final blows with freshly drawn or reloaded weapons heal you. Guys, did you just read that? Final blows with freshly drawn or reloaded weapons heal you. Dude, that's literally all the time. For the 4-piece, unfaltering focus, bow, shotgun, or sword final blows temporarily reduce incoming damage. Damaging targets with those weapons extends the effect. This is just one example, and I know for a while now, I have sat down and wondered to myself, how is Bungie going to convince me to part ways with my current sets of armor? Well, this is how you do it, guys. The build crafting benefits are just too good to pass up.
Yeah,
and in a world where we have gone through sunsetting before, where we just straight up had things taken from us, this solution is always the better solution, where we ourselves will voluntarily go for those new pieces of gear because they're just that good. Now, Masterworking now grants +1 to each of the 3 lowest stats that are present on your armor. Now, both weapons and armor are going to have gear tiers, and these max out at Tier 5. And I know some people have been like, Cross, this is kind of giving me mobile vibes. I get where you're coming from, but at the same time, it's the simplicity of it, right? And what you're going to notice throughout this entire video is that, yes, Bungie is adding a lot of depth in so many different categories. They're also just trying to make the game more approachable. And that circle backs to simplifying how we view gear in the game and which items you should be coveting. Now, armor at Tier 5 will have a mod capacity of 11. Tuning mods that allow you to adjust stats similar to Artifice armor and increase overall stats. Now, Tier 5 weapons will enhance every column, including the origin traits. It will also increase stats, allowing you to apply enhanced versions
even get to upgrade the mods.
It will even have a unique animated shader and the option for custom kill effects. Now, weapons also have ammo generation as a stat now. When you equip 2 primary weapons, only the heavy generation bar will be present in the UI at the bottom left hand of your screen. But you heard that right, guys. We actually have a stat that will be tied to our ammo generation. No longer is it just this invisible counter nowhere present on our UI, with the number of runs being ruined by RNG. Now, listen, we can go on for days, and trust me, there's going to be so many different resources dropping this week, diving into every aspect of the new gear. Benny has actually put together a very detailed breakdown of how the new tier loot system will work, and we'll have that link down below in the description. The point on this front, guys, is that this is a huge systematic change inside of Destiny, the kind of change that you would actually see in a sequel. And to me, guys, this is as impactful as Forsaken was when we finally got special weapons back, with the fluidity to use weapons in whatever slot. The way you're gonna look at
line
armor,
was
the
a
way
little,
you're gonna go after gear, the way you're gonna assess
I don't know about
what
that one.
god rolls are now are going to change, in my opinion, for the better, especially for players either returning back to Destiny or getting into it for the first time. Which actually takes us to one of the other big changes coming in Edge of Fates, and that's the portal. This one has been a bit more controversial, and I get it. Some of you have been playing Destiny the way you've been playing it for years, where you have your destination screen, you choose where you want to go. But the portal, although yes, is going to be something even us veteran players perspective. But what about that new destination? Guys, the new destination for Edge of Fate is Kepler, the new planetoid located at the edge of our current solar system. Now, unfortunately, I'm not allowed to show you the map. However, we do have some footage of the destination plane in the background. Now, while exploring these locations, you'll primarily be facing off against the Fallen House of Exile and the Vex. Now, the Fallen have a new flying unit called Corsairs. When you shoot them down, their jetpacks have a chance to go haywire, flying pretty much every which way before exploding. Now, you'll come across fallen wretches, captains with strand and stasis shields, which is attached to their weaponry that after taking a small amount of damage will break. There's also a fallen captain that could suspend you, just like a subjugator. And one thing that was very surprising to me was the sheer number of areas of Kepler that require the use of our dark matter abilities to unlock. Dark matter is going to play a huge role in your ability to solve puzzles, as well as unlocking paths forward that we previously could not. With this, we are gaining access to 3 new abilities, which were described by Bungie as an expression of our subclass powers and dark matter. Now, the first ability we have is Matter Spark, where you basically turn into an arc lightning ball. This will allow you to fit into tight spaces or roll into enemies, and you can stay in this form for 45 seconds, which you can see by this timer on the left-hand side. Now, if you're in a tight space and a timer hits 0, get this, you die. LOL. I actually think that's a funny feature. Now, you can attack enemies with the lightning bolts, and you can also use those same attacks to charge these pylons. Now, as you roll around, you'll build up a charge meter, and when you reach max charge, you'll be able to release a shockwave that will jolt enemies. However, keep in mind, this is an upgrade that you receive via progression, so the functionality of each of these may be limited at first, and at least from my play experience, it was. And there was a noticeable difference when you got your Matter Spark fully amped up. Now, there's also something called the Relocator Cannon, which is pretty much like a weapon pickup similar to a Scorch Cannon, but it's used to bypass laser arrays. Early on, you can upgrade it to Relocator 2, which gives the projectiles the ability to ricochet off nodes to reach the final teleport pad, as you can see here. Now, the Relocator Cannon also has some offensive capabilities. When you shoot at enemies, they explode into void projectiles, which look identical to the ones from Graviton Lance. Now, lastly, we have the Matter Morph, which, get this, is Strand combined with Dark Matter. This is activated by interacting with these bulbs that can be found around the world, and this will replace your melee ability. Now, this allows us to manipulate the environments in different ways, opening up new paths or revealing hidden secrets. This, like the previous 2 abilities, also has some offensive capabilities, as they can be thrown at enemies like strand shurikens. Now, all 3 of these abilities can and will be used in conjunction with one another. You may need to use Mattermorph to raise a platform, to then get access to a plate that needs to be shot with the Relocator Cannon, or you can use Mattermorph to make a bridge that you can then cross with Matter Spark. So you can see that these abilities are going to be a central focus to the gameplay experience on Kepler. Now, I do want to say there is no new subclass. These new abilities are all we've got. Now, if there are more dark matter abilities aligned with our solar and stasis subclass, we weren't shown them. So if they do exist, it is possible Bungie is keeping them close to their chests and potentially even locking them behind the day 1 raid. Now, keep in mind, in the past, guys, this is normally the case. We would normally skip a year. Final Shape kind of threw everything out of whack because we got Prismatic. The focus for Edge of Fate, though, and the reason why I don't think we're getting a new subclass is because Bungie wants to incorporate a different way in which we explore the world. You know, when we sat down with Bungie a while back, one of the biggest topics of discussion was that exploration had not been a focus for Destiny. As long as we get more fragments and aspects for the subclasses, we would get an expansion, we would play the new destination, and then most of us would never even return to that destination. Many of us never had to do anything to unlock that destination outside of playing the campaign. Bungie's taking a different approach with these dark matter abilities, using them as a pivotal piece to unlock Kepler. These abilities are going to be the key to a lock that only exists on Kepler.
This is just a lot, chat.
The key is essentially useless. Unfortunately, I don't know if we're ever going to see a day where we have Matter Spark in the Crucible, or if we ever have like a dark matter subclass. But I will say, with my time, I think I'm gonna have to take my time on making these videos. I can't rush these out. I'm literally gonna have to scrub all these videos tonight and record. It's a different take, guys. But if there was ever a point that Bungie should be bold and experimental, I think there's no better time to do it than right now with the Edge of Fate. Some of you are probably gonna hate this. I'm just gonna point that out. Like, some of you are gonna be like, Cross, I just want to go in there, I want to shoot bad guys. Now I gotta stop and use my brain. Brother, I feel for you. Trust me. I can't tell you how many times I was doing some of these puzzles and I just felt like an idiot. But then you get that level of satisfaction when you figure it out and you continue to unlock more portions of the map. It's the reason why many of us get lost in RPGs, especially RPGs with Fog of War. We start from one end of the map map to the other, and we discover every nook and cranny all the way through. And then we look back with satisfaction knowing that we discovered everything. And that's something that Bungie's really trying to land here with Kepler and these dark matter abilities
There's
that
fallen
are
in the
tied to this
campaign.
location.
This is a
the new
campaign
artifact
mission.
arriving with Edge of Fate is called the Implement of Curiosity. Its focus is going to be around stasis, strand,
Yeah,
and
committee,
solar
let's do
mods.
that.
You've got options like Frost Renewal, where while you have Frost Armor, taking critical damage releases
Take
a
notes
burst
and
that
send them to
freezes
me. You
nearby
got plenty of
combatants
time.
and grants Frost Armor to you and nearby allies. You've got Tangle Web, which is going to beautifully synergize with some of our exotics.
What the fuck
Tangle
is this?
Web, which is taking critical damage around stasis, strand, and solar mods. You've got Curiosity. Its
I got to
fate
see the
is called
artifact?
The new artifact arriving with Edge of Fate is called the Implement of Curiosity. Its focus.
All right, so let's see what we got here. We got... Is that an overload shotgun? Hello. Overload SMG with auto rifle? Barrier... Pulse and scout? Unstop, hand cannon, sidearm, and sniper. Okay. Ooh.
Focus is going to be around stasis, strand, and solar mods. You've got
Stasis,
options
strand,
like
and
Frost
solar.
Renewal.
While you have frost armor, taking critical damage releases a burst that freezes nearby combatants.
Where while you have Frost Armor, taking critical damage releases a burst that freezes nearby combatants and grants Frost Armor to you and nearby allies. You've got Tangle Web, which
Creating a tingle by defeating a strand debuff target suspends. Okay, that's gonna be busted.
is going to beautifully synergize with some of our exotics, especially the newest one. We're creating a tangle by defeating a strand debuff target, suspends.
We need to look up
nearby
these other
combatants.
symbols.
We have elemental coalescence, where defeating targets has the chance to create an elemental pickup matching your equipped
That's gonna be
super
good.
elements. Don't worry, guys, these are just some examples. We'll have a full video going over artifact mods and even build recommendations going into Edge of Fate. These are kind of the theme that we're going into with our around
See
stasis,
if we like,
strand,
you guys remember any of these symbols? Maybe they'll drop a video on it all.
Fate. Now, where do we go from here? As you could probably already tell, we're not allowed to discuss mini story details, but I did want to share with you this crazy moment at the end of the campaign where Saint 14 and Osiris had an straight up. There was so many working parts. Everybody was getting jiggy in the tower. I don't know.
Fuck
There was
did he
one
just say?
over here, another one over here, and I don't even know, man. They were just working them back and forth.
Did he just say there's what? Huh? No.
Needless to say, guys, it's going to be wild. Now, one thing is clear. Edge of Fate is designed to tee up this next saga of Destiny. And there is going to be
That's
a
a clip
big
right there,
focus
committee.
on what's going to be rolling
Marker.
out, not just when the expansion comes, but with the conclusion of the campaign and especially the raid. And as it is with every single Destiny expansion, I would expect to have more questions than answers. The goal of this is to suck us in for the next several years. Over the next few months, Bungie will be delving into all of the new systems arriving in Edge of Fate in great detail. That includes swabs, blog posts, and even streams. We'll be tuning into all of them. So if you want to keep up with everything arriving on July the 15th, make sure you stick around as we'll
Let's
be
start at
covering
Blast 2.
literally everything. What I will say is that the 9 as an entity has been one of the most mysterious in all of Destiny. And I think the tone for this narrative is going to show its teeth very soon, as it really does feel like Destiny is growing with us. Who knows? Maybe it's just me. Perhaps it's Allison in our Baldur's Gate background leading the charge.
Go watch,
narratively. Whatever it is, I
Benny.
think we're all in for a treat. Here very soon, we'll be posting our video going over all the new
What does Benny have? Go back to Dato, you think? What did he have? New exotics, get in here. How you'll level up.
The following video has all dialogue and subtitles turned off to minimize story spoilers. Nana nana boo boo, where today we are going over the exotic armor that I got to play with at a preview event for the Edge of Fate expansion. I don't know if this is the only exotic armor coming in the expansion. I did not look at the collections tab.
I do like this.
It might be, it might not. I'm not actually sure. Titans, we're going to start with you because you have what I think is the most hype exotic. Since the advent of the throwing hammer, there has been but one request for it: the ability to recall the hammer from the ground to your hand. Bungie has finally obliged via the Melis Panoplia. But it is not quite as simple as just hitting a button and having it come back to you. First, you must become a Forge Master. You become a Forge Master by either picking up a Fire Sprite or getting 3 rapid solar kills. Keep in mind, this is with the exotic on. This is not an intrinsic thing within solar now. This is on the exotic. This is going to place the Forge Master buff on you, but it will not activate until
the only thing that I see tough about this one, Chad, is that it doesn't buff your melee ammo.
I think it's a 12-second
damage.
So, after you throw your hammer, you will be able to recall it, but it needs to land on the ground or hit an enemy before you can do it.
It'd be cool for like killing stuff in patrols, but there's no way that hammer is going to be doing any damage in endgame.
But upon hitting an enemy, you will enable the ability to do a perfect recall.
You have roaring flames,
a perfect recall, you will listen for a little like ding noise that happens shortly.
Have you ever ran
after
Solar Titan without Synthos though? It's pretty rough.
Timing every time. If you nail it, you're also going to trigger additional effects like AoE damage to anything around the hammer as it comes back to you, and you'll also
have to really spec into the armor so that you get the set bonus,
which is what enables you to do the recall in the first place. If you chain together perfect recalls, you'll be able to keep this rolling for as long as there are enemies to hit and as long as you are throwing the hammer pretty often. You also appear to get a good amount of bonus tracking when you're a Forge Master, which makes super far away hits much easier to perform. This is a really fun effect. Hitting the perfect timing to cause some explosions is fun.
I think if you spec into melee damage in your armor, this shit's going to be fun.
Everything about this experience feels pretty enjoyable. On the legendary world tier, when you get the engine rolling, the hammer can really put a dent into some tougher enemies out there. Like, I'm bopping these big targets in a couple of throws. Combine that with sunspots and the perfect recall explosion, and you can kill off groups of, you know, clustered up enemies without too much issue. That being said, this is definitely not the most efficient way of killing stuff in the game if you are someone who cares about that. You gotta throw the hammer. You let it hit something.
I got it all the way up.
You hit the timing. You wait for the hammer to come back to you. You throw it again. Rinse, repeat.
Sure.
Sometimes you get a big explosion with a lot of kills. Sometimes there's just not that much there, or it doesn't really connect. And there is a lot of stuff that you can do with that level of time investment. I don't see many worlds where continuously bonking something with a hammer and recalling it ends up being the top DPS option, although I'm certainly open to the idea, but I wasn't expecting it to do that, so that's okay. When I was grouped up in a team, 2 things happened. Number 1, we were playing on an easier difficulty and things just died super fast, not really giving me the time to enjoy the hammer experience. Or 2, we were playing on a much harder difficulty and nothing would die to my hammer. I will say that we had the difficulty turned up considerably here in this footage. Like, the enemies are 40 or 50 levels above us. But at this level of difficulty, the hammer itself felt close to worthless outside of the lowest tiers of enemies in Devil's Lair or the Whisper. The reason I have barely any footage of me throwing a hammer in these upper difficulty pieces of content is because I learned very quickly that it wasn't even close to worth it.
Told you.
Now, full admission, I was playing Devil's Lair with no aspects or fragments equipped because they got unequipped, and I didn't realize it for a little while. But someone else was playing with all that stuff equipped, and they had a very similar experience. And I also ran a different piece of content with
you guys
my
have to understand with Bungie's difficulty.
Experience. So for now,
like, I'm telling you,
I would
like with all
advise
these,
some caution when running hammer in these.
We'll go back to the portal stuff, but you guys have to understand, Bungie's doing some sneaky stuff with Edge of Fate. They're putting a lot of negative modifiers on their content, or they're asking you, hey, do this mission at this difficulty, but if you throw on 3 negative modifiers, you're going to get a better drop. People will do that to maximize their power level. I hate negative modifiers. I think they're stupid.
These super high tier pieces of content, and when the expansion's actually out, we can reevaluate. As of this preview event, I would use this exotic in more solo environments or, you know, mid-tier group content so that you could fully enjoy the experience. Legendary difficulty felt great, but as you climb, I imagine the appeal will start to wane a
They
little
literally
bit,
made this
so
exotic
we'll
for Titans that throw their
I'd
hammer
also be
off the map,
stacking
which is
up
kind of
a
funny.
considerable amount of the melee stat, which is a whole other conversation that I have in another video, which is live probably right now as well. So go check out that video after this one, ltdstore.com.
Yeah, there's going to be a ton of videos to watch. I'm going to be watching these videos all week, just not today.
You got one of the better exotics that I got to play with. It's just maybe not as fun as a hammer that recalls to your hand. It is a Hellion-based exotic, so solar or prismatic, where your Hellion is improved. It deals more damage the farther it travels, and
that's
after
kind of
20
huge
meters, which I got to easily determine thanks to the shooting range, it will explode and split into multiple projectiles, which also scorch. This exotic essentially gives you an automatic ignition machine without having to think too much.
This is just going to be ignitions
but as a
everywhere.
result, there's not much in the way of interaction with this exotic. When you drop a rift, assuming you have Hellion equipped, you will spawn a Hellion, and it'll just be better.
This is going to be for Solar Warlock.
The whole thing, but it is quite
prismatic.
noticeably better, especially in thanks to the ability to Scorch and the ability to do some AoE and provide some ignitions. You could also combine this with a new perk coming to the game called... oh, God. What was it? Burning Ambition, which scorches already scorched targets even more. Within Solar, you're going to want to hunt down
that we didn't
for
see a
some
cooldown VC
scorch-related,
because of the hammer
maybe
exotic.
ignition-related fragments. I'm looking
cooldown.
very intently at Singeing. I'm looking at Char, maybe even Blistering, Eruption, Ashes, Searing. There's a bit to work with here. I know we're not taking any sort of Radiant or Restoration stuff, but, like, we take that for literally everything, dude. Like, wow, Torches again. Wow, Solace, Benevolence, and Empyrean. What's this dude gonna think of next? Like, if you're gonna do that, just throw on Speaker's Sight and call it a day. Let's ignite some stuff. Let's scorch some stuff, you know? For Prismatic, something like Hellion and Feed the Void should net you 5 fragment slots in the test build. I only had 3. I don't know if that's intended or not. Seems kind of brutal if intended, but Prismatic only has so many ignition or solar options, so you do need to spread your wings a little bit to pad out the rest of the build. This doesn't require any specific weapon types, technically speaking, but you're going to want some light and some dark damage, and you're going to be totally fine on the light damage. I'll keep it short and sweet for this one. Effective, but not really the most exciting. It is a set and forget style of exotic. It doesn't really require that much interaction, but some people like that, so they can just focus on their gameplay as much as possible. Hunters, you have an exotic similar in vibe to Titan in that it is kind of extra. Some of you might remember the Whirling Maelstrom build from a little while back.
Yeah, I love that build.
GsxrClyde, the helmet. Well, Moirai feels like the Whirling Maelstrom exotic. When you throw your threaded spike at a tangle, you will activate the tangle, and it will also bring a tangle back to you if you catch the threaded spike.
It'd be way too hard to take off the exotic class item or the gifted conviction, though.
Usual. As you can imagine,
this will
enable you to have many Whirling Maelstroms active.
You're going to really have to build into it.
2 or 3 at a single time, if not even more. You do need a little bit of setup for it, though. Remember that to spawn a tangle, you need to kill a target affected by some kind of a strand debuff. But that can just be your threaded spike, in which you could then Gambler's Dodge to get it back, throwing it at the tangle that you hopefully just spawned, activate a Maelstrom, get your melee, and a tangle back, and then you throw that tangle to activate another Maelstrom, and then you grapple over to it over and over for free grapple melees. I didn't get to mess around with this in the shooting range, so in terms of pure damage numbers, I don't have that for you. But what I do have are some comments on the practicality of doing all of this. I only used it in solo play because I just didn't get to play on a Hunter that much. and it did prove pretty effective. Although I couldn't optimize it 100% of the time because of my limited loadouts and my limited time. But
like I don't have
like I said,
15,000 hours in the game.
Extra. There are a couple of steps to setting up this combo and all that, and you might end up doing a lot for your Maelstroms to just be nowhere near the enemy that you're trying to hit.
If multiple hunters run this, they're going to just be grabbing each other's balls,
and you have like
literally.
2 or 3 Maelstroms on top of a big target while you're grapple melee
One hunter
spamming
running
everything
this,
else, and it's
that'd be
amazing.
nice.
I should also mention that the artifact, which
if they
will
can
be
chain
our
off each
artifact
other, that'll
for
be broken.
6 months at a time, as opposed to the usual 3, will be featuring Strand somewhat heavily in addition to Solar and Stasis. So this exotic, on top of any other Strand builds that you might have forgotten about, may end up being pretty relevant for the Edge of Fate. That being said, you're going to be pretty locked in on Tangle-based fragments or just like generic ones. Thread of Fury might be in there, even though you can get your melee back somewhat reliably. Ascent, if you're doing grapple melee spamming. I could see Transmutation as some kind of a play if you're running with Warding, but remember that Warding is only 5 seconds on Woven Mail now. It has not been 10 for a while. Propagation also has some potential. Generation, always viable as well, although you shouldn't be using too many of your grapple charges because you're going to be hopefully grappling to Tangles, which does not cause your grenade cooldown to trigger. For solo play, this exotic is pretty fun.
Yep.
I did not try it in group play, but I'm guessing there might be a couple of similar pain points compared to the Titans exotic in that you do need a little bit of setup. The difference is that it's much easier to trigger a Tangle, and you don't have to sit and watch your Maelstroms do damage. They just automatically do stuff. So it's probably going to be way better. That is your exotic armor preview. All in all, I think these exotics will definitely have their moments when they shine. I think Warlock is probably the most usable overall in the widest range of activities, even if it is the most boring of the bunch. Titans, again, your exotic's fun.
We're getting more fragments?
The following video has all dialogue and subtitles turned off to minimize story spoilers. Gameplay shown is from an early build of the Edge of Fate and is subject to change. Hello everyone and welcome back to the show where I do in fact have time to explain. Today we're going over the stats revamp, armor and weapon changes, and just like a lot of gameplay related things. Stats are getting a pretty significant overhaul in the Edge of Fate, in addition to getting renamed very basic terms. The 6 stats will now be Super, Class, Grenade, Melee, Weapon, and Health. No more ambiguity there, although it does lose a little bit of the charm that the old terms had.
What did that tier?
Not
what
only
did that melee say?
Stats will overhaul and explain. Today we're going over the show where I do in fact have time to explain. Today we're going over the
So with those gauntlets on for Titan, the new exotic one, you'll get 30% damage. Just copy paste what the text says. So that's pretty good, but you have to build into it.
Armor and weapon changes, and just like a lot of gameplay related things. Stats are getting a pretty significant overhaul in the Edge of Fate, in addition to getting renamed very basic terms.
Weapon
the
buffs
6
can be
stats
broken,
will now be Super, Class, Grenade, Melee, Weapon,
That's the thing. How many
health.
stats can be 200?
No more ambiguity there, although it does lose a little bit of the charm that the old terms had. Not only that, the stats now go up to 200,
very
each
hefty
point matters individually, as small as a gain those single points might be. There are no more stat tiers dictating when you get a bump in effectiveness.
Was he spamming that?
Single points might be. There are no.
This was in a testing facility,
matters
though.
Individually, as small as a gain those single points might be. There are no more stat tiers dictating when you get a bump in effectiveness.
Is there a spam somewhere else in the open world?
What does each stat
the hammer spam?
do? Health boosts the health you gain when you pick up an orb of power and reduces flinch from incoming fire.
That's in a
I wouldn't
testing
exactly
facility.
call this what resilience turned into, but it's still a pretty defensively focused stat. Between health 101 and 200, you gained increased shield health and recharge rate, so it's kind of recovery-like. This is one of a couple stats that I didn't really get to mess around with that much in my playtesting, and I chose not to test too much because I thought the other stats were a bit more interesting to review, but it wouldn't surprise me to see people stacking this to be more of a PvP menace if the math happens to work. Melee does what you would assume that it does. It reduces your melee cooldown. Not only that, though, it increases the amount of melee energy you gain from all sources, meaning your melee stat can scale with other perks that give melee energy. I'm thinking like a pugilist or something like that. I did not get to test this to as heavy of a degree that I wanted to in my play session, but there is something that we'll get to that could give more insight into how potent this effect might be.
Yeah,
From
that with
101 to
prismatic Titan's gonna
200,
be busted.
you get a straight up melee damage increase everywhere in the game. At 200, it's 30% in PvE and 20% in PvP, and I'm pretty sure this scales linearly, much like all the other stats. So each point will give you, 0.3% of a boost in PvE and 0.2% in PvP. Grenade is the same as melee, reduces cooldown, and scales other grenade energy sources. From 101 to 200, your grenade damage also increases. At 200, this is a 65% increase in PvE and 20% in PvP, scaling linearly. Next, we have Super, which from 0 to 100 increases the amount of super energy from all sources, and from 101 to 200 increases the damage of your super. So this is something that I actually got to do a little bit of testing on to see how much of an increase in energy you're getting at a couple of stages. I think I tested 0 super, 100 super, and 200 super. Although now that I think about it, 100 and 200 super are effectively the same when it comes to the amount of super energy that you're gaining, because that caps at 100. So really good job, me. I should have tested 50. That being said, the difference when picking up orbs is actually staggering. And the difference in gameplay between high and low super stat is staggering. When running with very little super stat, there would occasionally be times where I don't even feel like I got my super in a solo ops activity. It takes
Zero didn't move.
Notably longer amount of time to get a super at low super stat, whereas with a higher stat, it did feel somewhat frequent. This is part of why build crafting and your build crafting decisions matter so much more now, but let's finish talking about the stats and then I'll get into that. Class does the same thing as melee and grenade from 0 to 100. From 101 to 200, it gives you a scaling overshield whenever you use your class ability. Finally, a very new stat, weapons. From 0 to 100, this increases your reload, handling, and damage versus minor and major combatants, up to 15% on the damage side. From 101 to 200, you have a chance to gain more ammo from ammo bricks, and you also increase your weapon damage against bosses and other guardians.
Yep, that's a 200 max stat right there.
Where at 200,
we found the number one stat in the game.
Doing 10% more heavy weapon damage in PvE and 6% in PvE. Wait. They call it a heavy weapon. They didn't call it a power weapon. They call it a heavy weapon. 6% in PvE. And primary and
more
special
ammo
are doing
and more damage. I'll take
PvE,
that.
also 6% in PvP. I am very interested to see how this stat ends up playing out. I'm also interested to see how future damage tests are going.
Before I keep playing this, does anybody... This is why they're adding not swap. From what I just saw here, this is why they're adding not swap to the game. They know that we're too smart. We're going to loadout swap every single stat in that day one raid. We're going to, while we're ad clearing, we're going to have super. And while we're damaging, we're going to have this perk. We will find ways to armor swap and make this work. But yeah, I mean, this is crazy.
Going to go. I'm going to propose that damage tests do not build over 100 of the stat, and then we just add in the increase after the fact. But I relinquished my place in that fight a long time ago. I don't think
you're
it's
going to run an exotic.
Armor also has masterworking, where you can increase the masterwork bonus 5 times. Every time you master,
people are going to run exotics.
One stat in the 3 lowest numbered stats on the armor piece. At higher tiers of armor, it might just be tier 5, I'm not sure. Not only do you get 1 additional energy going from 10 to 11 energy, but there's also another mod slot to fine-tune your stats. You can choose to add 5 of a stat, which costs 5 of another stat, or you can choose to increase your lower stats by 1 more point each. In total, with this bonus stat slot and masterworking, you can add 40 extra stats onto your armor. Although most of those will be buffing stats that you're not actively building into, but everything helps, as we're about to discuss. So let's get back to that whole build crafting actually matters now statement from earlier.
You might not have to play around exotics now for
drops,
damage, VC.
it will drop with a high amount of its main stat and a medium amount of a secondary stat. But there are only so many stat combinations that will be in the game when Edge of Fate drops, and I'm not sure how often Bungie will introduce new combinations.
Wait, what did you just say?
And I'm not sure how often of its main stat and a medium amount of a secondary stat. But there are only so many stat combinations that will be in the game when Edge of Fate drops, and I'm not sure how often Bungie will introduce new combinations. For example, Grenadier armor drops with high grenade, medium super, and a low amount of a third random stat. All other stats are set to 0. Paragon drops with high super, medium melee, and low random. I say high, medium, low, it's 30, 25, 20. As a result of these stat changes, I don't think there are really any dead stats anymore. Everything is kind of important, and sacrifices will now need to be made when build crafting. If you want high grenade and melee capabilities, some other stat is gonna suffer. If you want high health and weapons, other stats are gonna suffer. No longer can we just stack resilience, recovery, and either discipline or strength and just call it a day. Mobility and intellect are gone or reformulated to have value, and you're not going to be able to have everything all of the time, at least at the lower tiers of gear. I do think that this makes the space a little more interesting, though. You gotta make some decisions. You gotta make some real armor builds, not the same 2 variants for every single setup across every single class. To some people, this is going to seem incredibly daunting, but to others, way more engaging. But let's talk about why you don't need to panic about farming new armor just yet. Recently, at least on my streams, I've been telling people to delete tons of old armor as we go into the Edge of Fate, because prior to this preview event, I was of the mind that this armor transition would be similar to the transition of Armor 1.0 to 2.0. You could still use Armor 1.0, but it was outclassed so quickly that it became outdated almost immediately.
Yeah!
I was surprised at the event to see that my current day Artifice armor was not only not outclassed immediately,
all the armor's gone, chap. We don't have to rock our armor from 3 years ago.
Your current day armor is being converted pretty generously when it comes to total stats, and there's going to be a lot of people out there who continue to use that armor for quite a while into the Edge of Fate. I think once maybe the more hardcore players start seeing tier 4, tier 5, maybe more average players start to see tier 3, that's when the conversion is going to start to happen.
You just said it got outclassed by new stuff. Total stats will start to
increase on individual armor pieces, eclipsing the older armor, but it will happen much slower than the previous armor update. That being said, I do think people should be clearing old unused armor out of their vaults in preparation.
Not immediately. You're not going to delete it right away, chat.
I've also been saying, I didn't mean
it like that. I was reacting that we're finally going to be able to upgrade our shit.
Hang on to in this transition period. Your old armor will be relevant for much longer than I anticipated. So I apologize for earlier advice that I was giving. I jumped the gun a little bit there, but I still think you should clear some stuff out. On top of that, we have set bonuses of varying quality. There are 2-piece and 4-piece set bonuses so that you can still use an exotic, although I wouldn't be opposed to a 5-piece set bonus, with the 5-piece bonus being some kind of exotic
I think
quality
you should
bonus.
Only have loadouts on your characters right now and delete the rest.
Bonuses if you would like as well.
What you should
I found myself on Bushido armor most of the time.
I don't think you should count on playing on your old armor.
Is where my final blows with freshly drawn or reloaded weapons heal me, and the 4-piece is where bow, shoddy, or sword final blows reduce incoming damage for a short time, and damaging enemies with those weapons extends the effect. I just found the 2-piece bonus to be globally useful during the event to kind of minimize my downtime. Aeon Renewal's 2-piece is where rockets and GL kills give you speed booster after sprinting, while the 4-piece will give you speed booster when you sprint at critical
Yeah, I already
health
watched
or
all the
after
new
being
exotics.
suspended or slowed by stasis, assuming you have Force Converter active, which is the 2-piece bonus. This is incredibly conditional when you first hear it, but there are a
Team
decent
updates
amount
out.
of strand and stasis
I don't know what I
enemies
should
in
do.
the
Should I
Edge of
keep
Fate,
watching these
so
videos
maybe
or
it'll be
play the
better than I
content? I
anticipated.
don't know.
Texex 2-piece bonus is where you deal significantly more kinetic damage to shields, overshields, vehicles, constructs. The vehicle and construct cope continues. We will see what's up there. The 4-piece bonus is pretty nice, though. Defeating powerful combatants or breaking a shield with kinetic damage does a disorienting kinetic shockwave. The last discipline set, also PvP, maybe more of a generic PvP set. 2-piece gets you improved reload speed on primary weapon ammos when you get final blows with primary ammo weapons. That's pretty decent overall. And 4-piece picking up an Orb of Power gives special ammo progress. Also pretty decent overall. Oh yeah, special ammo progress. What does that mean? In the Edge of Fate, you will now have 2 ammo meters under your weapons. As you fill these meters by getting weapon kills, you will be progressing towards your next ammo brick of that type, guaranteed to drop when the meter is full. You can read more about this information in this wonderful help menu that Bungie has implemented on weapons. Hit W on the keyboard
Really?
or whatever it says on console, and you will be greeted with some basic information about how things work. Finally, some information nicely organized to explain some basics to people.
Nice.
It explains weapon elements, tiers, perks, mods, infusing, masterworking, cosmetics, granted all very briefly, but I wasn't expecting high-level breakdowns of this information in a quick help menu. It's also there to explain a bunch of armor stuff too. So, what's going on with weapons now and weapon tiers and all that kind of stuff? Honestly, it's pretty easy to explain. Basically, the higher the tier of the weapon, the higher the odds that you either get more perk options on the weapon, more enhanced perks on the weapon, maybe even both. This continues up to enhanced origin traits, barrels, magazines.
This is very important. This is the difference between tier 3 and tier 5 weapons. This is definitely another thing. We're going to have to sift through all this stuff, dude. I'm going to have to work late tonight. I'm just going to make a shitload of stuff. So, committee, are you here? Yeah, dude, yeah. Go buy like a 5 fucking juicer pack from Costco, energy drink, coffee, you name it. It's going to be bad. We are going to be making tons of shit because there's no way that I can get clips done in a day. After this video, I want to make just a clip on the new exotics, and we'll get that up, and then we'll just focus on getting the nitty-gritty armor and perks, and tonight it's going to be a pain in the dick, so yay. So the difference between tier 3, I want to point out, all the weapons that you guys are farming right now in Rite of the Nine, it's going to be a tier 3. So the difference between a tier 3 and a tier 5 is enhanced trait, multi-perk, enhanced mods magazine, and barrel. Then tier 5, you'll get enhanced trait, multi-perk, mods magazine, barrel, origin trait, and then you get a cosmetic. So not too bad, you know. Thanks for all the subs. Werthers, Badman, Hop, Phoenix, a couple others.
For like tier 4 all the way up to tier 5, which completely
Old weapons
enhances
still matter.
everything on the weapon and gives it
That's
a
why you
special
don't touch
tier
your
5
weapons. Your
ornament
armor, it's
and
fine.
cosmetic kill effect. So like whenever you kill something, you get a little animation or whatever that says like, I'm using a tier 5 weapon. Now, I
Old
have
weapons
been
aren't
informed
tier 3, no.
that this tier 5 treatment is just the treatment that all tier 5s get. Not in this expansion, but this expansion and the next one and all future ones. And the feedback has been given that players would probably like to have unique tier 5 weapon ornaments on a per season basis. I would be surprised if people did not want that, so don't say I never did nothing for you. Tier 5s also get enhanced weapon mods.
What the
right
shit?
now, I would say
Assassin,
a
thank you for
fully
the 10
crafted,
juicers.
fully enhanced weapon nowadays is around a tier 2, tier 3, something like that. Probably closer to tier 3.
That's what I'm saying, Werther's.
Those weapons will be more than plenty for the majority
Thursday.
of the game. I guess we should speak about crafting, though. Here's what I heard about crafting. That's it. I didn't hear anything about crafting for the Edge of Fate, besides one exotic weapon. I'm going into this expansion with the mind that there will be none weapon crafting. I've had some discussions about any potential future plans for it, but there wasn't anything really that concrete. So I'm going to wait for Bungie to make official statements on weapon crafting instead of trying to put words in their mouth.
1-2 punch on a
But
hand
I would
cannon.
be going into the Edge of Fate assuming that there is no crafting. Speaking of weapons, though, we do have some new weapon archetypes. The rocket-assisted pulse rifle, the spread shot hand cannon, and the longbow, which is kind of like if they turned Wish Ender into a legendary archetype. The rocket pulse fires 3 bursts of rockets, but the pull of the trigger counts as 1 ammo. So I think this had like 17 or 18 bursts of ammo. And this thing hits pretty hard, but you will tear through your ammo really quickly if you're not paying attention.
Quickly.
The spread shot hand cannon is essentially a shotgun in a hand cannon package, and that includes this thing's range. It is very short range. It is a close range hand cannon at best, as the range fall off starts very early. It can also roll with 1-2 punch. That's kind of neat. The longbow, on the other hand, has a slightly longer draw time than an average bow, but it can over-penetrate targets, so you can hit multiple enemies at the same time if they happen to line up. There are new perks and origin traits as well. I didn't do a ton of theory crafting on any of them, save for like 2 of them, so I guess we can talk about those. We got Binary Orbit. Elemental final blows from the opposite element of the current weapon gives you a damage boost to this weapon. So like this weapon is Strand, aka darkness damage, so light weapon kills will boost this one. Impromptu Ammunition. Final blows increase ammo meter progress from all sources for a brief duration. I tried this one in the shooting range. Either it wasn't working at all or I was doing something wrong. I'm not sure. Burning Ambition is an incandescent competitor. Sustained damage on a target scorches the target, and dealing damage to a scorched target inflicts Scorch. I think I tested this with a pulse rifle with 13 bursts, and on that final burst is when an ignition went off. So that should give you a rough idea of how long it takes to get an ignition. Although I don't remember if I was on any sort of solar subclass, fragments, blah, 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 you get it. Blast Distributor. Dealing splash damage grants an improved bonus to the grenade stat. If this works like the melee variant of this perk, it will stack to 3x. Proximity Power is the melee version. When targets are nearby, final blows grant bonus melee stat, and it stacks to 3. Tested this with Hammer Throw. Base Hammer Throw was 334 damage at 97 melee stat, so we have 0 bonus melee damage from our stats. With 1 stack, it's 351, aka a 5% boost in melee damage. With 3 stacks, it's 386, aka a 15% boost. Why did I not try 2 stacks? I don't know, but I'm going to take a wild guess and say that it's a 10% damage boost. Sharp Harvest. 3 light attacks within a short window grants special ammo. That is a sword perk. Built to blast, aim assist, stability, and flinch resistance when you have either Woven Mail, Frost Armor, or a Void Overshield. Thematically interesting, not sure how much it's going to hold up in PvE world. I know I'm missing at least one more perk. There's a perk that boosts your weapon stats based on if it's like light or dark, transient, something. I don't know. For the life of me, I could not find it in any of my footage. Someone else definitely has it. It's not elemental capacitor.
We're adding a lot of stuff to these weapons, man. There's going to be a lot of questions on what's the best loadout to run, you know?
Exhaustive Research loads a micro rocket into your weapon if you aim at a target for a brief time. I didn't hate this. It's basically free damage. Problem Solver. This is a good one. Sustained damage on a champ, a mini-boss, or a boss exhausts them and gives you weapon handling and reload speed bonuses for a short time. It is Diet Facet of Solitude built into a gun. Vanguard Determination. After using your class ability, final blows with the weapon give you bonus damage resistance. Not too bad either. That is only some of them. I just didn't get clips of every single thing because there was a lot to cover. And I just missed some stuff. So yeah, there's more that I'm sure somebody else has definitely covered. I think that is the end of this video on stats and weapons and armor and tier 5 and blah, 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 all that kind of stuff.
That was
If you
really
enjoyed
good.
this video, check out one of the other 3 videos that I published today about the preview event that I
That was
went
really
to.
good. I mean, he kind of went over everything, so you got to give him that. All right, let me go back and make a clip on these exotics.
The following video has all dialogue and subtitles turned off. Form. This is a really fun effect.
Need the name of
Hitting
it.
the perfect timing to cause some
Oh wait,
the exact same
I just need it for the clip because committee will be able to pull the footage. The Melas Panoplia. Did I say that right? Melas Panoplia. Panoplia. Yeah. Panoplia. Yeah. That works. Yeah, we're just gonna go with that. That's panoplia. It works. All right, I'm gonna make a clip on this real quick on all the new exotics just so we can get something up. So give me a little warm up here. Okay, so we're gonna say Thor. Warlock turns into all right, so we got a nickname each class, chat. Titan is Thor. What's the Warlock? Panoplia? Okay. Thank you. Human Torch. Okay. Thor, Human Torch, and then what's the Hunter? Green Lantern. What can we give the nickname? All right, we'll just wing it. We'll say Doctor Strange. Okay. Gamers, we don't know how many new exotics are coming with Edge of Fate, but we have a preview of 3 thanks to the streamers for posting their content on going to Bungie. First up, we got a Titan that turns into Thor. That's right. We got a Melas Panoplia exotic to where pretty much when you have Forge Master, you can summon your hammer and throw it and summon it like Thor. This is something that we've wanted for a while, and it seems like the cooldown on Bonk is just completely gone even without this exotic. But pretty much you have to collect a fire sprite or get Rapid Soul or Final Blows to get the Forge Master perk. Once you do, it allows you to recall your throwing hammer, and you're probably thinking like, well, damage is going to be a little tough without Syntho, but there is stats in the game that you're going to be able to achieve to 200 for your melee on your gear to get a 30% bonus in PvE. Now this will cause explosions. You'll be able to stand in your roaring. Now this will cause explosions. You'll be able to stand in your roaring flames. Now this will cause explosions. You'll be able to stand in your sunspots, have roaring flames. This is definitely going to be a fun exotic, but it might struggle in the end game where you're under leveled. All right, help me out with this one. How are we pronouncing this one? Remember, chat, book smarts is not better than street smarts, okay? Street smarts is better. You go farther in life. You Noah? Thank you. You Noya? Do I say it you Noah? Unoya. Unoya? Is that right? Okay, Unoya. Got it. Just use Google. I mean, that's what you guys are. You're my Google. What was the nickname for the warlock? What did we say? Human Torch. Next up, we got the Warlock. You're going to be a Human Torch now. They finally made an exotic for Hellion, and since Hellion is so strong in its current meta with being able to stagger enemies and cause explosions, they made an exotic for it. We got Unoya here with these gauntlets. Hellion projectiles deal increased damage to further. They travel eventually fracturing into scorching sharpnel. In the video, I seen some of them breaking into like packs of 5. So playing into this and being able to add some fragments on your solar subclass or prismatic to pretty much add up all those scorching targets could be very cool. Now, is this something that's going to be truly meta? Don't know, but we could probably make some fun scorch builds with it to be able to clear the room and keep your restoration up. Hey, look, chat. We don't need to correct my English, okay?
Some of you
I
might
mispronounce stuff on purpose for comments. If you want to do it better, go start your own channel.
remember the whirling mail-threaded spike. If you don't catch it, you'll just
go post your own videos and you do it. All right? But when I mispronounce shit in videos, trust me, it works. We're gonna go with Moirai, right? Moirai, something like that. All right, threaded spike can bounce. Thread spike can bounce. Thread spike can bounce to tangles, detonating them and returning them immediately. Tangles detonated by thread spike are known. Okay. All right, Chad, how would you guys like me to pronounce this one? Moira? Say it like that? Mora? Moiray? Moiray? You're saying the Moy, right? It's Moiray, right? Moron, pretty much, yeah. Hey, look, guys, I don't care, okay? Anyone can make fun of the way I sound stuff out. The shit I've done in my life, you couldn't walk a fucking hour in my boots, all right? Just remember that. Don't fuck with me. I hate that. Let's put it in Google. Let's put it in Google. Hey, Rice, go to college first. Shut up. Get a degree. See you in 10 years. All right, we're gonna type it in. Moirai. Got it. Thank you. You know what? I'm just going to start using Google like chat said. Google's more friendly. Moirai. Google's more friendly. Chat's emotionally draining, you know. Cyber bullies. Yep. We know what kind of people they are, chat. All right, last one. Last up, we got the Doctor Strange Hunter. That's right. You're going to be using Moirai Exotic. Pretty much, you're going to be able to just create Beyblade 3.0. And Threaded Spike can bounce to tangles, detonating. Threaded Spike can bounce to tangles, detonating them, and returning immediately. Tangles detonated by that Threaded Spike are rewoven and retrieved by it, and it catches without a tangle on an extra... catches without a tangle refund extra melee energy. So pretty much you're just going to be able to be a machine non-stop using grapples. You'll be all right. I want to shorten this up. It's just a lot. Dude, I'm literally going to have to sit at my computer for like 6 hours later and make videos. This sucks. Fuck, I did not want to do this today. I'm gonna redo that part. I'm just gonna re-say this whole sentence here so I can just redo it. So the perk on the exotic is Web Catcher. Threaded Spike can bounce to tangles, detonating them and returning immediately. Tangles detonated by Threaded Spike are rewoven. Tangles detonated by Threaded Spike are rewoven and retrieved by it. Catches without a tangle refund extra melee energy. So pretty much, as long as no one touches your balls, you'll be able to detonate them, cause the Beyblades to spin around. You're always going to have grapples because you'll always have tangles on the ground to grab. You're going to be able to throw your Threaded Spike. It's going to be pretty much one of the best ad clearing builds out there for the Hunter, but you're like, man, I don't want to give up all these other juicy class items and Gifted Conviction chest piece and Woven Mail and Sarachne and all that. I think this build will be fun solo play, but I'm worried with team play because, again, hunters pick up each other's tangles. People start touching your balls. We get worried. I think we're good there with those three. Yeah, we're good. Again, it's going to be really hard to make this stuff in a short form. But yeah, I'm literally just going to have to sit around later and make videos. Is there any other video that I should go watch right now that you guys have seen important? You guys said Waffles had a full video on all the artifact.
If you can... Hi guys, Mr. Off Waffles here. Today we'll be walking through the entire seasonal artifact for the Season of Reclamation, also known as the season during the Edge of Fate in Destiny 2. We'll start by reading through all of the artifact
On YouTube. What the fuck?
Your equipped shotguns fire disrupt damage output. Stronghold, where you've got both solar and then either strand or stasis weapons. This is quite a nice pickup. Next is Diviner's Discount. All scavenger mods are discounted. Then we've got one with Frost. While Frost armor is active, stasis weapons gain increased reload speed and stability. Stasis swords gain increased guard resistance as well. And there are several other frost armor related perks on the artifact this season, so we'll come back to this in a moment. Next is tightly woven. While woven mail is active, gain increased super and grenade stats. And again, woven mail comes up a couple of times, so we'll come back to this. And then final perk for the second column is rapid precision rifling. Rapid precision hits or final blows with scout rifles grants them increased reload and reduced incoming flinch. I think for the most part, a lot of people are not big scout rifle fans, so this looks like maybe a little effort to try and change that a little bit, but we're gonna have to wait and see for whether anyone actually cares or if scout rifles are still just kind of trash. Next, for our third column, we've got Fever and Chill. Rapid precision hits with solar weapons grant Radiant. Rapid precision hits with stasis weapons grant frost armor. So that's another synergy with solar and then another
like
element. You could maybe combine that with
season.
flame, fiber, and freeze.
Like
one perk to the left of this. But let's keep going because we'll talk about proper synergies in a few minutes here. Next, we've got Elemental Benevolence. Granting allies an elemental buff gives class ability energy. Frost Renewal. While you have frost armor, taking critical damage releases a burst that freezes nearby combatants and grants frost armor to you and nearby allies. So this is essentially a way for you to sustain your frost armor. Next, we've got Reciprocal Draw. Rapid non-sidearm final blows grant sidearms a period of increased damage for a short time upon next draw. And Refresh Threads, where picking up an elemental pickup matching your subclass element or Tangle while you have a Strand super grants energy to your least charged ability. Now, there's several other things relating to tangles and strand and elemental pickups in the next columns, so let's keep moving. First of all, we've got Threaded Blast. Destroying a tangle with strand damage increases the radius of the explosion and its damage. Next, we've got Cauterized Darkness. Stasis or strand debuffed non-boss combatants take increased solar damage from all sources. So again, another synergy here between solar and then either strand or stasis. Next, we've got Elemental Daze. Stunning a champion with an elemental weapon creates an elementally aligned explosion, applying a matching elemental debuff to them and nearby targets. And so that would synergize very well with the perk right above it that we just read, Cauterized Darkness, because you could stun a champion with a stasis or strand weapon. That could then elemental debuff nearby targets around you, and then you could swap to a solar weapon, and that would do more damage because you've got Cauterized Darkness enabled. We'll talk about some fun ways to make that even more juicy, but for now, let's keep moving. Shoulder to Shoulder is the next perk, where dealing sustained precision damage against combatants while near 2 or more allies grants you damage resistance. And I believe this works as stacks, so if there's 3 of you, you'll have a little ×3 buff, whereas if there's more of you, then you'll have a ×4 or a ×5 or a ×6, and that will grant you increased damage resistance. Then final perk for column 4 is Elemental Coalescence. Defeating targets has the chance to create an elemental pickup matching your equipped super element. Then moving on to column 5, our first perk is Radiant Shrapnel. Dealing sustained weapon damage while radiant or defeating a scorched combatant with a weapon causes the target to release solar projectiles that deal damage and scorch on impact. That's a bit of a mouthful, but to translate it into slightly more intelligible text, basically, if you're radiant or if the enemy is scorched and you do weapon damage to it, it'll emit some extra solar projectiles that then can scorch stuff around it. The next perk is Shield Crush. While you have Woven Mail, Frost Armor, or a Void Overshield, your melee recharges faster and deals increased damage. And while you are amplified or radiant, your grenade recharges faster and deals increased damage. So this one's got a lot of uses. It's almost 2 perks in one in my mind. And so we'll link this to several other perks when we run through some of the synergies in just a second here. The next perk is Elemental Overdrive. Picking up an elemental pickup or tangle grants increased damage to weapons of the same element. Next is Tangled Web. Creating a tangle by defeating a strand debuffed damage to weapons of the same element. Next is Tangled Web. Grants increased damage.
Picking up an elemental pickup or tangle grants increased damage to weapons of the same element. Ooh.
Damage to weapons of the same element. Next is Tangled Web. creating a tangle by defeating a strand debuffed target, suspends nearby combatants, and finally, Frigid Glare. While Frost Armor is active, Stasis Precision Final Blows cause combatants to release a freezing burst. Now, before we talk synergies, it's also important to recognize that with the artifact now, we also have new gear bonuses, and these new gear bonuses can change. Now, I believe that's down to what you've actually got in the slot, but I'm actually not 100% sure on this particular point. But I'm going to show you two examples of the
There's a lot. There's no weakening, and there's a lot of strand. A lot of strand, which just, again, I mean, dude, don't get it twisted. The Beyblade build, it could definitely make a return. But when I played the Beyblade build, I'm telling you guys right now, like, it was really good for if only one person was running it. When multiple people run it, it like interferes with your abilities. But again, I made that opinion before I saw all the artifact perks just now. I mean, there's 3 to 4 artifact perks that if you have on, your abilities just recharge nonstop. Stacking that with Inmost Light, Synthocept Titan is going to be insane. Like, Jesus. Like, so now, after seeing all these artifact perks, I really think that, I honestly think that it's really going to come down to not just artifact perks, but it's going to come down to your cooldowns on your abilities, your class item, also which weapons you're using, because you need to use certain weapons for the artifact to like fully embrace it, because you might have to match some elements. So strand and Rufus's Fury, that's going to make another return. Strand and stasis weapons, you know, yeah, Borrowed Dyad, I forgot about that. Yeah, the Borrowed Dyad build, that shit's gonna, you know, that shit's gonna be crazy. Polaris Lance, that one's gonna be chunking. There's gonna be a lot. Let's see if I can find another video. Stat rework, new guns. Oh yeah, didn't Aztecross have a video on all the new weapons? Or no? Who had a video on all the new weapons? Was it Benny? Rick? All new weapons.
I'm sure you know rocket sidearms, but this is a rocket pulse rifle. What is up, guys? It's your boy Rick Cactus, and today we are going to be showcasing all of the new Edge of Fate legendary weapons that I came across during the Edge of Fate capture event that happened recently. So a massive thank you to Bungie for inviting me out for that and making all new weapon mods. And so let's get started. Mods. And so types, we have all new weapon perks and all new weapon mods. And so let's get started.
It is instant.
First things first, guys, if you're wondering about the exotic weapons, I've already done a video covering every single exotic weapon and armor piece I came across. That's linked right up above right now. So definitely check that out as well. So let's start here with those brand new weapon archetypes. So first off, we have the Mint Retrograde Pulse Rifle. This is strand and it's a rocket-assisted frame. So just like rocket-assisted frame sidearms, this is a special weapon. Now I want to draw your attention to the magazine size. Only 5, but that actually means you get 5 3-round bursts before you need to reload.
Yeah, ammo's gonna be a little tough.
This weapon will have some really cool interactions with perks that get ammo back. For example, Discord, you activate it, you get 1 round back, but that's actually an entire 3-round burst, right? On top of that, guys, the roll I was able to get was actually quite good. I had beacon rounds in the left column, giving my shots homing capabilities, and then in the right column, it could actually get chain reaction. So yeah, chain reaction on a rocket-assisted frame. I mean, if you could get a rocket-assisted sidearm with chain reaction, like that would be insane, so I'm super stoked to see it here. And as you can see from the background gameplay, it really did feel like...
Can I say something real quick, chap? Besides doing the super hard content, which is the level of Grandmaster and higher, even in Grandmasters, do you guys see something in the footage that we're seeing here in all the videos? Why are people like, I get you want to show off what the weapon does and you sit back and you play slow and you shoot stuff, but in the current stand of the game, all 3 classes have super aggressive playstyles. You're not just going to be sitting back shooting enemies like this. You're going to be grappling on your hunter, Beyblading everything, bonking everything, uppercutting everything, freezing everything on your warlock, and playing super aggressive. I don't see that in this footage, you know? Yeah, exactly. They don't even have like fragments on their subclasses. It's like Bungie wants them to show what the weapons can do, but like, dude, most of the content, you're not using weapons. You're just
I'm using a rocket-assisted frame sidearm, but that comes in a 3-round burst. Maybe each rocket did a bit less damage, but the ad-clearing capabilities of a burst are pretty insane. You'll actually see me sweep my reticle from side to side within a burst to spread out those rockets and kill as many ads as possible.
I just want to know what level these enemies are, because I do see the potential in it right there. Now, this weapon also has
a new origin trait called Problem Solver, dealing sustained damage to champion, mini-boss, or boss combatants, exhausts them, and grants this weapon. There's rocket launch. On top of that, guys, let's showcase the new evergreen weapon mods. There are going to be some new seasonal weapon mods coming in the Edge of Fate that will not slightly increased ammo and heavy ammo brick,
trying to move on to the
which
next
is going
weapon.
to also increase your ammo generation, but increase your magazine size as well, guys.
Oh, these are mods.
Which is going to also increase weapon. You're going to see your ammo generation. The next weapon. This is solar, and the intrinsic trait is spread shot. Fires a short-range spread of pellets. Yes, it's a mix of a hand cannon and a shotgun.
I thought Bungie was going to make these creators do more like PR-style videos, and I haven't seen that.
You basically have primary ammo shotguns in Destiny 2 now. Taking a look at the perks here, guys, you'll also notice in the first left column, I have Barrel Constrictor. So yes, some of the perks that could only be found on shotguns can now be found on this new hand cannon archetype. In the right column, I have Surrounded, and then the origin trait is another new one here with perks if you were going to look at, and in the first column, I actually have Successful Warm Eyes, not quite be more damage. To experience is just that is this Giver's Blessing, a new rapid-fire frame kinetic auto rifle. Now, you might be thinking, oh my goodness, every perk is enhanced, and why is it so blue? Well, that's because this is the tier 5's R. So, I actually got a
getting ready to play the new content, chat. I just wanted to
new cruiser. Now, you can punch as well as open rounded.
I can't sit here and make clips. I'm gonna have to do it off stream.
All I have are like elemental phonetic weapons, so that's pretty interesting.
But that's okay.
This does have an origin trait that
all the videos went out today. I'll post my videos tomorrow.
Trait, that we did see.
I'm gonna actually need to put time into these clips,
and then we also have the wild card origin trait.
Take my time.
But continuing from there, we have the ribbon tail. This is a treatment that, taking a look at a trace rifle we saw on a launcher. Don't get a lot of these to your grenade stat. So is a
missed the new origin.
It's actually pretty saucy for
shit.
PvE. All of them are here. Finally, guys, more Trials of Osiris. The perks look like. Moving on from there, guys, the next Trials of Osiris weapon we're looking at here is Neutralizer. It look like at a base level.
Where's it up?
Full choke on your hand cannon. You have barrel constrictor. You have throwing time, and you have, but they have all that
this
stuff.
Hand cannon?
We also have the origin traits we had before. The next one getting a prize is the Aisha's Embrace, a void rapid fire frame scout rifle.
SMG?
In terms of the perks here, it can get some of the new void hotness like Withering Gaze, so that's something to look out for. And then finally, guys, we have the Unwavering Duty, which is a solar adaptive frame machine gun, and we have an all new perk present here. So in the left column, I mean, you have stuff like auto-loading holster, 4th times the charm is super juicy. You have Cascade Point, and then you have Burning Ambition. Dealing sustained damage more quickly scorches the target. Dealing damage to a scorched target inflicts Scorch. So basically, this is the DPS version of Incandescent. You are dealing Scorch to one particular target, which also means you're getting those ignition explosions. I wonder, like, if the entire team had Burning Ambition weapons, just how many ignitions you'd be causing. It could actually be pretty crazy, and it's an interesting way of increasing your damage because it has synergies with, I actually got a roll of this thing with Heal Clip plus Incandescent, so that could be very BL. Now, this is Sublimation. Now, this is going to be rifle, and this is going to be Stone in Iris. A look at pretty exciting new Crest and Punch, as we had before. Something to look at. Target inflicts could actually be rifle and weapons. Right now, a new perk present here. So I got a Slice plus Binary Orbit. Elemental Final Blows opposite this weapon increase damage for an improved duration. So Darkness Final Blows boost Arc, Solar, and Void weapons, and Light Final Blows boost Stasis, Strand, and Kinetic weapons. So that's pretty interesting. And this does have an origin trait that Vanguard Determination origin trait that we did see on the bow. And then this does have an origin trait that Vanguard Determination.
Yeah, I seen that DR. I seen that one. Yeah.
An origin trait that we did see on the bow, and then we also treatment threat to dealing save sword for a weapon. On a sword, I'm not sure how to rate once more. After that,
another thing that I'm gathering right now. I think this is really important for all my casual players watching. If you don't understand how builds work in the game right now, this content, the new stuff that we're watching right now, is going to blow your mind. You need to start paying attention to why you have fragments on, why you have mods on, why builds synergize, because with all this content, with all these new origin traits and all these new perks on your weapons and all these new stats on your armor and all this new shit that's coming, you're just going to get lost in the sauce. You're not going to understand how you're running something, but experienced players are running something of the same setup, but they're just shitting on the game. So it's going to be very important to take all this information in. Obviously, we can't go over everything right now because we don't have the armor. We don't have the stuff. So when that time comes, when this stuff actually drops, you're really going to have to pay attention to what you want out of your build, what stats you want, what mods you want, what artifact perks you want, and what weapons you want to really synergize the build, because it seems like a lot of the perks that I've been reading, the origin traits and all the artifact mods, they're meant for you to synergize the whole build. So it's going to be a lot. It's going to feel like something totally different. The reason I say this is when I help people through content in Destiny 2 as is right now, people are joining up with no builds, no mods on, no nothing. They just think, oh, I'm going to steamroll it.
That, guys, we have the Boomslang 4FR, an arc, adaptive burst, linear fusion rifle. I have the roll here of rapid hit plus precision instrument, which is pretty good actually. And then we actually have
we don't have to delete weapons,
and also Viced Stinger present here as origin traits. Now, guys, we are almost done. We have a few more Crucible weapons to look at. So the first one is a revised Stars in Shadow. This is a solar high
I won't be able to get out any
frame
clips on this
pulse
stuff
rifle.
till tomorrow, so I'm literally going to have to sit here off stream tonight
we do
and
have
just
some juicy ones.
make
I mean, keep away
tons of
in
clips,
that left
tons
column
of thought
combined
videos.
With, I mean, a smorgasbord of good perks like Desperado, Sword Logic, etc. And then after that, we have the new Solemn Remembrance. This is a stasis
about armor. I gotta talk about the weapons.
Cannon.
Tell
now we have another new perk here with Built to Blast. Gain lingering aim assist, stability, and flinch resistance
on your
while
build
you have
to
Woven
make
Mail,
different diversity,
Frost
but
Armor,
that's it.
or Void Overshield.
There should be like no legendary armor in your
pretty
vault,
interesting
in my
for
opinion.
PvP. Now, aside from that, we have Headstone as well in the
This is
left
not
column.
forgotten.
Then we have Rhyme Stealer in the right column. We have Firefly present as well. Then we actually have our choice of different grips. We have Combat Grip here. This weapon's recoil direction is more vertical and it greatly controls recoil. And then we have Polymer Grip 2. This weapon's grip is made of a lighter material.
Oh, not forgotten.
So maybe this is the comp weapon actually, because it's super unusual to see grips instead of origin traits in this last column. But regardless, guys, moving on from there, we have the Pure Recollection, which is a new Void Heavy Burst shotgun. So a 2-round burst slug shotgun, essentially. We have some great perks here like Lone Wolf. We have a Threat Detector, Under Pressure. We have Bait and Switch, which is good for PvE. We have Closing Time here. And then we have the classic
a lot of same ones.
Origin trait to close things off, except for the fact that we have one last new weapon to look at here, and this is the Returned Memory Sidearm. This is a rocket-assisted frame solar sidearm, and in the left column we have beacon rounds, we have impromptu ammunition, we have heal clip, which is a huge deal, and then we have the brand new Burning Ambition perk as well to deal scorch. We have One for All, we have redirection, so some crazy good PvE perks I'm seeing here on this. So there's only one other solar rocket-assisted frame in the game, so that is exciting to see. And that is every single Edge of Fate legendary weapon I was able to see. And guys, this is just one of many Edge of Fate videos I'm putting out. If you want to see more, make sure to hit that subscribe button.
It seems like
and
they all
especially
couldn't
ring
do
that
much.
bell so you don't miss them. Guys, that's it.
You know? Yeah. Fuck. I don't know what I should do right now. I think I should just go play Prophecy, right? I could give committee some time to put together a list for me, because, like, dude, there's a lot of shit. A lot of shit to go over and a lot of shit to make clips on. Hold on a second. Attrition exists. Oh boy. They put attrition on the first week? Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot. Artifact perks, tons of shit to go over. There's just a lot of stuff we got to go over, so let's just do a run. We're just going to do this prophecy run real quick, see what it's all about, then probably go back to looking at all the information and making clips and videos. I don't know. What is this? I got a memento? Thank you, Begley. Thank you, T. You guys can join up. We're just going to run this real quick. So what we need to do is everything that's shown in these videos, we need to make a spreadsheet. Of everything that they're adding. So we have like a checklist to go after when the new shit drops. You know, you could be like, hey, this is a new submachine gun, and then we can mark it like it's dog shit, you know? That would definitely help.
I judge your actions.
Uh-oh. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Looks like you're getting another exotic. So you're going to get pretty much be able to pick the one you didn't get the first time?
An object of power. Be relentless.
I'm going to focus the shotgun. Cable, you join up whenever. New shader pack. Oh, I'll take some free bright dust. This is the Pride shaders. See how this looks? I dig that. Not bad. Lament. Yeah, give me that. That's easy. Imagine sticking this thing up your ass. Might be a good time. Yo, man. Hey. Any yo-yo enthusiasts in chat? I actually used to be pretty good at yo-yo back in the day. They called that trick the walk the dog trick, the doggy trick, and then you do like the diamond and like swing it through. I actually used to do a lot of cool yo-yo tricks. What was that called, where you make the diamond and you swing it through?
Jacob Flatter, you're a fucking nerd, by the way.
Why?
Because you did yo-yos.
Didn't you just name it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you knew the fucking name, you dumbass.
That doesn't make me the nerd. You're the nerd because you used
All right, if I told you the story of the yo-yo story, you would understand why I did it. So
For bitches, probably.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
Yeah, rock paper scissors, not chicken platter. See, I was wrong anyway.
All right, so explain this, chat. Why is attrition on the first week of prophecy? Here's the real question. Here's the real question. Are we doing the first encounter? No. No? Okay. Easy pull. Pull me out. Are we doing Lord of the Wolves or are we doing Winter Bite? We're doing Lord of the Wolves or Winter Bite?
I got Lord of the Wolves on.
Lord of the Wolves it is.
What is the dark, they ask? What is its nature?
What is that?
Why don't they ask the same of the light? You ask a question of pure potential. Death is intrinsic to the answer.
Get my build set up.
Down.
Okay.
I need to make a swap set real quick.
I got the juicer build on the double thunder crash. See the full artifact? I did. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back to all that stuff, and I'm gonna like go back and watch it some more. I'm not gonna do a lot of prophecy today. We do have to try in one phase though. 2 people in chat said they'd give me 20 subs a piece if we could one phase both bosses. So.
Oh boy.
I'm ready.
Yeah, I'll get you.
Remember, this shit hurts. Just to remind you. Remember, these ads did hurt. And it's attrition, so... Full on dark. I'm just gonna do a solo dunk. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like you can't do the mechanic. They've added something new. More updates coming soon.
Gotta do a specific one first.
Clip that. What the fuck? What just happened?
Did you try doing the double dunk?
No, solo. There's... Oh, the orb on the plate. Yeah, the orb on the plate. The orb on the plate. Mark on me. No. Go. What's next?
Fuck, dude. This guy just moved me off.
It's probably just no double. They probably just did that so you can't double. They cock blocked it, so now do whatever you want. I got dark. Mine's done. You could probably still double, but you just gotta do that one first. So it's just 2 lights done and then we go to damage. We'll just help you see. How many more you need? Okay, I just put lights on the ground. Let me know when it's damaged. I wiped that. Winter bite.
How do I do winter bite, or is that just you?
You don't. You just. It's just us. If you started, I wasn't ready.
Oh, we didn't start it.
Could also stun lock on this boss too. Him is dog shit. My reckless oracle man.
Right back at it. Put a hoodie on.
How does this happen? Yeah, you could do swords too. I'm just testing stuff right now. Just trying to find an easy one phase. I'll get it. But there's nothing I can do when dim doesn't work. It's just pathetic. Fucking pathetic, dude. Fucking play the game, dude. Oh, I hate this shit, dude. This is why you don't have third-party shit. That's why it should just be in the game. Does Song of Flame Warlock stun this guy? We could do that one sword strat we did on the other boss, you know?
I guess. Why?
I'm just saying to test it.
We can, yeah. But I'd imagine it's the same as the other one.
It's gonna be Acreus swords or Winterbite. My opinion. This is just fucking stupid, man. I got one weapon. Seems like putting it in your vault's a lot faster. Alright, so we got this, we got this, we got this. What damages the boss, Void? Can't remember. I didn't have to. Good. Yeah, once you break the first one, you can double. Park on the ground. Pretty dark over here by me. I got the other darks. Just get the light. Lights on the ground. I don't know if you need them. Okay. Like anytime he gets immune, you gotta.
No, I got booped off.
Yeah. Anytime he goes immune, though, you gotta free him. Not us. So if he gets immune, just literally Lord of Wolves the enemy that's fucking making him immune, because I don't want to stop damaging. Unfortunately, I'm sitting there fucking smacking his shield a lot, so I don't know. I think, do swords do the same thing? Do swords hit immune?
Probably.
You know? Yeah. Still not bad. We're just fucking around, chat. We're just trying to see some stuff. I'm trying to record. I'm not recording right now, but I'm just testing some stuff right now. You see us messing around, we're just messing around. The big thing here is not leaving the knights alive. Do not let those knights gather up, because that'll cause problems. I got 3 lights. I got 5 lights. That might kill me, yeah. We only need 1 light left. And there's definitely on the ground, so cable's getting me. Yeah. Make sure the knights are dead before damage. Yeah, good. You're good. What happened? Oh. Yeah, those knights are annoying as fuck. just use swords, Lord of Wolves. Swords, Lord of Wolves, Acris, or Winterbite. Pick up the lights.
I don't know why, but
Okay.
it's literally just fucking me up because I'm hitting the button to interact and it's nothing.
Well, like the slam?
Yeah, I'm hitting my shoot button and it's not slamming it.
Hmm.
When I hit it, it's like doing like a weird melee.
Yeah. It is kind of funny that they did that. Like, why put in the Poland thing? I mean, I know why they did, but why? I mean, since you're not dunking, you really don't need to peek the boss at all.
I keep saying that's fine. The AI is following you.
Same thing. I just got pumped off the map talking to you about it. So that I have 5 light in my hand. Ready? 3, 2, 1. I don't like it. I feel like I'm working too much for damage. I feel like I'm working way too hard for the damage. Christian is just ass. I don't like it. Chalk it. I'm gonna go sword. Gonna go sword. Gonna go bequest. Just run triple sword. See how that goes. It's gonna be that or Acros. Yeah, Lord of Wolves is fine. I was just trying to mess around. Just messing around. We're not optimizing right now. We're just fooking around, seeing what works. Alright. Come on, bequest. Light swing until we fucking can't light swing anymore. I got the other dark in my hand. I'm just trying to be safe. Forgot about the thing, man. Dude, muscle memory, dude. I'm just used to jumping up and dunking. Damn it. Ground. Got 3 lights. Need 2 more. I'm gonna load out swap. Oh, shit. Ooh. Whatever, let's just test damage phase. I just want to test damage. That's all good. We're just testing damage. We'll wipe. It's not a big deal. We're not wiping. I just want to see what damage is like. I'll need your well for surges, though. Gotta go. After this next... Yeah, after the next one. We suck at Destiny today.
No.
Now I'm gonna jump off. Now I'm gonna jump off. Oops. You gotta dunk on Tolan first, chat. I wasn't even thinking. I just saw VC jump towards his, so I would jump towards mine, and I cleansed it like it was nothing. And I'm like, oh, it's fine. How am I loadout swapping? There's a short on my YouTube. You might want to go watch. A lot of people think in the game right now you can't loadout swap, but you can. That's why people are struggling. I'm struggling right now because I'm old and I suck.
Same.
Too much Elden Ring or something. Plus it's Christian, which is stupid. No.
Reschedule for next week.
Oh, I'm not farming this week. I'm definitely not farming this week. Fucking stupid. Oh, I thought you didn't pick them up because you were good. It's light first, by the way. It changed. Yeah, I just caught that because I was getting ready to do it. Lost mine. It sucks. We're good. Yeah, well, I lost them, so I gotta get more. That's all good. I need 2 dark. I died. Yeah. Too dark. Yeah, he's annoying. I got 3 dark. I'm just getting chased by a fucking knight. I got last. I'm just getting absolutely dumpstered. I got last. Alright, make sure ads are clear. You ready? I'm just gonna load out swap real quick.
Yep, I'm ready. I'm gonna load out swap. Go.
3, 2. have got 2 supers there. We're just a little behind. Yeah, we would have won phase here. It's just the immune guys. I stopped damaging because I thought damage was over. A little bit. I was sitting there shooting the immune guys, but they take me a second to still shoot. A little bit. I stopped. I thought it was over. I forgot. I'm just brain farting. I thought that the fucking damage phase was over, but then I saw the immune guy sucking them, and I'm like, oh wait a minute.
I can juice out that 1.5 again. That's free.
Oh, you should be on sword, dog.
Oh, you told me, bro.
Oh, whoa, me and BC are on sword. I thought you heard.
No, I mean, the whole thing has always been I stay on Lord of Wolves.
No, sword.
Because y'all went to Winterbite and I stayed on Lord of Wolves. So.
Yeah, my bad. Put on sword. He's got the buff. He's got the sword buff on, so just rock Guillotine or rock Bequest, and that's Gege.
Is it Bequest surrounded?
Yeah. Okay. What's the change here? I'm about to record it right now that we know what the hell's going on. The change here is that you have to cleanse that one first, so I'm going to record. So the change here, when the encounter starts, you got to dunk that one first. After that, nothing's changed. I don't have Synthos on meta. Even if I don't proc surround it, I'm still getting the best possible outcome I can. Because it's a Bequest.
Change my surges and we'll be good.
Yeah, you're good. I get 2 Thunder Crashes off, so it's pretty much GG there. I would let him tether first and then you well. That way the well lasts a little longer.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I'd like to be in full control of my well pop, but
oh, you're good.
It depends on how that boss is booping me and shit, but yeah, I'll try to delay it.
I mean, you could just chill like this and then just go in. Like, you can hide and then as soon as you see the tether, just go.
Alright.
Okay. Yep, I'm good. I got the record on. We're good to go. What is dark first? My 3 darks. Come over here to find more.
Oh, I picked up 3 of those.
You're good. You're good. Those lights on? Dude, gotta stop.
I was in dark.
Yeah. Yeah. Literally, I've killed 5 knights trying to get my goddamn dark knife. It's every time I go to scoop them, they get scooped. My shit's shocked. We gotta just assign. Here. Thank you. Move around. Yeah. Yeah. Can we just assign people? That way we're not fighting over each other's shit.
On the point.
Hmm?
I will do light.
Alright. I'm not even gonna kill. The first night I kill is gonna match the color that you need for the first dunk. So. Dark. So I'm gonna make you a dark so you can dunk that and get it out of the way. I'm not even gonna pick up the modes. On the ground over here. I'm just gonna picked up light on accident, so I'm just gonna dunk one light if that's okay with you. Okay. Yeah, I mean, attrition will get you. Last one's dark. Okay. I was gonna fucking blast that night. I dropped the dark over here. There's definitely 6 darks on the ground.
Just drop the dark, another dark.
Yeah. Yep. I'm ready. We didn't res them. Wipe. Yeah, just prioritize staying alive, you know. And I know it's tough.
Well, I was prioritizing well.
Yeah, we don't like. Again, I'm just trying to get footage. I don't care about trying hard. I just want a clean run. So whatever we got to do to achieve that. Attrition will get you. I'll make sure right before the slam, like the final slam at DPS, I'll make sure that there's like no ads alive. So like I'll just pop a barricade in the middle and just try and like help out.
The ads are the scions are the problem.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. So, dark first. Skip the opening. Yes, sir. Pick these up. God damn it. Didn't mean to. All right. I'm thinking about 20 other things about videos and shit. I gotta lock my fucking... I gotta lock it in. Dark. Yeah, I got the other 3 dark. I'm good. Go slam. I gotta go around though. Whee! Oops. Watch out. That corner is nasty. Okay, just... Hold on. I gotta get this knight. Can't have knights. Can't have knights up like that. They just gotta be dead, man. Just let the hunter slam them all, dude. Like, I can't go invis, and I can't keep slaying all the ads. Like, I'm ready whenever. Yeah. I'm just staying in the middle. Not fucking getting blasted by any of them. Yeah, I'm good. That's free. Swords are easy. Swords are easy. We just had to tinker a little bit. All right, there's one phase done. Not too bad.
Do we have on a buff sword?
We had a buff sword on, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. One second, I need to change something.
Are you good?
I think it might be easier after this, honestly. I feel like that might be the worst one for attrition with those knights.
Yeah, 100%. That was.
You got the boss circling you the whole time too. It's such a close, tight area.
Well,
especially rough for a warlock.
Yeah, the warlock gets smoked there. I mean, on my Titan, I could just sit there and just smoke the ads, but if I like get shot by the shit twice, I was cooked. Yeah, the hunter with Invis should just slam. Watch out for this guy. Remember, we gotta kill him. Yeah.
He did in my career.
Yeah. Okay.
Alright, go ahead.
Yeah, attrition just makes it stupid. Again, Bungie just showing that they don't care. With attrition being on, it just people don't care about doing full clears. There's no reason to do a full clear. Find the encounter you want to farm and just do it.
Big guy on me.
Yeah, you gotta run from him. Probably just wipe this out. Oh, you do? Bastard.
I genuinely don't understand attrition. I don't understand why they keep it in the game.
Me neither. Me neither. You have to kill those guys? I'm taking the snipers out. And those things got a lot of health. This thing's got a lot of health. Gotta find a weapon to shoot him. Oh no, fucker. That's a spicy.
Spicy meatball.
Yeah, if I put on Lord of Wolves, I'm gonna lose my super, so. Lord of Wolves melt it?
Yeah. Well, you just have to be up close, yeah. Hope it doesn't stomp you out.
What's the next thing out? It's over here? Yeah, it's over here. Get the hobs. I get 2 supers off, because of the build I was running. I could show you. I'm getting blasted. I gotta go get them. The Minotaurs, no healing. Yeah. Come on, I'm gonna thunder crash this motherfucker. I thought I was gonna thunder crash him. I have no health. Well, I got some health now. I'm gonna die. Definitely was.
I literally don't know where to go to stay alive, man.
Well, you literally have 2 minotaurs on you. This is literally an invis moment. Yeah. 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 That's dog shit. Can't even shoot shit because you got stuff shooting in the ass.
Everywhere,
And you got attrition. Hunter definitely has the invisibility. We could just play back here, play like a bitch. Let him go invis everything. Taking out the hobs. I think I took out all the hobs. Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, I'm rotating. Fuck that. He's immune until you trick the things.
Oh.
Now he's taking damage. Do you have a super? Got a guy behind you, Cable. Don't leave too quickly.
Just go, yeah, you just have to get to the next thing though, because that was the last rise.
Okay.
Okay, just respawn me.
Yeah, there's a chest.
I'm not worried about the collectibles, dog. You get those. I did get another shotgun. You do get loot from that encounter, so that's good. Yeah, dude, we should farm that encounter.
Totally.
Baker, King. Thor's not down here right now, is he? No. Little T. Baker, thank you for the resubs. Sorry, I had the alerts off. I was recording earlier. Not too shabby, chat. I just... Ooh, buddy. I get so fucking triggered with... I get really, 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 really triggered, chat, with negative modifiers. And you guys do know that that's what's coming. You guys know that, right? That's what's coming in Edge of Fate. Just tons of negative modifiers. Even if you could choose on Edge, though, still. Why not just make the content harder instead of putting negative modifiers on it? Double Titan Super. I do. The Double Titan Super loadout that you just saw me use is in this video right here. Fully on the first. Best weapons to use on Ektar, easy 2-phase, and if you go down here, the dim link is not there because I explained it in the video. I explained the setup on how I'm getting to Snades last longer. Use this under Jolt. I will also make a short on this as well, because that wasn't bad. Like, there was no effort there. We didn't really have to try hard for that one phase. You're not really gonna, unfortunately, you're not gonna get a lot of surrounded to proc, but this light attacks with this sword is still really good. So I mean, what do you get out? What do you get out of the guillotine roll? It has relentless too, right?
Relentless whirlwind, yeah.
You're not really using the whirlwind though, right?
No, you are.
You are?
Yeah, you get it up pretty quickly with the wolf packs.
Oh, good.
See how terrible.
I don't think it's gonna be bad. Just look for changes. Remember, there's sniper. Every time a knight dies, sniper spawns. Nope. We're good. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Dark? Oh. Guy won't be picking any up. Just be making the modes. Time to go yet? Thank you, killer. Watch out for that. Fight on the ground. Let me know when it's time to go. You did an interview with Tyson Green? Really? We don't even know who that guy is. He's got the same coating as the Nightfall one.
He just stands there.
Big dumbass.
Oh, we're needing light. That's on me. That's my bad.
Hey there, brother.
There's light on the other side, you see? Okay. On me.
Time to go yet? Here we go. Light. Snipers. Oh, I just got blasted by him. He one shots. What do you need? Still need light? Yeah, I moved. Gotta be a little careful here. Turkeys. Stay off the ground in this encounter and you're fine. Oh. Scooting over here to the left. I'm trying to shoot him. Oh man. Where'd he go?
He's disappeared right now.
Holy shit, almost 4 years.
Stay off the ground. Yeah, that's an easy encounter for sure. Rapid hit Desperado, rapid hit Head Seeker. What up, Lawler? Hmm?
Said neither.
That encounter's not bad at all. Hunter definitely shines this week though. For the invis to help out with the mechanics. For his res tokens for the jump puzzle, by the way.
Oh, thanks.
I'm behind you. Shit.
Very good. Hey,
Dude, there's 1,000
we
scions out here.
use swords to one phase the first boss. The second boss, probably gonna be pretty hard to one phase this guy. You might have to do like rocket. Oh, this is timed.
Oh, realm collapse. Yeah.
They make you do it. They make you do this. I've got it. Get ready. You just gotta look for it.
I see a Tolan ball. Is that what you're looking
Yeah,
for?
pick it up.
When we jump off the
You guys got a realm, yeah?
The pathway disappears.
Yeah. But we gotta look for a ball.
Looking.
It's not down here. So like the way I went for the normal route, there was nothing down here.
Someone.
Salute.
Thank you, Pookie. You guys are like way ahead of me, so I thought that I could find more.
If one person makes it, that's all we need.
The timer's not there no more. Maybe that's it? Maybe you just gotta make it to that part?
I guess so.
So you can get the secret chest?
Oh, I just went up. You guys can get it.
That's kind of funny. Bungie got mechanics from us for this Rite of the Nine from double dunking and sparrow skipping. One collectible before final boss room, right side of stairs. Up here. Left side. Who was that? Pookie and Lawler? Oh, there's one. Let me record that. All right, what do you guys want to try? Queen breaker. Attrition on this dog shit though.
Yep, healing nude.
We're gonna see if what can come close to one phasing. I know Anarchy is safe 2 phase. Actually might need a rocket dump to 1 phase. I don't know for sure though. We need to see how much damage this guy's got. What do you think resists here? Solar? Is there any void?
Solar and arc.
Arc from what?
Scions.
I like that. Next week it could be attrition or something else worse.
People are saying that in the build they played, that consecration and knockout only had 1 artifact or 1 fragment slot each.
Meaning
You get 2 fragments for your Titan.
Meaning they just got nerfed.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that's what people are saying.
People are saying when you're on consecration and knockout, you only get 2 fragments?
1 fragment each.
What? Nah. That's scandalous. Why would you want to kill a build? Wow.
They're doing it for Prismatic Feet, the Void, and Stylish Executioner as well.
Forcing you to not
They don't keep that.
forcing you to not run builds, so they want you to try other stuff. I hope that's not true. Jesus Christ.
I mean, 2 fragments on a class.
2 fragments on a class is...
Feasible.
I mean, you do it on a light subclass, but not prismatic.
Nerf the damage, not the fucking entire kit.
Right, like, why are you killing the kit? Fucking bozos. I guess we'll find out. Oh, you got like a whose video said that?
I saw it. This is where I run it.
Is there a video showing it?
No. I don't know, there might be.
But how did Special Hero? Did Special Hero go?
No, but he was breeding something.
In the build we were playing, some of the most powerful aspects had 1 number of fragments they grant reduced to 1. Specifically Consecration, Feed the Void, Stylus Executioner, and Knockout. I get that those have been dominant to the point of feeling like auto includes, but historically whenever an aspect has had only 1 fragment, it feels anemic in terms of build crafting.
That was in the Tyson Green interview.
There you go, chat. It was in a Tyson Green. Yo.
It was in the Tyson Green interview.
The Tyson Green interview.
Well, I'm saying.
Again, that's definitely clip worthy. I'm gonna have to like work so crazy today to make clips and videos. Today's gonna suck. Holy shit. Ready whenever. The only thing that's gonna suck about this is that pretty much it's gonna be really hard to heal at the boss.
Just see how it goes.
Well, during damage, I have on heavy. Make sure you like have on triple heavy-handed, because the enemies that spawn in that encounter, we could punch and make an orb for healing. If you don't have triple heavy-handed on, please don't shoot them. Please don't. Nothing. You need to make orbs.
You taking off the surge?
What do you mean?
Are you running 2 surges instead of 3 then?
Oh, I can run.
Already?
Orbs don't just heal you.
Well, I'm saying for you, I get healed off knockout.
I'm not taking the surge off.
Oh, okay. Good.
I'll take a surge off. I ain't fucking
Yeah.
mad about it.
We'll see. Again, I think I forgot how to like chunk this guy in one phase him. I think it's gonna become rockets. You're gonna have to like rocket dump in the beginning or something. Queenbreaker should come close. You just gotta like time your shots and not get thrown. So let's see it. Remember, the colors will change. Just made dark on the right. I'll get this ogre. We're dead. What do you need now? Dark? That's light. Making a dark one right now. Need another dark. Light, okay. Ogre. I got damage loadout on, I'm good. Alright, watch your meter.
Well, let's begin.
Yeah, you just gotta find a spot to pop it.
Just a little bit. Actually,
Knights. Put knights there? Knights? Why is there moats? Why is there moats? You can dunk. You can dunk on something. What is the dunk mechanic? Does it extend damage or something?
they're all light.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't mean to get hit by that. Now this one phase might be dog shit, yeah. Okay. So knights. Knights. So solar and void during damage. I was getting cooked.
I don't like that.
No, I don't like that you have to. Was there a knight on left hand side too? Like in the beginning?
Never mind. I couldn't remember.
Well, I mean, how many motes do you need to dunk? Is it still 5? Because, like,
I'm pretty sure the night I saw dropped 5.
mm-hmm. So pretty much VC can go up, go invis, dunk. Why? I mean, you just dump damage in the beginning. I mean, he could damage too.
I mean, we don't even know what it does. Why?
Chat's saying it makes him teleport slower.
Yeah, but you're losing so much damage.
Are we keeping on?
And go dunk.
Are we keeping on queens?
I mean, unless it makes it that much. No, I'm not using Breaker.
Okay, let me pull in.
Well, I was trying to see what's gonna do more damage. I know the Anarchy is a 2-phase, but is there anything we can use to just absolutely fucking destroy him? I mean, it's always been like to just destroy him in the beginning. It's always been like optimization.
Yeah, but can't do that on this one. I don't think.
Yeah. The 1-phase, you get 2-phase with a lot of weapons on this guy. It's kind of just like Ghost of the Deep. You use whatever works. But people are probably just using Anarchy to get the tags and be able to move up.
Yeah, I'm sure the single phase is one of those things where it's like
Rocket dumping in the beginning, doing crazy
rocket
shit.
dumping, you gotta be cracked now. You gotta be able to survive.
Yeah.
Running a glass cannon build with only damage supers, no wells.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I put on Anarchy as well.
Okay.
I think I'm much more comfortable in that.
Okay. Could probably do some crack damage with T-Lord and get off 2 Thunder Crashes, but I don't think it's going to do anything.
We need to wide.
Oh. I'll just test out Anarchy. Hmm. I honestly think it's gonna go rocket sidearm. Alright, let's try this, chat. 1 phase on this boss might take a few days. But I was challenged.
Work out for sure.
I was challenged to do a 1 phase on both bosses for some 40 subs. First boss was free. This one's gonna take some thought process, so. Alright, committee, yeah, I'll upload it after this. Unfortunately, we're just going to be a day late. I don't want to like force any more things out today. I think we just record a whole bunch of shit today and then just pump it out throughout the week. That's the only way that I'm going to be able to like consistently get the content out. So, are you here, committee, so I can make a note?
He said he was gonna get food.
Okay. Ready?
Nope, my baby. Anarchy's my favorite gun.
Alright, darks are on the ground. We need more darks. Darks on the ground. Pick it up. Give me darks on the other guy. Got it. DPS strat for the first boss was sword. We did swords. Ogre's dead. Are we out of here? Waiting on my barricade. Alright, good. You tethering right away?
Yeah.
All matter cannon.
Oh, I burgied. I jumped too far. I jumped too far. Let's try and get the slam mechanic. You can. Just want to see what it does. 3 on the ground here. There's more on the ground here. Yeah, I was trying to like not have them pick one up. I just want to see what they do. It's ass, bro. Don't you see the pillars? Oh.
I'm dead.
I know you're dead. Yeah, I mean, it's literally just gonna be like a slow 2 phase. I want to know what they do. They do something.
Oh, I see the other bowls down the lane now too. I didn't see those before.
Yeah.
What the fuck did they do to this guy? They just give him like 10x that fucking health?
They 10x his health and they made it.
I mean,
yeah.
how do you do 8 million total and he's not even half? Like, what the fuck are they cooking?
They did it on purpose and they did attrition. I mean, and they just shoot themselves in the foot, dog. They do this shit on purpose. They literally do this shit on purpose. Just bozos. Like, dude, we're not in a sweaty time in Destiny 2. You shouldn't have to like sweat your dick off for loot. Most casuals aren't going to be able to consistently do this, but pretty much when you're damaging, you just got to get tags on them, and then you gotta make sure the knights are dead, and then you could just dunk that, you know. Obviously, don't pick up any motes. You know, we one phase both with 3 warlocks. You got a clip.
Ready?
Oh, yeah.
3 light. I'd like to see that clip of the one phase 3 locks. What you guys use? I just need 1 light. I'm just killing this ogre. Cool. Oh fuck! I didn't have my barricade. Buddy. Most on the left. Both on the left. Both in front of me. Yeah, man. I just got shit on by the ends. Holy shit. Huh? Did we figure out? Did we get a dunk at least at all? Because we have to get those. All right. Is it doing anything? Do you see your damage numbers?
Echo struggled. I mean,
Did you see like anarchy ticks going up?
maybe.
Yeah.
So it doesn't give you a team bro?
No. Got a clip of that one phase? Yeah, I mean, we just sloppied that up. I think the way that they designed this encounter, they want you to tag them, and then they want you to focus on the knights. So if we all
and then move through the tunnel, yeah. I'm not gonna drop a well at the beginning then. I think I'm actually gonna switch to song. If we wipe again.
I mean, it's silver, so we're gonna win. But yeah, I mean, I think what you do here is you don't sit here, like whatever loadout you're using. You gotta tag them. You could burn your super because you're gonna get it back. Well, I mean, I can. And then your focus is to just collapse on the knights. The only problem is it sucks is that one person has to dunk.
I am switching off well, by the way.
And then you get the dunk, and then you punish them more. Hopefully, and then you know, obviously you're gonna have to stay close to him because it slows him down from teleporting. You know. I just want to know if it actually increases your damage dunking, or is it just to stall the boss out? That's what I have to try and figure out. I have to just look at damage numbers and then keep the boss from like teleporting. I wonder if BC got the buff.
Yo.
Yeah, Devour will help you a lot. Pugs. What time is it open? What time is the beta open till? Just trying to think of ways to keep people alive in that encounter. It's going to be physically impossible. Can't fucking snipe, dude. Can't snipe the boss. Like, I ran out of ammo so quick, you know? Like with sniper. I ran out of ammo really quick. We got dark light. Dark? Gotta get these lights. Lights left. Dude, the float is fucking me up. Jesus. It doesn't kill me, does it? It does. Got wrong resist on. Thought I had void on. Yeah. Killing shit. Trying to get my surges back. All that good stuff. Okay. I thought I had the right resist mods on. Sorry. Teaching strat chat. This is probably going to be impossible for someone that does not know what they're doing, because Bungie decides to put attrition on the week that everyone's supposed to farm. Again, this is just a perfect example of people are just going to wait until 2 weeks from now to where all 3 dungeons are available, and they'll just see if it's a good modifier and they'll farm. Whoever's in charge of that, like, what are you doing? Like, turn the shit off. I don't mind it. I'll sit here and farm my auto rifle and my shotgun because I want my loot, but people won't. They don't care. Both arcs are on the ground. Get some lights now. I'm coming. Killing my ogre. We just got the lights left. Ready to cruise. Oh, ready to go. What's on the right? Ah. Did you get the buff, EC? Like
There's no visible buff on my screen.
Yeah. That's so weird. How many more do you need? Two? There's a guy on me, but might get fucking smoked. Oh my god, I'm a burger. Yep, I deserve that. God, I haven't used Anarchy in a long time. I think you gotta sit here on the back of the steps. Really sloppy on my end, but I'm trying to think about what like what weapon to run there. I mean, I feel like I run out of ammo so much on a sniper. I feel like you just yeah, it's gonna be a little weird. I think that guy was baiting the shot. Yeah, loves the warlock lovers. So. Here's the problem though, now we're back to ammo poverty. Well, we can't really slam anything right now, we gotta get our ammo. Huh? I didn't slam. I literally picked up motes and got rid of them. I was farming ammo. I didn't slam. I literally had full.
I just saw you had motes and then fired them.
No. I just got rid of them. I was ammo farming. I mean, I didn't want to dunk because I didn't want to spawn any ogres. If you want chunky damage, I feel like triple Thundy. Triple Thundy.
Oh, for sure.
Triple.
I'm willing to spot to my
that's bolt charge.
Bolt charge, we stay alive. Let's do it. I'm down. That's fuck.
Oh no, you don't have to switch. I was just mentioning the chat. If yeah, I mean.
Oh, does the quest complete though?
No. No, if you want to do your quest, you're gonna have to stay on it. But I'm saying like triple bolt charge Titans will. I mean, dude, I did 5 mil there, and I did like bad, like because I was just more prioritizing staying alive, you know.
Fuck this quest. We can do the quest next week, and I can knock them both out. I'm switching to a Titan.
I think you do. I had Font of Wisdom on. I mean, VC got his tether there right at the end. It's gonna be close. Oh, wait a minute. Where's that juicer at? Isn't there a tonic that gives you int? one is that one? Maybe I didn't craft it. I don't think I crafted it. That could be a thing. Very good. I do have it. Oh, I was reading the wrong perk. Yeah, right here. Let's pop this thing. Yeah, I think fusions. Is it easy to get the dunk, Reese? Yes, no, maybe, kind of.
I don't know. It's dunking. You get the motes, you dunk.
Right, but like, you just gotta pick up the 5 and dunk it.
Yep.
Okay. So again, that's just coordination. Like, you just gotta have people pick it up and dunk. And there's 3 dunks total. Got it.
There's 2.
2?
I didn't see her.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna do old strat. Old strat is always stay in front of the boss. So I'm just gonna tag him. I'm gonna tag him with Anarchy. I'm gonna Thunder Crash, and I'm gonna go in front of him. So when the knights spawn, I kill them and leave the motes on the ground. If I stay in front of the boss, I can keep control of the ads and dump damage more. If you're looking at him and you're chasing the boss, you got a chance to get smoked. The only problem is you got to watch out for the hobgoblins and attrition to kill me. So that's a pain in the dickhead right there. But I think three arc titans, 1 phase. If they get 2 thunder crashes apiece and you just get your anarchy tags up, should be.
Knockout Storm's Keep. Okay. I think I'm good.
Oh yeah, I have that on.
Gucci.
What's the purpose of the modes during the phase? We think it's to slow the boss down and get more damage. I don't know if it's a damage boost or anything. Dark modes on the right. I'll get light. Oh my god, that might be dead. Hold on. Oh, I needed light, but it's okay. You need those? If I need light. Dunk of mine. Let me get the ogre. I think rockets, you just run out of ammo. You gotta either commit for the 1 phase or you just don't. Have to get a dart. Two knights up, we just kill them both and we're out of here. Be able to dunk. Yep, kind of just run around. Man. There's no way that almost killed me. What the fuck? I'm literally 1 shot. This is dog shit. Boats on the ground. Knight's 1 shot. Oh, he caught me. Oh, it's on the ground. No, man. I fucking looked at him, dude. I looked at him as soon as he looked at you. That's awesome. I got 2 thundies off, but the one might have missed.
I'd like to wait to go down until I get my barricade back.
Ooh. Not bad. Definitely staying in front of them helps. Helping out your teammates with the knights, putting the moats on the ground, assigning one person to dunk. It's just you don't have enough fucking ammo, dude. Yeah, Jay, we're gonna talk about that after this run.
Paper barricade.
Yeah, dude.
Exclamation point subclass. It's definitely not time to put on reserves. It's time to get screwed over by the RNG gods of ammo. I have all my ammo mods on. I'm just literally gonna sit here and I'm sitting right here. I'm not moving. We're just gonna chain barricades. Why we need ammo. This is why we need ammo meters, chat. Stupid. Anarchy's pretty free though. I'll give chat that. I will give you that, Chad. Whoever suggested Anarchy. Definitely the play. I'm telling you, I think you can one phase with 3 Titans, but it's like an end all be all. You're just going for it or you're gonna die. Dude, where's the bricks, man? This is ridiculous. Yeah, Queen Breaker, we did do a lot of damage, but it was scuffed. And we didn't get the dunks.
We didn't do nearly as much on Queen Breaker.
Oh, did I rate the difficulty? This one isn't difficult, it's just attrition. So Bungie putting attrition on is just dog shit. It shouldn't be on attrition this week. And the thing is, hold on. Yeah, this shouldn't be there. The ammo drops in this are now like worse. It's like the worst thing ever. This is worse than Spire, dude. Oh, I have literally no ammo. swear there was ways to like just unlock this boss. Oh, next week there'll be a different modifier. That there shouldn't be anything. Like there should not be like any attrition or any negative modifier on these dungeons. Yeah, contest dungeon, new mechanics. Like, I haven't got a single brick, dude. I got a single brick. Nope. I'm not even gonna bolt charge stuff anymore. Did. Got 2 augers. Oh. Made a brick. Only got 2. I'm gonna pop a barricade here. I don't think I have on lead from gold. This is just
how many rounds in our field?
23. You don't use particle when you have on anarchy. That's one phase of damage we just did there. Definitely could have done better. Well, 100% I could have done better. Oh, yeah, I could have done better for sure. Yeah, I'm getting 2. Big. I mean, dude, no matter what loadout you run here, start hitting finishers. No matter what you run here, you're gonna run into an ammo issue. No matter, it doesn't matter what you run here. Yep. Oh, that was on me. That was on me. I shouldn't have died there. I was just trying to get him low for a finisher, and then I underestimated him. I didn't think. I mean, dude, like, how can we counter-react this part? If you I mean, if you put the warlock on Denhead to make ammo, he doesn't get it, and then you gotta wait for his super. Because you could do that, you could sacrifice it, but then again, why the fuck would you want a warlock? I feel like you don't need a warlock in this encounter unless you're going for the one phase to unlock or some shit. If there is a one phase strat with the warlock, you know. You can. No, there's a way that the speedrunners do it in the beginning. They do a certain strat that just nuke them in the beginning. You have to stand in like a certain spot and shit. I mean, we just hit finishers, and I mean, we know what we got to do now. You know, I'm just making sure that my resists are good. I mean, I'll get 2 supers.
Yeah, I mean, if we have the farm ammo, we just stay super safe.
Yeah, pretty much. Just gotta stay like super safe. I feel like the sniper. I'll keep the sniper on. I don't feel like I'm gonna change anything. If you use Aeons and not swap, kills you. Good. I'm just trying to find an easy strat to make a video on, chat, that like anybody could do the damage phase, no matter what you have. Unfortunately, people aren't gonna like the anarchy strat because a lot of people don't have it, which I don't know how, but lost spoils. Alright, so we need light now. Light only. Oh yeah, I thought BC just dunked a dark. He didn't dunk a dark. We killed 2.
No, you didn't. I'm trying to kill the
Oh wait. I literally was standing next to Cable. I killed both knights. They were both dark. If
They're not both dark.
If one of it
just picked up light modes, and that was from that night that you just killed.
Oh, VC's dumb right now, and he's trying to sound uppity. I'm talking about the first 2 nights. I killed the 3rd night.
The 2nd night was light modes.
That wasn't on me then. I stood there and I killed him. This guy right here. This was the 3rd night. I killed this night dark, that night dark. Both those were dark. Well, then the game cucked us because I was over here grabbing his cock and grabbing Cable's nutsack.
It's Cable's fault.
I'm literally standing here. That shouldn't be light. I'm standing right here, kill both knights. Blame the game. Yeah, because I know what I shot.
I know what I saw.
Alright, so the game hates us both. I get it, but don't tell me I did something wrong, because I know I didn't. I'm double checking this shit. I don't want us to get caught. That's just dark. See any dark? I just made some. Both are down on the right. Both are down on the left. Both are down. Look at the snipers in the back. Down. Yeah, I mean, those snipers got to get taken out first. I was just moving. It's just like OG strat, man. You gotta stay in front of them. Everybody's got to be in front of the boss. So when the ads spawn, you're already on top of them, and then they'll lift the final night. The 2 hobgoblins got to get sniped so they don't shit on you, and it wouldn't be a big
too low and
it wouldn't be a big problem, but the attrition really hurts you there. So you just gotta lock it in there. I mean, I'll literally just I'll make sure that the boats are on the ground and all the ads are pretty much taken care of. I'll definitely snipe the last 2 hobgoblins. They might change colors. Lights. Holy fucking heck. I literally, for some reason I took so much damage standing next to you in the fight. I literally can't stay alive right there. The boss shoots you 3 times, you lose all your health. That's fucking dog shit. I'm just gonna like go up on the enemy's asshole now. You can stay in that corner if you want though. I mean, for some reason he was just lighting me up.
Yeah, he was doing that to me before too. I've been putting my barricade in front of that.
I'm just gonna go on an opposite side. Let me stand here. Did they switch it up? Yeah, the game loves. Do we need a dark?
Yes.
I don't know if the VC pick up dark or light. Go. I had to kill him or I was gonna die. I picked up light. I gotta get light right here. Yeah, I'm gonna help VC with the knight. We need this one right here, right? Dark. He needs dark. Oh. He might need it.
There's more dark on the left side there.
He's got it. Hey, complicated than it needs to be. That's true. You gotta do the bounce strat. Yeah, you have to do it on catapult. Oh, boats are on the ground. Boats are on the ground. Hobgoblins are dead. It's just the night. Boss teleported. It's free there when we're like juicing it. I was playing like conservative there.
Okay.
I was just jumping over his clouds. I was like, PC's gonna get a super.
I can't change my jump. If I change my jump, will it fucking do not swap?
No. Shouldn't, as long as your loadouts, you're gonna have to save your jump to both loadouts.
I'm not loadout swapping. I don't trust myself to stay alive.
Okay, then just, yeah, you're good. Hey, look, as soon as you hit him, you gotta like bounce off of him.
Yeah, I was just falling straight down, like it gave me no way to bounce off.
Hey, ammo poverty. Yeah, I'm not fucking with finishers.
So we just, yeah, if we get a slay out in fucking 20 minutes.
I did just get 2 from a special brick. I wish I could just... I wish I could like explain the dunk system. Like I wish there was like an indication telling us what it does. To my knowledge, I don't think we're doing more damage. I think it just slows him down. That's all I think it does. I don't see no damage buff or anything, so. Damn, I thought Spire was bad, but this is...
Yeah, they neutered my boy.
This is worse. The ammo.
I got a big brick over here. Got +2.
Where did you get it?
Just on the ground where I saw where that knife is.
I've got 20.
20?
I've got these guys left this fuck.
Can I have some of that cheat code? What the fuck? Nothing.
Oh, another brick.
What?
Brick 17.
Are you guys just on a generational run or what?
Yeah. Oh, another brick just dropped for me.
Where's the scouts?
Big bricks.
Yeah, they're big bricks. Like game bricks, yeah. I don't have a scout on anyway.
What the fuck? But
Fuck, dude.
I have everything on, dude. Enhancers.
I'm not a team player, bro.
Not swap Raz. Can't put on Aeons. Lose your super. There's only 3 yellow bars in this room. The 3 ogres. Do I not know ball? Friend. What the fuck did I do?
Just rage baiting.
No. Fuck. Pride.
Oh, just see.
I'm not taking the bait no more. I've noticed recently over the last like 2 weeks, they just love pointing the finger at me and fucking with me. I'm just ignoring from now on.
The first time you take the bait?
Yeah, it's all over.
Relentless after that, yeah. That's
Yeah,
it's
just
whenever they bait.
DC does it to me too. I'm not.
You just ignore it completely. Just
Yeah, I'm not taking it no more.
When do I do it?
You just tried baiting me on that night. I literally.
Huh?
You just tried baiting me on that night. I literally killed him in dark with cable standing next to him. Seen you pick it up, but I did not know that it pooped out lights. So I just thought the job was done. And then I go pick up the lights, and he's like,
Go get the clip, because this guy is mad fucking
No. I'm just saying. I stood next to cable. I didn't.
I just straight up told you the truth. You were trying to call me a liar and a dumbass, and I said, nah, I'm not a liar or a dumbass. You know?
He's baiting.
It's not bait. I'm defending myself. Get shit on.
I don't believe it.
Chat when we're all in.
I got 17 shots. I got 17. Let's just go. Fuck this last ammo brick. This thing's insane. What dunk we got left? Light, okay. Protect the president.
I even have a couple to waste here.
We need these emotes. Didn't get the night yet. Is that a Bane over there? Boats are on the ground. Literally have no fucking health. Took out the snipers. Helping you with that guy. Don't get cooked, Clyde. It's okay.
My bad.
Don't get teleported here. Oh, you got a thunder crash? That was smart. That was smart. Not the funnest, chat. Not the.
I didn't want to be the reason for the fucking wipe.
Yeah, I almost died, and I was like, dude, don't be the death. Don't be the death. I'm like.
That's why I waited to hold it. I was like, I didn't trust myself, bro.
It's just artificial difficulty dog shit, bro.
That's terrible.
We were so power crept that they were like, what can we bake into this thing to make it absolutely just buns?
Yeah, they kind of killed it.
Yeah. So tough.
Got a shitload of drops, but.
Hell yeah, we all got zero shit too. Zero damage. It's big.
Oh, I win.
I win.
Oh, I don't have Ranger Masterwork on this, but this is the role that I was going for.
Oh yeah, I need to go look through all my prosecutors too. Did you attune it? I attuned prosecutor.
I attuned the shotgun.
Gotcha. Alright, let's go get our schlit.
Shotgun's ass. I don't like that. I like hate how you have to play so scared, you know?
Yep. Yeah. You're already 25 under and he can't naturally heal. Like, who thought of that idea?
I don't think I rushed this one. I don't think I rush a video out on this. I think more testing needs to be done. I mean, the first boss is free. That's just fucking sword the shit out of him. That guy, though?
Without attrition, this would still be pretty free.
Without attrition, it's free. Yeah. I don't understand. I don't understand the purpose, you know? I'm telling you, they 180'd it this week. They put attrition on it this week, so next week's just gonna be like free. It's gonna be like easy shit, you know?
See, that's that shit I'm talking about with Ren in your chat. VOD watcher skip ahead 10 minutes. He's trying to bait right there, dude. It's fucked up. These motherfuckers are getting a little bit too brave.
A little bit.
Your battles paint a portrait.
Little bit.
I didn't have the quest, but next week we do it. Oh wait, maybe we get it.
Then you get to select. Pretty much just get to select the other exotic you didn't have. So, yeah. So if people chose the bow last week, they could choose navigator this week. Can we get the shader yet?
It's probably time gated.
Yep.
Everything dies, Guardian.
I am at
Everything.
the tippy tour.
Swords go through his shield. Yeah, we one phase him, no problem with swords. It was kind of free. I would say the first encounter.
It actually doesn't give it to me because I did switch.
Show us the shotgun. What shotgun? Is this good or something? Why is it good?
So I tuned Prospector, and every drop I got in that dungeon, Prospector. No other drops. That's actually pretty cool.
Can we go on the thingy thing?
Yeah, we were waiting for you. In case it's content.
Oh, damn. What the? Why can't we go in there?
I'm gonna copy these.
Alright, like, what's... Interesting.
Guardian down.
Time gated, B.
What's left with the seal? This is done. This has one more. Excuse me? Did you guys see that your collectibles reset?
Yep.
What the?
Yep.
Hmm.
This game, man, is incredible, bro.
Dude, this game is not real sometimes, bro. Let's go grab some stuff out of the postmaster. Is that what they tweet? Did they tweet it? Yep.
I'm gonna read the Tyson Green article.
Yeah? Should we read it?
This guy finally spoke. I gotta see what he said.
Yeah.
What perks are you hunting on the prosecutor?
The PvP. I don't even know if there's a point to get it. It doesn't have a new perk, does it?
What they are.
Crossing over. Does my other have it?
Crossing over,
Yes.
yeah. But you can put depth mods. I guess that's the only difference.
So I mean,
Nothing crazy.
you could put an adept mod on it. So for PvP, I like target lock.
Keep away.
Target lock with Zen.
Oh, okay.
And then the PvE one. I don't know what you'd put on the PvE one.
And then what are you hunting for on the sudden death?
French 1-2 punch.
Gotcha. Okay.
And you need assault mag for it to shoot quicker. It's very important.
Check, check, check.
Got an envious stage roll. Trash.
Thank you, thank you.
I'm kind of triggered because that's not fun this week.
That's the thing, like, when I walked out of the first runs on the previous weeks, I was like, well, those mechanic changes are kind of cool.
Well, no, we were like wiping a lot, like testing some stuff, but when we actually were like trying, like, I don't know, it didn't feel, it doesn't feel fun, you know?
No.
Like
there's
No, not at all.
it doesn't feel fun, you know? And that's kind of like what I'm worried about, because like now, again, it's what I always say, people just go straight for the checkpoints. Now people are going to be like, fuck this, I'm not going to do a full run this week. They're just going to farm for the first boss, because the first boss is just going to drop.
Ooh,
No.
I'm gonna go back and check my warlock quest. I wonder if that second encounter is required for completion for the quest line.
It's cube room, first boss and last boss. It's not, the other ones are like, so
they just give
when
you
you
loot for the free because it was annoying.
it's like the boss that people were farming in Ghosts. You get a weapon to drop, it only has 2 perks and you only get 10 manifolds. You know?
Yeah. Interesting.
I'm gonna spam 10,000 right now.
Yeah, but it just says heaven and hell, hexahedron, and singularity.
Dumb fuck.
Go to school.
Get a degree, bum.
All right, Chad, here we go. We are gonna spend 10,000. Oh my God! What is this RNG? Tell you what it is. Dog shit. Run it back.
Rice just called BC a dad.
4. What the fuck? Holy smokes, we're getting some good juice.
Is that all the non-arrays are used for?
So none of these can drop with 2 perks or 4 perks, huh?
You can get shinies.
I could get shinies? I'm excited.
Not just.
Well, you're able to get shinies. Whether or not you get shinies.
Whole store.
Yeah.
What do we think? I think the second encounter is the farming encounter, you know what I mean?
The cube? Yeah.
I'm gonna go for my walk and do some errands. I appreciate the run, boys. It was enjoyable to hang with y'all, but not so much enjoyable activity. It was a vibe with y'all for sure. you have a good day, man. Later.
Later, bro.
Yeah, I honestly think you farmed the QB room, you're right. Oh, what the fuck? Where'd YouTube chat go? So these only drop with 2 perks, man. That sucks.
GG.
You got it?
Yep.
Salt mag?
Huh?
Salt mag?
Back.
I'll be getting into the salt mag one.
We don't care about salt mag.
It shoots faster.
Doesn't matter when you're only shooting it once.
Shooting it 3 times. For trench, right? Like why wouldn't you just keep it going? I guess, yeah, it's situational. With everything going on, Lukey, I don't think we're gonna be able to play this week. I got VC Cable and a couple people coming into town this weekend. We're gonna chill. We'll play next week during the week. I can't play next weekend. I'm taking my mom to a concert, so after that I'm good. But unfortunately, I had some plans pop up, so. Can't do weekends. I didn't get a single shiny from that. Well, that's pretty ass. Oh, where's that article at? Witty Wheats, just type !! guide. This is the article for Douche Dick.
Yeah.
Fuck, man. I like really want to farm. Like I actually want to farm that, but it's not really enjoyable.
It's the attrition. Just it actually annoys me because it's just you literally just gotta like look for an orb on the ground.
Yeah, you literally just that's literally what you have to do the whole dungeon. Just look on the ground.
I think next week's better to farm.
Yeah, I mean, right, just write in the team chat what your available times are next week. Yeah, but that's the thing, we don't know what it's gonna be next week. Well, you're probably right. Like with the double drops, like it's probably gonna be just more.
Won't be attrition.
It won't. Yeah, it won't be attrition. So. I just don't like. I don't understand why do that. There's like no reason for that.
Thank you.
What is that, Miller? What is through the storm emote? What is that? You guys ever heard of that? Through the storm? Look it up. Someone just sent me an emblem code, so I just wanted to know what it was. through.
No, it's from the hurricane relief from last year.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah. Oh, shit. There you go, chap. That is from Miller. So whoever copy paste that, get the emblem. Thanks, bud.
Everyone's ready to serve these days.
All right, well, I guess it's time to make a shitload of clips.
Later.
Yep. GG. How prophecy go? Oh, that's good. We were just testing some stuff out. I was trying to find like easy strats to like make a video, but I think I don't want to rush it. I mean, we smoked the first boss. I can show you the video. It's pretty free. Second boss is just really tricky, man. I don't like it. Like, LFG gets smoked on that for sure. I think this was the run. This was not the run. Wait, what? Did I not record the run we killed? Oh, there it is. Yeah, here it is. Here's the one phase. Let's see what we had up here. Thunder, yellow. Pretty free. So that was first encounter. You just got to move around the boss and hit him with the swords and call it a day. I feel like it was just easy chunk. I tried Winter Bite. It was kind of annoying. I feel like swords are just way more easier. He just falls over. For ease of use, I feel like swords are better. So most people have a relentless whirlwind or a quest crafted. So even though you're not proccing surrounded all the time, you're still just light, you know, you're just light swinging all times. And then most people might have fallen guillotine.
I'm scared to look at the news these days.
But there's a lot of things you can use on that phalanx. It literally just comes down to what your team can run and what people can stay alive. Final boss, that's a whole fucking demon. You know, he's a piece of shit. Only got surrounded right at the end. Yeah.
Yes.
Final boss. Yeah, I don't know. Final boss, you kind of have to like, you got to organize who's picking up motes. Most people aren't going to dunk them. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make I'm not going to make a video because right now I think long form videos about prophecy might get cooked because everybody's making like reaction videos and to the Edge of Fate stuff. So I'm just going to make some shorts really quick. And I'm just going to, Unfortunately, committee, you're going to have to go back and get that first damage phase. I didn't get it on that run we just did. I thought I was recording and I wasn't. But yeah, let's read this article. We gotta make a whole bunch of clips right now. We gotta talk about all this other shit. First damage phase of final. The run we just did, like on our clear run, the first damage phase to show like how much it chunks. I just need that damage phase because I'm gonna make like a short just telling people, hey, you know, use this strat on these bosses, you know. As using Thunderlord on the final boss is tricky. And the reason why is you got to stand still. You got to stand still, which sucks. And standing still gets you killed. But you could fire down the way, kill the knights faster, you know. Rockets would be more of a one-phase strat, like going end-all be-all, just going for the boss and just popping on the boss and shitting on him, you know, so. All right. Yeah, we got a lot to talk about, so we're going to go into a huge yap session. We're going to talk about some of these articles. We got to make clips on all this new shit. It's going to be a long fucking night, so. We'll get back to that stuff. So this is an article about Tyson Green. Can anyone explain why Tyson Green doesn't want to be on like these interviews? This is 2 director explains why reinventing the wheel of Edge of Fate was actually an easier option. Got it. Tyson Green is the guy that runs Bungie now for Destiny 2, and no one knows who he is. He literally took the big boy job, and no one knows who he is because doesn't do stuff. He's literally the game director. Trying to think of the time of decade Destiny 2 launch when the expansion wasn't make or break. Wait a minute. It's hard to think of a time in the decade since Destiny launched when the next expansion wasn't make or break. Yeah, that's true. Because literally every year is make or break. As the first major release since last year's The Final Shape, which did the impossible job of landing the game's sprawling narrative successfully, this year's Edge of Fate expansion has the unavailable job of kickstarting a whole new saga. It also has to reverse historically low player counts and introduce a raft of major systemic changes at the time when morale at Bungie is reportedly bleak in the wake of marathon plagiarism. debacle. A couple weeks ago, I traveled to Bungie's studios in Washington and played the Edge of Fate and speak with some of the most senior developers of the team. You can read our hands-on impressions and check out the new exotic items coming in the expansion, one of which has already had to be nerfed twice. Why? Below, you'll find the entirety of my conversation with Tyson Green, blah, blah, blah. We touch a wide range of topics. Why Green hates having to be the fun police, to the lack of vault space going into a major loot system, shake up Super Metroid as a major influence of the Edge of Fate, and even whether we'll ever get the akimbo weapons. Edge of Fate brings a raft of big systemic and quality of life changes. Do you think there's going to be enough in the world where you're looking to bring people back post final shape, and where player concurrency is lower than you'd like it? We've seen that when we have a release that is compelling mix of campaign and story, but also has free systemic changes, then players take them together as a full product. The best example of this was Witch Queen, which was a great release and came along a set of free subclass updates, Void 3.0, and players embraced those as a cohesive project, even though there was Void 3.0 was free to all players. So I think that making the core game of Destiny stronger is a tide that rises all boats. It makes for a better expansion experience and a better free experience. So I think that there's strength in the model that we're trying to move into now. He answers again, but without any major addition to the existing subclasses or new damage elements, don't you worry about build crafting side of things? One of the biggest changes in Edge of Fate for people who are into build crafting is the armor set bonuses. They are very punchy, almost exotic level build enablers. My favorite one is I was playing recently in the set bonuses that makes your kinetic weapons break shields more easily and then does disruptive explosions when you either break a shield or take down a powerful combatant. I was like, oh my god, I need to figure out which kinetic weapon do I want to use to get into the space. So we're going to be able to make and explore more with the new armor sets and really make them an active part of your build in ways that the armor hasn't been to date, because legendary gear lacked that element of the build craft contribution that also suffered because of the way the stats were used to work. I agree. Since taking over game director in 2024, Green has kept a relatively low profile compared to his predecessors, preferred to communicate with the player base in a form of occasional blog posts. The veteran developer has also worked at Bungie for over 2.5 decades, with credits ranging from Myth 2 throughout all the studios in Halo and present date on Destiny 2. So much for the core foundation is changing with substats on the armor. The build crafting space is expanding in a way that could provide a bunch of different opportunities. And these stats do directly affect abilities as well. We've got to provide more opportunity to make the actual loot chase of armor and weapons feel better. And when it's more fun, the gear tiering system, as with changes like the 3.0 subclasses, we need that in the future. We're going to do updates. It's just that this first go around is a larger change to more of the game. Can you tell me what you might be prioritizing in terms of future changes? The Darkness subclass each have one super ability seems like an obvious gap to fill. And the Darkness subclass is having a smaller selection of game plans is definitely something that's on the team's radar. As far as prioritization goes, a thing that we're looking at in the upcoming release is a lot of streamlining and usability, like getting more of the subclass content into players' hands in a sustainable fashion. But we're never going to be done with the subclasses. We don't plan to stop development on them. We're looking at them as opportunities to arise as the team has the ability to add them. Oh, This is a big fucker. All right, let's just Robbie. Given you're bringing in entirely new types of weapons and armor is why we're not getting any extra vault space. It's okay. Here's the vault space question. This is one where we understand the pressure. It's development problem that we haven't been able to shake with Destiny. That storage space may be cheap on the server, but it's not cheap on the client. And that's unfortunately the problem that we run into. Are they saying to make more vault space is too cost effective for them? Is that what they're saying right here? So we have to figure out a solution for this, and we're working on this one because we know that adding a bunch of armor sets and tiers of weapons into the game is going to create a lot more keepsakes. If that's the case, just charge people for vault space and stop whining about it. If people need the vault space, they can buy it with silver. If they don't need it, then they don't need it. Things that people are available for their build crafting options in the future, so we're definitely aware of this and we're working on solutions. Mention the desire to streamline the experience of playing Destiny 2 with the addition of a portal, but I find the goal slightly incongruous with being able to customize those activities with 100 modifiers. Yeah, old gen consoles, that's the problem. 100 modifiers. We definitely share that concern. If you look at the screenshot of the challenge customization screen right now, you can actually hear your brain melt. Yep. The way you're actually going to experience that on one of the Edge of Fate is that the game's going to bring you in and give you quick play options. A couple of tutorials and training modules that are being added. The portal is such a big change to where we're doing now, right? Today, if you want to get some better loot and hop into expert or pinnacle stuff, we're not going to say that making is really going to be easy to get loot. We're saying to you to pull you in at the same time and effort to get you to the point where you can earn stuff of this stuff. And if you want to be the most efficient earning the best stuff and earning it at the same time, you're going to have to be taking on higher level of challenge constantly. Swung at this a few times before with the Nightfall scoring and it never stuck. Why do you think the version of this one will be better? Well, an interesting thing about the Nightfall challenge card that I actually had a hand in driving that, we just totally underestimated how good our players are. They basically just pulled that thing over and it was barely a speed bump, and then we weren't in a position to update it because it was only affected at the same slice of our content and it wasn't even paid off with good rewards. So they understand that. So this time around, we really swung. Hey, you can go pretty deep and pretty far with this customization if you want. The challenges themselves are actually gameplay challenges. It's not just grabbing the damage dials and turning them up. Okay. Right here is asking about, are we going to have to use our abilities different? Can you actually react and understand in the end game? The gear tiering system actually gives us the depth of pursuit and broad range of activities. On the development side, we very often had this problem of wanting to add a cool challenge, which everyone was excited about, but what the rewards are going to be. If we don't have a good enough reward, we cut the challenge, but then we can say, I want to do really hard solo ops. Cool. There's gear for that. There are rewards that are even worth earning. So pretty much they're just saying, crank up the dial here and be ready for the challenge. I'd assume that the new world tier system would apply across the whole game. I think because I play a lot of Diablo 4, and then when you move up in difficulty, the whole game and the rewards lift with you. Where's the Edge of Fate? Is it much more discreet for the casual player? Isn't going to be confusing. Thing is to make sure that the lines are clear as possible when we talk about this. World tiers applying specifically to the Edge of Fate expansion and the Kepler destination. Want to make sure that from the expansion experience that this is something you could jump into if you're a casual player, a new player returning to the game. We want you to be immediately adjustable in experience. You're going to have to play through the campaign, the core story on Brave or Legendary difficulty out of the gate. Once you complete that, if you want to go deeper into the post game and get the gear pursuit, that's where the higher tiers of difficulty unlock within Kepler itself with the fabled and mythic difficulties. Those are the start to apply more power chase at that point. So this is actually a good power. That's literally how we're going to power level. Brave and Legendary are going to have fixed power so that you can play through the story at your own pace. That's dope. Can you explain how to regularly get tier 4 and tier 5 gear? That's going to be tied directly to where you are on power progression band. When you go back to Kepler, that is going to be a place you could do it too. The portal, those core activities, solo ops, fire team ops, pinnacle ops, those all have a pretty consistent execution of how the challenge works and how you escalate tiers and apply modifiers. Obviously, we'd love it if Crucible could work the same way, but it can't because players won't submit to having Bane modifiers and put them on. That would be funny in PvP. We're trying to do an expansion to have their own experience, their own formula, and what works for the formula with the Metroidvania inspired release like Edge of Fate might not work well for a different formula. So we're going to try and systematically bind the expansions. We're trying to let the expansions pursue a formula that internally makes sense to them and hopefully intuitive. Making a lot of work for yourselves if you plan to reconstitute the game on expansion by expansion basis. Very interesting way. It actually reduces the work because if there's one thing that is harder than trying to make a cog work, it's trying to make two cogs work together. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Where's the juicy stuff? We were playing some of the most powerful aspects have had number of fragments they granted reduced to 1. Specifically, Consecration, Feed the Void, Stylus Executioner, and Knockout. I get that those have been dominant to the point of feeling like auto-includes, but historically, whenever an aspect only has 1 fragment, it feels like anemic in terms of build crafting. What's my take on this? This is very important. It's always been a push to pull with balance. In PvE, I tend to be pretty liberal about things being overpowered, where I can get on board with the substantial changes to power when players feel like they're being compelled to use a particular option. With fragment slots, unfortunately, it's a very binary thing that where you are either have 1 or you have 2. And that's a huge delta between those alternative. Ideally, you grab the damage numbers and dial them differently, but sometimes we do a big swing in our balancing to asses what the impact is. Does it correct the behavior that we're seeing in the game? And so did it create the new worst behaviors? Sometimes we walk those back. We walk decisions back in the past where we haven't been happy as a result. And this is where this shit pisses me off, chat. This shit pisses me off. You literally took Feed the Void, which is Devour, Stylus Executioner, which makes the Hunter Invis, and Consecration, and Knockout. Okay? 2 from the Titan. So they don't want you running Consecration, Titan with Knockout at all. And I just think that's fucking stupid. It's a shitty change. They better walk this back quick because it literally, they're just trying to force us. Okay, this is my thought process, right? They don't want you using Consecration Titan. They want you using that new fucking dog shit solar fucking exotic for the Titan. That's what they want you to do. Now, don't get me wrong. Bonk Titan could make a return because of no cooldowns and be fun again and control your hammer with Thor. That's cool and all, but like Prismatic Titan is used in certain scenarios where it's fun. And you got to think too, Consecration is on Solar Titan. Knockout is on Arc Titan. You know? So you're going to lose your build because you're running those fragments now, or those aspects, which only unlock one fragment, you know? And it's just, I think that this is a very, very shitty thing to do, to hide behind an article and not tell the community. They should have mentioned that in their Vidoc, but they didn't want to because they don't want to piss anybody off. They didn't even tell us how the ammo meter works. They did not mention how the ammo meter works. We just found out today. But yeah, hearing this, yeah, we're gonna actually make a clip on this right now, so because this is pretty important. A lot of people aren't gonna know. So I'll just highlight this right here. Actually, you can just highlight it in the clip. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a PC Gamer article coming out today. Let me I want to say this without baiting. I don't want to bait people. So hold on. I just got told it's prismatic only. Is that true? I don't know. Let me read ahead real quick before I make it. It just says right here, Titans look away now. It looks like Consecration is going to be getting tamped down on the Edge of Fate, at least on Prismatic. That's it. But they didn't say that. They didn't say that. That didn't come out of his mouth. Green should have said that, you know? Is this what they're going by? Is this where they're getting their stuff from? Because this isn't enough. It has to be said by Bungie. Think other YouTubers have said it? All right. Well, okay. Let's keep it going then. Yeah, they need to. They need to. But still, like, my opinion on this, yeah, we won't make a clip on it, but like, my opinion on this is just, I just think it's stupid, you know? Bungie always does that. They go and they check their numbers. They do it with weapons all the time. Over the years I've streamed this game, they find the numbers of the weapons that no one use and they buff it. So what do? They go after the top builds in Destiny and they nerf them. It's stupid, you know. I don't agree with that, because as soon as you lose a fragment that's important to your build, you're just like, fuck it, I don't want to do it, you know. I know they want to change the metas, but that's their own problem. They created the meta, Def Kid. Stop sucking their cock, buddy. You just nerf it down. You don't kill it. You tune it down. Tune the ability regen down. Can't suck their cock. Remember, everyone's going to glaze Bungie over the next 2 months. They're going to glaze them and everything. And guess what? When it comes out, people are going to bitch that they can't get the good loot because they got to go play the hard content. Mark my words, clip it, ship it. I've been around the block a long time. I know how this works. Everything that I saw today on Bungie's release with people's videos is hard work. You actually have to grind in Destiny 2 again. People will complain about that. People hate grinding for endgame loot. Let's hope that they actually give us a reason now to play the harder content, to want to grind for the tier 5 armor and get good armor sets and get good weapons. That's what we're hoping for. But yeah, we'll get more information on this. I don't want to say the wrong thing. I mean, sometimes it's better to just get the clip out and be wrong, because you could just, you know, get views. But I feel like this isn't enough. Again, it'd be different if I played the shit. I could be like, well, hey, I played it. But to me, the way this reads, this is the fragment period. This is the aspect period. So it seems like even on the light subclasses it's changed. But then that wouldn't make sense, because then you're killing some of the light subclass builds. You know, so. But yeah, you know what? Let's just make it anyway. Workable manatee. I mean, yeah, it's like that, but I mean, a lot of people just bitch because they don't have, you know, like there's some stuff to have crash outs on. Like if you're gonna have a crash out on stuff, it's like Bungie wants you to play Prophecy this week, but it's attrition. That's a reasonable crash out. And some people, you know, when I tweeted last week and I said, hey, the scorched earth on the dungeon shouldn't be there, people were like, oh, skill issue, get good. It's like, dog. Being good at Destiny 2 doesn't make you a god. Like it doesn't. Trust me, people have tried. People think you get a world's first or you get a world record, you're just going to become a millionaire. Now that's, unfortunately, it's not how it works that way. But the people that play this game, they think that. They're like, I'm going to get some clout. I'm going to do something cool, and I'm going to put it in my Twitter bio, and I'm going to become a YouTuber and a streamer, and I'm going to get paid. That's not how it works. When you're grinding for stuff in Destiny, it should be fun. It shouldn't be annoying. It can be challenging. Like, you could be like, oh shit, that boss one-shots. That's cool. But when you start putting negative modifiers on, like you don't heal, enemies throw shit at you more, enemies suppress you, fake ammo bricks on the ground, you're starting to go into that bullshit, you know? Yeah, people treat it like it's a pro league. Sorry. All right, so we're going to talk about this right now. We're going to make a clip on it. Fuck it. So I'm going to remark it just because I just want to get it up, committee. So marker aspects. Ladies and gentlemen, word on the street is that all the meta builds are getting nerfed. Yeah, that's right. In this article right here from PC Gamer, they interviewed I forgot his first name. Tyson. They interviewed Tyson Green, the new game director at Bungie. And what we're seeing here is word on the street is you're only going to get 1 fragment slot for Consecration, Feed the Void, Stylus Executioner, and Knockout. So pretty much they're going after the Titan build, they're going after Devour, and they're going after the Invis for the Hunter. Word on the street is that it might only be for Prismatic, but even if so, I think it's just a way that Bungie's just trying to force us to use different builds, which is totally fine, but a lot of people just like their meta builds. Why not just tune down the damage of it, nerf Consecration damage again, go after the actual damage, and maybe a cooldown on the healing of Knockout, but still keep your fragments and still keep your build. You know, Devour and Stylus Executioner, they're just doing that to force you to try and do different stuff on the Hunter and Warlock as well. Me personally, I know everything I just said in this clip means nothing, but I want to know how other players feel. Like, what do you think the outcome of this could be? Do you think that Bungie's right for doing this? Are they forcing a new meta, or should they just learn how to optimize the game better so that it's more equally play styled and not just force the new stuff on us? I was trying to be PR there at the end. It didn't work well. There you go. I do want to point out, chat, we're not going to put this in the clip. They didn't do that until the new DLC launched. You want to know why? Because they didn't touch Prismatic because they wanted people to buy Final Shape. They wanted you to have the busted shit. And as soon as new shit comes out, like Edge of Fate, they don't give a fuck no more. It's perfect marketing. Bungie's smart as shit with that. And I do give them props, because if I was the guy too, I would have the same motive. I'd be like, hey, we got to get them to enjoy the busted shit. And then when the new shit comes out, we nerf the old stuff. That's marketing 101. But me personally, I don't think Bungie's in a situation to do that. They're not in the cocky seat. I'm telling you, chat, if we put a hidden camera at Bungie and they're in a board of directors meeting, they are laughing. They think that they're on top of the world. They're cocky. They think that they're the shit. They think they have no competition. I'm telling you that. And I don't understand why, because they're not. They're not at the top. They're not at the top. They fuck up a lot. You know? And they just don't want to admit it. You know? That's all it is. You want to know why they're not at the top? Because they fold. They fold because they tried pulling that bullshit with Right of the Nine. Hey guys, do Spire the Watcher for 3 weeks. Yeah, that didn't go so well. They had to fold back and change it to every 2. Right of the Nine is complete fucking utter dog shit. Have I been having fun doing it? Sure. But like, it's not fun to replay. I don't mind helping people through it, but it's not fun to replay. It's dog shit. You know? Anybody that says they're loving the Right of the Nine dungeon and it's the best thing they ever did, it's just because they haven't played the experience enough. They haven't grinded enough, you know? Yeah, and yet we buy all the bullshit, Savage. We're going to keep buying it. Of course. We're going to. They're going to put a hit on me. That's okay. Talking about Bungie? Yeah, they already don't fucking like me, you know? No, actually, they always tell me that they love me, but their actions don't show. No matter what, we're always going to go back and play. No matter what, I love this game, and it always changes my life, and it's changed my career over the years. I love it, but sometimes I just feel like recently we need to speak up and we need to be heard. If the game is dog shit and there's something that people don't like, people need to stop glazing. That's the biggest problem that I'm seeing right now. You can't sit here and just keep glazing the game and it just be in the wrong side, you know? If you don't like something, you need to tell Bungie you don't like it. They tried time gating the bullshit. Everybody spoke up, yelled like a motherfucker. What did Bungie do? They backpedaled and they gave us every 2 weeks. That stuff like that, when it's a valuable crash out, you need to speak up on it. So if you see threads and you see Dylan tweeting and he's like, hey guys, give us your feedback on this new event. Dylan and Bungie doesn't care. If you lay into him on a Twitter post and you're just like, I don't like this activity because it's ass, this is why, they don't care. Like, they don't give a shit. Sticks and stones. But sometimes you got to speak up. You know, and then there's always going to be the glazers that are going to be like, oh, it's fine. You know, me and my team run 6-stack and we do the dungeon, no problem, skill issues, solo flawless. You know, the community sucks. There's always going to be people that say that. Anytime you mention difficulty, the people will be like, oh, it's skill issue. It's like, bro, it's crazy, man. Like the shit that I've read over the 9 years is just crazy. And we're in a whole different ego setting right now with these new bloods that play Destiny. You know, they're all D2 fucking burgers. They never played D1. You know, you ask them a D1 question, they don't know. They just started playing Destiny 2 and they think they're like cool or something. It's like, okay. And I bet you they're Warlock mains, chat. Just saying. The Warlock mains are always the cocky ones. Anyways, I'm done baiting you guys. Let's move on. Sorry. To be unfair, I can clearly hear people complain about Bungie being the fun police. I guess consecration has been broken for a long time, and tweaking the numbers hasn't changed that. Also, this is bullshit. They didn't tweak the numbers. They didn't tweak the consecration ignition. They tweaked the damage itself. Bungie fucked up there. Remember, they cooked. If they would have realized the first week when they actually were supposed to tune down consecration and realized that they didn't hit the ignition damage and people were still one-shotting everything, they could have done it then. Why didn't they? That's the biggest question. Why not do it again? Why not fix it? They wanted you to run it. They wanted you to just have fun, and then now it's like, okay. I mean, it's just like Invis. I've always said that Invis is a big problem on the Hunter. The fact the Hunter right now can do Sarachne, Frost Armor, Woven Mail. Trust me, that build's going to get so fucking crazy too with all the artifact perks, which is insane. They wanted you to get punished for running Stylus Executioner, which makes no sense. Same thing with Devour. They knew Devour was strong with the uppercut build. Guess what? They think the Warlock's a little too strong with that uppercut build, so they want to take a fragment away from you. A little tough, you know. Warlock gets 3 melee charges too, and Warlock doesn't nuke like the Consecration Titan, but dude, the uppercut Warlock build is absolutely fucking busted. People sleep on that build. They act like it's not as strong as a Consecration. It's I would say Consecration's at a 10, and uppercut Warlock build is at an 8. You know. We're also changing how stats work in general to be focusing on the subclass ability atoms work, but the health and resilience behaviors work too. That's why these systematic changes are so important. On the fun police thing, I deeply sympathize and understand, because the mission statement for Destiny is it for to be a joyous expression of power, Look, it's fun to be powerful, but it's also not fun to be the Warlock who has to run every single time in the high-end But it's also not fun to be the Warlock who has to run well every single time in high-end content because it's too good. Chop, chop, motherfucker. No, hell no. Well's been broken since launch. You guys nerfed it. Nah, dude, that's a weak statement there. They nerfed Well like 5 times and it's still strong. That's Bungie's fault. Bungie's fault's it's their fault that the Well is so strong. And yes, if you only have one Warlock in the team, chop chop, pop the Well. You know? That doesn't make sense. I'm a Warlock main, born to Nova, forced to Well. Yeah, they literally designed encounters based around Well of Radiance in their game, okay? They did. Why do you think Witness was created? Root of Nightmares, all these other raids since wells come out, like this goes back to Lunafaction well, auto reload busted shit. Every single raid encounter has been designed to stand in a well and shoot the boss. And then they just hit you on witness like, hey, have fun. You know? Crota. You literally could not do Crota without a well. They did that. That's their fault. So that doesn't make sense. And this is the stuff I'm talking about, though. When statements are said like this is where you fire back with a question like, well, how come all your content is designed around having a well? They would not be able to answer that, you know? The thing is that we try and do is move those things around. Thanks for the gift, by the way. I want players to feel powerful. I don't want them to feel that they have to do specific things all the time to feel powerful. I'd rather move those things around, even if sometimes they're like, but I really like the thing. That's for the Matter Spark Arc Kit. We know about this. Pretty much Matter Spark, it's going to be stronger once you upgrade it. Once you get it all juiced up, it'll be really good. You just have to juice it up on Kepler and get the upgrades. Tier rarity above exotic, a bit like Diablo 4 is mythic uniques. Temptation exists. You see it manifested in the form of things like holofoil weapons. We're wary of people feeling like exotics are the new legendaries. I mean, dude, exotics are just not rare in Destiny 2 at all. Remember when the season of Forge was announced and it was going to have these mysterious Black Armory weapons? I was excited. Maybe for a higher tier, you'd have to give your exotic weapon an armor slot to equip just one black weapon. What the fuck did he just say? No. Unsatisfied answer, but I think it's true. Is choosing to do that means there's a lot of other things we're not going to do also could make the game feel awesome. People would lose their shit through, though. It's 10 years of having exotics. Yeah, super exotics. Someday there might be room for that, but how do you do that without exotics just feeling like the new legendaries? I don't want a gold to feel like a new purple. That's important to me. True. Thank you, Relic. Appreciate 39. There's good feedback for rewards team. I thought we'd be brought those back. I did too. I'll investigate. Bring those 100 cloaks back next time the game is having a bad day on Reddit, and I promise people will lose their minds. Not so much the Warlock and Bonds and Titan marks. They're talking about the Dead Orbit cloak from D1. I gently poke fun at Warlocks on a regular basis about the bond of disappointment. If you knew back-end story behind that, oh my goodness. Sadly, where we ran out of time, but as a Warlock man, I promise to investigate further. Some questions and answers have been edited length and clarity. So yeah, so this, everything, if you guys are just tuning in, I just read everything that Tyson Green pretty much answered about the game. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. Because, again, when you're coming here, right? When you're coming here, okay? Consecration, you have 3. Knockout, you have 2. So literally, if you run this combo, you're only going to have 2 of these. You're losing 3 fragments. 3. So you have to choose what you need, you know? Protection is 1. Protection is 1, 100%. And then you'd have to choose one of these 4.
Production is down 33%.
That's insane.
production is down 33%.
That's cap, Bergen. That's you're jumping way too early on that.
I need a rest.
It won't affect the build too much, especially when we can build into melee. You're losing most of your utility. You're not losing damage. Damage isn't changing, so the damage is fine. It's the utility you have down here of getting your frost arm or your bolt charge or restoration. Well, you don't need, if you're running arc, you would take this off and you would run dawn. So you're losing, let's just say you're on arc titan. So radiant, protection, infinite loop, damage, you know. So you're gonna have to come here and do something about it. You're gonna have to run Diamond Lance, or you're gonna have to run Drengar's Lash. That's all it is. You could be stubborn and you could run these two. You can run these two and still be stubborn and make way around it, but why not just do that? Why not just put that on, you know? But the biggest part of the build is this, because you get your amplified, you get your healing, you know? So now, you know, maybe Diamond Lance is the play. I've actually done this build before. I've ran these two. So again, you're just going to 4. So you're going to lose one of these. They're just doing it. You know. And also, don't you get a lot of damage from this? What's the damage on knockout? Is it 40? I gotta put on some music. Why is it so quiet?
It was a hot class chassis, but modded so much you'd never recognize it.
Orbs make armor and solar ignition, stasis shatter fragments should surface on that build. Remove protection. Yeah, I agree. But yeah, so let's. Again, we don't know if it's light subclasses or just prismatic. It would make sense to only be prismatic, but we don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Dubs. But actually, no. You guys are making a good point here. Hold on. Let me my game. I'm surprised my game hasn't crashed yet. I should probably reset my game. It's 5 hours in. Fuck. How are we looking on a list, committee? I did not think today was going to be super duper crazy. Check DMs. Oh boy. Jesus Christ. %50 from knockouts damage, increase your charge melee on prismatic. So you'll lose that and get 30% because of the thing. Anyways, look. Okay. Oh my god, I can purchase something. Congratulations. So they want you to drop knockout and run something else. Only so that you play into the 200 stat for your melee. So you're changing to play the new content and you're going for the new chase. Do you see what they're doing there? They're forcing you to use the 200 stat on the melee to make it back up. That's how I see it. So now, let's go look at the Warlock real quick. Feed the Void. You're going to lose one here. So this is the uppercut build that I used. So you're only losing one. They just want you to lose one fragment down here on the Warlock. But again, you can, you know. I don't need sacrifice. Sacrifice just pretty much gives me more transcendent dark energy. But my nade gives me that anyway, because I nade and then I uppercut. But I'm not going to get rid of courage. I'm not going to get rid of dawn. I'm not going to get rid of purpose. And I'm not going to get rid of protection. So again, the Warlock really doesn't get fucked. Because instead of, you're only losing one fragment. Let's go check out the Hunter. The most broken Hunter build in the Destiny 2 game right now is this. Most Light Seracne. Pop it on Silence and Squall. You're getting Frost Armor. You're getting Woven Mail. And you're amplified. DR like a motherfucker. You're only losing one. You're losing one fragment on the Hunter and the Warlock, and the Titan gets fucking neutered. Just because people used it. So instead of messing with any of the three builds, they could have just toned everything down a little bit. They could have just put a nerf on it. Not affect people's fragments, you know? So. That's what I don't understand, you know? Am I still going to play Titan? Fuck yeah. Am I still going to run a melee build? Yes. We just got to find ways around it. And it's just the ways around it is get your 200 stat melee damage on Titan, you know? And then you got Bonk coming back, you know? Put on clones? No. Not over a sanction. That's what gives you your... So the Seracne on your class item, we got to remember, this Hunter build is going to be even more busted because of all the artifact mods. It all plays into getting your abilities back quicker. So the Hunter's going to benefit from that a lot, okay? But you're getting Seracne from your grapple, you're getting Frost Armor from your subclass, and you're getting DR from a sanction. Also, day one raids, people might be running Gifted Conviction or just staying on this build and running Tether, which most hunters might do. You can't die. You're a god. Like, with this build, with Seracne up at all times, and your Threaded Spike, and a sanction, you pretty much won't die in a day one raid. But can we afford to have our hunters on Tether and not Nighthawk? We don't really know. Braves, no. Consecration has 3, so it's going down to 1. Knockout has 3, or sorry, 2, it's going down to 1. So you're losing 1, 2, 3. If you run these 2, July 15th, you literally lose 3 of your fragments, while the Warlock and the Hunter lose 1. Yeah, I'm going to start uploading everything. I will. It most likes Seracne, Milo, but it might change. I don't know what you're talking about, Braves. Hunter build that I was using for Garden. Talking about for both bosses? Yeah, I think it was this. I just switched my boots to surge, so screenshot this. 3, 2, 1. Then there's a subclass. Milo, if you just type !guide, the broken hunter shit's in there, so is the Titan and the Warlock. Bolt Charge Titan's going to be... I mean, Bolt Charge is still going to be good. No, I mean, the Thor hammer, Dato said in his video, he said in endgame, okay? Let's just say you're on Solar, right? And you're on the new exotic gauntlets. Dato said in the endgame with the throwing hammer, he said he felt like it was weak. You know, so of course when you're rolling around, like, this is the vision that I got. The vision that I got today from Bungie's leveling system is, if you want to grind power level the first day that the new Edge of Fate is out, you're going to complete the story and then you're going to go straight into the hard shit. And the people that want to keep grinding for harder, high power loot, and higher tiers, you can. Unlimited farming. So the people that no life the game for the first 2 or 3 days, they're going to be way ahead. So when you get to that point of doing that end game shit with 10 modifiers on to piss you off, that's where the build's going to fall off. You know? Plus, remember, to run the new Titan exotic, you need to make sure that you have that new melee stat above 100. So that's what's buffing your damage. The max melee stat is 200 and you get a 30% damage bonus from it. So not only do you need to farm armor for that 200 stat, but you lose Synthoceps. I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be a fun build. It's going to be one of those builds where you just put together for funsies and you cause ignitions. That's it, you know. New light here. Do I need to buy new DLCs to enjoy next season? Right now, if I was a new light player, I would own Final Shape Deluxe Edition, so I could do all the Final Shape stuff right now and unlock Prismatic and unlock the seasonal story stuff to get some of the cool weapons. And then I would buy Edge of Fate. That's it. Don't go back and buy the older DLCs unless you're getting them for pennies on the dollar, which they are pretty cheap right now. They're very discounted, but that's it. Do you think 200 melee and Synthos would be better for the hammer? Yes. From the video that we watched today, there's no cooldown on the bonk hammer no more. This throwing hammer does not have a cooldown. If that's the case, Synthos are back. 100%. 100%. It's bonk, baby. It's coming back. So. Aaron, that's something we have to test down the road. Power Gale build isn't bad. Don't get me wrong with that. Like, I'm just being realistic right now. Like, I'm not trying to rage bait. I don't want to piss people off. You know? Because that could be a thing. I could sit here and, you know, you guys remember, like, we're trying to stay away from the negative energy. That's why I've been trying to, like, watch what I've been saying. I don't want to sit here on stream and tell you guys the game's shit or this changes shit, but some stuff we can talk about right now. We can all agree that I don't think it's fair to nerf Consecration and Knockout and take away 3 fragments. That's okay. You know? And that's okay. jumping the gun and saying stuff's going to be bad, builds are going to be bad. Like, we can't really get there yet. We can just be like, hey, you know, that's not right. But we don't know if the new Titan gauntlets are going to be cool. I think they're dope as shit. I think we've always asked for the Thor hammer to be able to call it back, catch it. Now, if you're fully subclass, if your whole subclass is just built into Ash and Char and non-stop ignitions, you know, you could probably do some cool stuff with that Solar Titan build, you know. But there's going to be a point where it falls off. Then you have to realize, well, with Synthos on, I'm at least buffing my damage, you know. Well, Morgan, we talked about that earlier. Morgan says, swear when Prismatic was announced, they said they wanted to feel broken. Don't understand this nerf. They didn't nerf it, Morgan, until it was time to buy new content. They did not do this nerf until it was time for new shit. Because they wanted people to see. They wanted you viewers to see Prismatic Titan at its form, and guess what? They wanted you to buy Final Shape just to play that build. It's marketing 101, but it's scumbag marketing 101, and people don't see that, you know? It's just like weight gate perks, time gated everything, featuring dungeons for 3 weeks. It's the sneaky little business shit that they try sliding to us, and we just go, no, that's not cool, you know? Bonk Hammer, I think, is coming back. I do think it's coming back because we're not going to have Arc Titan as much anymore. I think we're going to start playing over to some Stasis Titan, maybe some Strand. I would say Strand and Stasis and Solar. Those are the three because that's what the artifact goes off of next season is Solar, Strand, and Stasis, you know? Yeah, a lot of people are going to be looking at building into the super, building into the weapon damage, building into the melee damage, you know. But you guys have to understand that I think that we're finally going to get that loop that we've always wanted. You guys know how we want that loop right now? We want to feel like we're grinding for something. I think with Edge of Fate, we're going to get that loop. We're going to be grinding for so many armor pieces to make all these armor builds. Our heads are going to spin. Is the farm going to be fun? We don't know yet.
Can't wait for Edge of Fate.
Thank you so much, Shadow, for the resub for 8 months. That's the thing. So that's what I seen today in the videos. I seen just a lot of opportunity for replayability. Great Biz, thank you for the 25. There's a lot of weapons to grind. There's a lot of armor to grind. People will get over it. But it's just the fact that Bungie never said a word about those fragments and never told us how the new armor meter was going to... Like, don't you guys think that they should announce that stuff and not just let us find out on our own? There's stuff like that. You know. What if it's like Court of Blades? If it's like Court of Blades, we make the picket signs and we go on strike. If any loot system is tiered like Court of Blades ever, again in Destiny history, it's time to go to Walmart. And while we're on our way to Walmart, we're going to go to Burger King. And then once we leave Walmart, we're going to stop at Home Depot and get that rope that's on sale. Because then it's a wrap. But yeah. Is there a... What's the best video that you guys watched today? I think we should watch another video. I'm starting to prep myself on everything the committee just sent me, and I don't even know what the fuck to do. I looked at the exotics. I did. Game does not change at all. Wait, what? 200 stats builds you basically good for any content in the game. Maybe not day one raid, but there's no people playing it anyway. Why? What need to grind? I mean, we don't know. Chevy driver, thank you. So, are we doing this the right way? I'm just gonna yap and I don't have to show no footage. Committee, is that what it is? Please tell me yes. Please tell me yes. What? What do you mean this isn't a long form? What the fuck? Why couldn't this be long form? You wrote me a fucking essay. Yeah, I asked for it, but this is good stuff to make it a long form. All right, I gotta mentally prepare for later. We'll figure it out. Chat, let me at least get a clip up today. I've been slacking, so. Let me upload this clip real quick to YouTube and TikTok, and then let's watch a video, get some more ideas. Prophecy Dungeon, I need to play again tomorrow. Hold on, chat. I'm just grabbing some videos. Yeah, I just need to get people around for tomorrow and we can test some stuff out. I mean, I like the sword strat. Prophecy's easy. All right, go Fire Team Finder and Ultimate Gold Run. Gamers, we don't know how many new. They do not need to do this to Warlords and Sundered. No. Committee. You ready? It just something came up. I forgot we got to make this too. You got the marker ready? All right. What the hell's that called? What the hell's that called? On chat. While I'm uploading this, I just thought of a clip. thanks to Postal. We got Prophecy this week, and man, we were so ready to farm and right of the 9, but man, why is attrition activated? Well, maybe a skill issue if you're struggling, as the community would say, but I'm going to try and help you out here with this first boss. All we did here was drop a well, Thunder Crash, slap some swords on, call it a day. You can use Bequest, you can use Fallen Guillotine, just make sure you got a exotic sword buffing with Wolfpack rounds, and this guy just falls over. If you're seeing that you're hitting his shield a lot, just kind of move around in the well, and he falls over like so. I tried Lord of Wolves, it was kind of annoying, and I also used Winter Bite, wasn't a fan. But you can also try Acreus. Whatever works for you, it should be an easy one phase. It's just the attrition and dunking and getting to damage. For the final boss, be ready for the attrition to just roll you, and it's very painful. You're probably wondering what these motes do while you're damaging the boss. What we discovered was it just slows the boss down and makes you be able to shoot him more, and he doesn't teleport as fast. I don't know if it buffs your damage on your weapons, because it's so hard to figure that out and like slow all the damage frame by frame to see if that's actually a thing. But Anarchy seemed to be a good damage booster for that first damage. Wait, no. So Anarchy did work very well for the clean 2 phase, but man, after you go through that first damage phase, you have to sit underneath and farm ammo forever. I thought Spyro the Watcher ammo farm was worse, but man, this sucks. We're gonna have to do some more testing on this final boss to see what's going to be more consistent, but definitely having some bolt charge titans in your team. You don't even need a well, but I'm sure 1 phase strats will come out. But if you want a clean 2 phase, just try Anarchy and survive. And don't die to the hobgoblins and the knights during DPS. I forgot. I know you guys are watching a black screen right now. I'm really sorry, but I'm uploading a video on YouTube. So committee, that's where you're going to need the first damage phase of us doing it. And I'll send you the 1 phase with the swords, okay? We're going to title this New Exotics Coming to Destiny 2. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Hashtag Destiny 2. Hashtag GsxrClyde. Hashtag Shorts. Hashtag Edge of Fate. Hashtag Destiny 2. Can't see. Destiny 2, Destiny 2, Edge. Okay. It's going to be a late night tonight, chat. Late night tonight. Oh, doing a little McGangbang, little. Yeah. McGangbang special. I fuck with a McGangbang. All right. I think this is good to go, chat. I'm almost done. Sorry. I gotta upload all my videos now on my own, so sometimes we're gonna have to stop during stream and upload videos. So hopefully that's cool with you guys.
You saw my tinted window.
All right, we posted that. Anything else, committee, or is that good for now? Oh, you need footage. Sorry, chat. I need to get like a fucking screen. I gotta send you the one phase sword strat. But yeah, I need to figure out some stuff tomorrow. Maybe I'll see if like I'll see if I can get 2 of the homies to join up tomorrow and we can run some more prophecy, because I do want to farm it, but maybe we could try and come up with some easier strats. This is the sword 1 phase. How long is this? It's 2 minutes. I wonder if it'll fit in Discord. About to find out. Damn it. It's too big. Yeah. I don't think Bungie's going to stop us from using consecration. It's just we're going to have to work around it. All right, I put it in the shared folder. What else was I making clips on? Because I just totally forgot. What else? I uploaded that. I did a clip for the article. I did a clip for the committee folder. I did a clip on the dungeon. VC, do you want to farm for these weapons tomorrow, or do you not give a shit? Article on the changes? Hold on. This one? Oh. You just scroll down to this part where they show the Solar Titan. There. All right. What's some other you guys said watch Mac's video? Which one? Everything you need to know about Edge of Fate build crafting. All right, we're gonna watch this.
Arriving with.
I want to know what he said about this.
The Edge of Fate is what I would consider to be the biggest suite of build crafting reworks that we have ever gotten in Destiny 2, and thanks to Bungie flying me out to their HQ to get an early look at all of it, I get to tell you everything about it today. And if you want to see the rest of my early coverage of Edge of Fate, including the new exotic armors for each class, all of the new weapons, and an interview with game director Tyson Green, check out my Edge of Fate video playlist or stop by my channel after watching this video. In this one though, we will be talking about the 3 major build crafting changes arriving to Destiny 2 with the Edge of Fate in the gear tiering system, the armor set bonus system, and the complete stat rework. Starting with gear tiers, all legendary gear that you receive in Destiny 2 moving forward will drop as a tier 1 through tier 5 piece of gear, with higher tiers being equivalent to better gear and with more difficult activities dropping said higher tiers. Looking at armor first, gear tiers are actually rather straightforward, where the tier of your armor piece simply determines how many total stat points on that armor there will be, with a tier 1 piece of gear granting you 48 to 53 total stat points, tier 2 granting 53 to 58, tier 3 granting 59 to 64, and tier 4 granting 65 to 72. Now in the screenshot that we got from the capture event, you'll notice that tier 5 armor actually has an additional benefit that doesn't exist on any of the other tiers, and that is the stat tuning mod slot. What this means is that tier 5 pieces of gear will drop with a specific highlighted stat, and you'll have access to a brand new mod slot on that piece of armor that will allow you to increase the stat points of that specific highlighted stat by decreasing a different stat on that piece of armor by the same amount, effectively allowing you to custom tune each piece of armor exactly to your liking. I also want to note that while the in-game screenshot notes that the total tier 5 stat pool is 73 to 75, higher than that of the total stat pool of tier 4 armor, we were told at the event that tier 4 armor is actually where the total stat point count will cap out, and tier 5 will only have the tuning slot as its exclusive benefit and will not drop with more total stat points than tier 4. Probably a good time to mention that the footage we captured is of an early build of the game, and all things are subsequently subject to change. Now, when it comes to gear tiers for legendary weapons, things get significantly spicier. A tier 1 weapon is your run-of-the-mill weapon that has attributes that you would find on 90% of your weapons today. Base perks, 2 options for mag and barrel, and 1 option for your 3rd and 4th traits. At tier 2, though, both of your 3rd and 4th traits will drop automatically enhanced. At tier 3, things get even better with a second row of also enhanced perks being available to choose
what activities you needed to do to start getting like tier 3 and up armor.
At tier 4, all of your magazine and barrel perks will also come enhanced. And at tier 5, Bungie is pulling out all of the stops with a 3rd row of options for your column 3 and 4 perks, an enhanced origin trait, an enhanced mod socket, a beautiful ornament exclusive to tier 5 weapons, and a kill effect mod socket that ships with a tier 5 exclusive kill effect to make a pretty.
How many people in chat don't know about the
with the weapon? This is an incredibly exciting change because not only does it give you a ton of versatility with tons of perk options per individual weapon,
how many people in chat don't know about this practice arena being time gated
for your investment so that you can show off when raiding with your friends and LFG. The next massive build crafting change that we have coming to Destiny 2 is set bonuses, where by simply equipping multiple pieces of armor from the same set, you'll get bonus benefits. All of the set bonuses that we got to play around with had 2 different set bonuses, one of which was awarded if you had 2 pieces of the armor set on, and another more powerful benefit.
The testing range doesn't launch until 3 weeks after.
And what was really cool is that if you liked one of the 2-piece bonuses from one set, but different one of the 2-piece bonuses from a different set, you could actually equip 2 pieces of armor from
I forgot how strong this Beyblade
and
is.
have both of those 2-piece set bonus benefits active at the exact same time.
What's
also,
funny is
another
I
quick
made
shout
that.
out to
I
Bungie
remember
for
I made
making
that
the
fucking
highest
Beyblade
set
build.
bonus benefit at
We're gonna have to
4
go back
pieces and not 5, so that we can still run our exotic armor piece of choice along with the
We're gonna have to
maximum
go back and
set
grab that
bonus
build.
benefit. Although,
It's on my
now that
YouTube.
I'm thinking about it, it could be really cool for them down the line to experiment with 5 armor piece set bonuses that have exotic levels of power and benefits, given that you would obviously have to run legendary armor in all 5 slots to achieve said set bonus. I want to be explicitly clear, they didn't say or mention anything about that, but it's just a cool possibility that could be realized someday. You never know. Now, these set bonuses were not totally game-changing like an exotic armor piece would be, but they can definitely pack a punch and really enhance certain build crafting options and playstyles. For example, if you really like running rockets or grenade launchers and want to use a non-arc subclass that can't usually become amplified, you can run the Ion Renewal kit you can mention being that every new stat tiers and subsequently no such thing as wasted stat over 100 and be invested in combatants of energy, things like devour kills
I was just
and
making
armor
sure there
mods
wasn't
like
nothing
impact
crazy in this
induction
video that
and
we didn't
bomb.
see before.
Similar to melee, these types of buffs and mods no longer give a
What's going on, gamers? With GMs dropping in just 2 weeks, I kind of wanted to mess around on a Strand Hunter and figure out what I can do to run non-stop drops for ammo for my teammates. Now, oh, this is when the ammo was the ammo was busted. With a trace rifle, ammo pops out everywhere, and it does stack with Aeons. But with this new Beyblade aspect on the Hunter, Whirling Maelstrom, I just couldn't get over how strong this was for endgame, and the fact that I can just keep it spinning around, chaining it, because all you're waiting for is your Tangle cooldown. But this lasts so long that you're able to just stack it with a few mods that I'm about to mention and create tons of ammo for you and your teammates. First, let me tell you what Whirling Maelstrom is.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Out and drop special. Wait. Error. As you see, ladies and gentlemen, combatant final blows with tangles or elemental orbs have a chance to drop special. Oh, yeah, that's when it was busted. Combatant final blows with tangles. Artifact mods. Nothing really changed. Okay. Or elemental special. We're going to be doing a Master Lightblade Nightfall, and I kind of wanted to make it to where I always had ammo. I got a POV of me making ammo and a POV of my teammates getting the ammo. So you're going to see me generating the ammo, and then you're going to see my teammates running. We got a dim link down here, Clyde? Oh, we do. What's going on, gamers? With it. Whoa. What the fuck is that? Okay. What'd you guys say? Benny? Benny had a video. Oh, yeah, we didn't watch. Did we watch a Benny video? Which one? Which one was it? This one? Ultimate Guide to New Loot Tiers? Or Ultimate Guide to New Stats and Build Crafting Changes? Let's try this one.
This is an early test build and enhance different guns, what benefits and cosmetic each tier has. 5 tiers of weapons in the Edge of Fate, each of which has an improvement over the previous tier. All of these are objective buffs and make the weapon stronger each tier. And at the highest tier, tier 5, we see some amazing cosmetic options, some of which are debuting for the first time in Destiny's history. But here's a quick visual comparison of a tier 1 weapon to a tier 5 weapon. As you can see, it's a night and day difference, and these tier 5 weapons are going to be the goal for any veteran Destiny 2 player. Of course, this is a comparison between the lowest and highest tier of weapon, so what comes in between these? Tier 1 weapons are entirely basic. You have a barrel, mag, 2 perks, a masterwork. There's nothing crazy here or out of the ordinary at all. Moving up to tier 2 weapons, these will drop with pre-enhanced traits and function just like today's crafted weapons do. Tier 3 weapons will have a third perk option for you to select from in both slots, as well as access to the all-new enhanced mods. Tier 4 weapons will have enhanced traits and mods and 2 perk options to choose from, as well as enhanced barrels and magazines for the first time ever in D2. Tier 5 weapons will have all of the above. You'll get enhanced traits, 3 perk options to choose from in both slots. You get enhanced barrels and magazines. You also get enhanced origin traits and then some sweet cosmetics. Tier 5 weapons will be featuring a unique ornament just like our hollow foil and shiny weapons we've become accustomed to since Into the Light first introduced them. On top of that, Tier 5 weapons are also going to introduce an entirely new cosmetic slot for kill effects. Think in the mind of a sweaty confetti enjoyer, you no longer need to sacrifice your mod slot to use this. You can always run a new enhanced mod as well as a unique kill effect. I want to note that these tier 5 shiny ornaments are always animated, and if you apply a shader that you really like the color scheme of, like Jack Arena or something that has no animation, you will get that new color scheme and still keep the cool animated moving effect. I personally love how much these tier 5 weapons have going for them and how much better they look, and I know I'll personally be grinding for all the best loot that the Edge of Fate has to offer. I showed a few examples in the video during the explanation, but if you'd like to see specific weapons and roles that are going to be available to chase in the Edge of Fate, I recommend you check out my Edge of Fate loot video that will be linked in the description below. You can also find this video on the Edge of Fate playlist if you'd like to open a tab and come back to it later. Now we've been through the different weapon tiers and what you can expect when you get a tier 1 to a tier 5 drop. Now it's time to take a look at the armor. There's also been a significant overhaul to the armor system in the Edge of Fate, and a similar tier 1 to tier 5 increasing quality system has been implemented. However, it is much simpler on armor than it is on weapons. A huge change coming in the Edge of Fate that will shake your world as a current Destiny build crafter, but take a deep breath, it's going to be okay. This might be a little hard to comprehend, so I'm going to use the most simple numbers I could find to showcase this. I touched on this briefly in my stats video, but as this video is gear specific, we're going to break it down in a little bit more detail. If we look at the weapon stat here and ignore the 86 points in the enhanced section, we have just a flat 100 weapons. These 100 points in the weapon stat give a 10% buff to reload and handling, so this gives us a nice easy round number to work with. Let's say, for example, we were stuck at an odd number like 69 weapons. In the old tiered system, which has existed for 11 years since year 1 all the way back in Destiny 1, you would have just rounded this down to 6 completed tiers and 9 wasted stats. This would have been a simple 6% buff to reload and handling and no benefit from the other 9 points. The way this is going to work starting in the Edge of Fate is that wasted stats actually don't exist, and instead you'd end up with a 6.9% buff to handling and reload speed, meaning those 9 stats are still benefiting you in some way. I love this change personally, and now that it's upon us, it's kind of crazy to me that they didn't implement this earlier, or we never questioned the tiered system we've always had before. I guess if it's all we've ever known, we don't really think about how much better the system could actually be. I find it really nice to know that every single point I have is going towards increasing my power and combat efficiency in some way. And although it may trigger your OCD to see those odd numbers in your build, I hope knowing your Guardian is more powerful as a result makes it a worthy trade-off to you. Also, if the whole 0 to 200 stat points and investing into an enhanced stat doesn't make that much sense to you right now, that's okay. We've put a ton of work into our Edge of Fate stats breakdown video, and I think it's a really detailed, well put together breakdown of the new system, which will be linked in the top right of the screen now, and you can also refer back to our dedicated Edge of Fate playlist. Now that we've passed that bombshell, let's get into the different tiers of armor. For armor, tier 1 to 4 simply determines how many stat points that piece of gear has.
That's a good screenshot.
Tier 1 gear is pretty bad, and it progresses through tier 2 and tier 3 until you hit tier 4, which maxes out the stats you can get on a piece. There is a benefit of tier.
I've always said this, that this needed to be in the game. You need to give us ways to grind 75 or 70 plus stat gear and only do that activity. Because then people would not ask, how do you get high stat gear? They finally did it. Now it's, hey, Clyde, how do I get high stat gear? Well, you got to go farm tier 5. Okay, what's the best activity to farm tier 5? And then we tell them. It's that simple. It should have been in the game forever ago. Gatekeeping.
Tier 5 gear, which we will get back to in a moment, but for now, I wanted to explain the new system of armor archetypes, what they each do, and what they mean. You may have seen some random keywords on gear in this footage, such as Gunner, Paragon, Grenadier, Brawler. So starting in the Edge of Fate, not only weapons, but armor pieces will actually have archetypes. As you can see, the archetype means the armor has 2 specific set stat spikes, a primary spike and a secondary spike. For example, you can see here the Paragon archetype has a primary spike in the super stat and a secondary spike in the melee stat. It's a pretty simple addition to the game, but I think it'll be a welcomed one when it comes to creating the correct build for you and really honing in on the customization. Another thing to note is that we will now have stats rolling on class items as a result of these archetypes. So you can grind for a specific one if you really want to bump out those stats. This does mean you'll have to grind new class items to get these new set stat spikes incorporated into your build, as they will not be retroactive apart from in one case. Quick side note on that one case, we pointed out to a dev that the community would probably be very unhappy if they had to regrind exotic class items for prismatic just so they could get the stats. We spoke to a dev and they actually confirmed that this would be made retroactive as a result, but only on the exotic class items. You might have noticed that set bonuses are making a debut in Destiny after being requested for years, but we'll circle back to that in a moment. I briefly mentioned that tier 5 gear will have an additional bonus over the already stat capped tier 4 armor, which brings us to the all new tuning slot. On tier 5 gear, the maximum energy will now go up from 10 to 11, and it will have an entirely new slot called the tuning slot. Your gear is attuned to one specific stat that is random on a piece of gear, and this stat will be the one that is affected by the tuning slot. For example, on this Bushido's cowl helmet, you can see 3 lines by the health stat, meaning that health is the stat that we can influence using the tuning slot. It looks like there's a lot of options here, but there's actually only 2. It's pretty simple. Option 1 is balanced tuning. You can slightly increase the 3 lowest stats on this piece of armor at absolutely no cost. This will bump a simple +1 into your 3 current lowest stats on this piece of gear. It seems minimal, sure, but if you did this on 5 pieces, you're really getting +15 stats overall, so it could make a difference. Especially as there's now no wasted stats, it is just a net positive. Option 2 is what we're going to refer to as plus and minus tuning. Whatever stat that piece of gear is attuned to, you can sacrifice another stat of your choice to give it a bump. For example, a plus health minus super would take 5 points out of the super stat and bump it into more health. Last but not least, we have set bonuses. So first, we're going to show you and explain how they've been implemented, and then show some examples of bonuses you can get in-game by using multiple pieces from a specific armor set. Set bonuses are finally making their debut in Destiny 2 after being requested for years and years, and it's been implemented in a pretty straightforward system. Armor sets will have 2 benefits. You gain a bonus when you have 2 pieces of gear equipped, and you will also get a bonus if you manage to get 4 pieces of gear equipped from a single set. If you like the level 1 bonus from 2 different sets, say you got 2 pieces of the Bushido armor and 2 pieces of the tech set armor set, you would actually get the level 1 bonus from both sets. I really like that they capped the set bonuses at 4 so that your exotic slot is always free to use however you want to suit your build and game style. It kind of would have sucked to have a crazy powerful 5 set bonus that you really wanted to use, but in order to do so you'd have to run no exotic. So yeah, small side praise to Bungie for having the foresight to cap it at 4. So I'm going to talk you through an example set to show you how these set bonuses work, and then just show a visual for the other sets so you can see what other bonuses will be available. So for this example, we're going to be taking a look at the Bushido Pinnacle gear set, and as you can see, with 2 pieces from the Bushido set equipped, we'll gain the buff Ido, I think I'm pronouncing it right. Final blows with freshly drawn or reloaded weapons will heal you. If we manage to get 4 pieces from the Bushido set equipped, we'll gain the buff Unfaltering Focus. Bow, shotgun, or sword final blows temporarily reduce incoming damage. Damaging targets with those weapons also extends this effect. I wanted to use this example as I think the full set has some viability in the Crucible. Shotgun usage has always been pretty high, and getting a shotgun kill granting you damage resist seems like a pretty neat bonus. But let's say you didn't have a full 4-piece set and your build had any exotic armor piece of your choice, you had 2 pieces of Bushido gear and then 2 pieces of tech set gear. You'd be able to grab the tier 1 bonuses from both of these gear sets as you have 2 of each, meaning both buffs Ido and Rekka would be active at the same time, even though they're from different gear set families. There were a couple more gear sets we had access to in the playlist, like the Aeon Renewal set, and I know you're likely wondering about the redacted Trials of Osiris set that you've seen the cosmetic appearance of in other videos, but understandably, Bungie wanted to keep that one a surprise for you guys to see when the DLC releases. Quickly wanted to mention the sources for the gear sets that I've been allowed to cover. Aeon Renewal is from the new Kepler Destination. Tech set is the set for the base PvE activities in the game. Bushido, which I'm using in most of this gameplay and we use for the example, is the Pinnacle set. And then finally we have the Last Discipline set, which we were told is the base PvP set. But I'm actually also in the dark on this one. I didn't get to use it, I have no idea what the set bonuses are, so I'm curious. Put your game developer hats on and comment down below what you think would be a good 2 and 4 set bonus for a PvP gear set. So I know that was a lot of information for one video, so please do feel free to ask any questions in the comments down below and I'll try to answer. If it's a really good question, I can reach out to a developer for clarification and I'm sure they'd be willing to help. I did have a pretty limited amount of time at Bungie to record and cover these new systems, so ever since I got home and I'm working on these videos, I've had a lot of questions myself. If you enjoyed today's video, please be sure to drop a like and a sub, and a reminder that there is a playlist on the channel that is exclusively dedicated to the new Edge of Fate content. You can find this link on the screen now or at the end screen of the video. Thanks so much for sharing your
What else does he got? honestly, that answered a lot of my questions. So there's a lot of good notes that we could take from that committee. The way he broke everything down in the substats and showed the difference between tier 1 and tier 5. I like how he did that, so I definitely want to use that information. We'll see how this one gets talked about.
Conversations were had, and I really did come out of it with the perspective. Quick disclaimer, this obviously is a major change. As you all know, we've always had 3 set stats for movement, health, and healing within Destiny. Mobility, resilience, and recovery. These stats also influence the cooldown rate of your class ability depending on which class you are playing. However, this is no longer the case. The first big change in the Edge of Fate's perfected build crafting system is that Bungie have scrapped these 3 stats entirely from the game. How do these stats work now? Well, we'll have a standard HP value of 230, which is what was previously 10 resilient. Recovery is apparently the same as what 100 used to be, however in the build we were playing, this may have been bugged as it did feel much slower. I spoke to a dev about this, and the plan is to have everyone at the current 100 recovery rate when the Edge of Fate drops. This instantly makes our Guardian stronger and frees up some stat points to invest elsewhere to tailor our builds towards our specific playstyles. We're no longer required to be pushing stats into 100 recovery or certain resilience thresholds to survive certain damage combinations in the Crucible anymore. Mobility was also standardized, however they didn't bump this to the max like the other 2. Base mobility will be set to what was previously 30, however there is a new leg mod called Enhanced Athletics that can be applied to boost this by another plus 30, meaning with just 1 mod on your boots you'll be at 60 mobility. I did also ask for clarification about this with a dev, and although there is diminishing returns, this mod does stack, so if you really wanted to get your old mobility back, having 3 of these enhanced athletic mods would put you at what used to be 90 mobility. However, I personally don't think that's worth the investment at all. As of right now in the Crucible, it feels essential to be running better already or recuperation on your boots, which will no longer be the case. It will absolutely be worth running an enhanced athletics mod, but we'll get back to that in a moment. Previously with our Destiny 2 builds, we've had a scaling 0 to 100 amount split into 10 tiers. Every 10 points you invest, you get a bonus. Whether that's in the form of a reduced cooldown, increased charge rate, overall HP, a higher investment has always had a linear scale to improve that specific statistic. I really like the change Bungie have made in the Edge of Fate, and it feels like builds will become far more tailored to the player. Possibly the biggest change coming to the Edge of Fate's build crafting is that there is no longer such a thing as a wasted stat point. This might be a little hard to comprehend at first, so I'm going to use the most simple numbers I could find to showcase this. If we take a look at the weapon stat here and ignore the enhanced section for a second, we can see that the regular 100 points in the weapon stat gives a 10% buff to reload and handling. This gives us a nice, easy round number to work with. So let's say, for example, we were stuck at an odd number, like 69 in the weapon stat. In the old system, you would have 6 wasted stats don't exist. Stats are still. Stats now all go from 0 to 200. The first 100 points will work in a similar way to the previous system, and stats now all go from 0 speed, meaning those 9 stats are still benefiting you in some way. I love this change, and although I'm going to miss flexing my 0 wasted stats knucklehead build, I love that every single point I have is going to go towards increasing my power and efficiency in some way. Stats now all go from 0 to 200. The first 100 points will work in a similar way to the previous system, and any investment over 100 will actually enhance that stat and give you an entirely different bonus. Let's break down each of these stats and what the bonus is from 0 to 100, and then the enhanced benefit from investing upwards of 100. We'll also be given some values for the 200 bonuses. As a stat, we now have health. Investing into this stat does not increase your health. You will always have a flat global 230 HP in the Crucible. Any points you invest into health from 0 to 100 will increase the amount of HP you gain when you pick up an orb, which is why I was saying better already and recuperation are no longer essential. This investment is also a scaling flinch reduction. At 100 points, you'll receive a global minus 10% flinch. Any investment over 100 states that your shields recharge more quickly, and you will have additional health when facing combatants. This is obviously a PvE thing. Combatants always means PvE. I asked the developer if the shield recharge thing was influencing the amount of time before you start to regenerate, or if it influenced how quickly you do regenerate once that process has already started. The answer was that it's actually a combination of the two. Both the speed of the regen and the time before starting the regeneration are both impacted by the enhanced health stat. As for our abilities, it's a bit more straightforward. However, it is worth mentioning that they've been renamed. The strength stat is now just called melee. What used to be discipline is now grenade, and what used to be intellect has been simplified into just super. For all 3 of these stats, the first 100 points will influence the cooldown rate of the ability just like the old system used to, but now any enhanced investment over 100 will cause the corresponding ability to do increased damage. I do wish I got a little more time in PvP to test some of these damage combinations, like it would have been cool to see the one-shot potential of sticky grenades or trip mines, but we only had a couple of hours. Now we have an entirely new stat, class. As I mentioned, the class abilities cooldown were previously tied to our 3 core stats. We now have a stat that determines this individually. The enhanced benefit of the class stat is also very interesting to me. However, don't worry, I know you're hearing this and worried that it sounds overpowered straight away. Enhancing your class stats over 100 will mean that whenever you use a class ability, you're granted an overshield, of which the over health HP amount scales depending on how much you've invested. From our testing, we didn't go all the way to 200, but it was rarely above like a 20 HP overshield. Now for the stat that I am by far the most excited for is the new weapons stat. Any points between 0 and 100 will give you a bonus to weapon reload and handling speeds. The scale is straightforward, 100 points is 10%. The enhanced weapon stat is what's really interesting to me. Any enhanced investment into the weapon stat will give you a straight up damage increase in PvP. Like you can literally have a damage buff that's larger than current Radiant just for investing points into your build. I know this sounds like a crazy stat investment to really focus something that high, but I want to know everything you've seen so far on screen is with a tier 2 gear set. So for those of you hunting endgame loot, the flexes among us, here's what a full tier 5 will look like. I will have another video breaking down loot tiers for both weapons and armor that goes into depth about set, but a full tier 5 will look like.
So this is a full tier 5 set. 170, 70, 60, 110, 30, 25. Maybe that's just bad stat distribution. We should be able to get more than that, right?
We'll have another video breaking down loot tiers for both weapons and armor.
I think this is where the chase is going to come into play,
etc., in a lot more detail. That will be linked at the end of this video and in the top right of the screen now if you want to just open up a tab and check it out.
I think that was just
I want to quickly show you what a build is going to look like for endgame players. This is more relevant to our gear video, but a quick note, let's take a look at this tuning slot that is exclusive to tier 5 legendary armor. As we can see, this Bushido cow helmet has the 3 lines next to the health stat.
like this change.
This shows that health is the stat we can influence using the tuning slot.
So this is like artifice.
The first option we're going to refer to as plus and minus tuning. Whatever stat the specific piece of gear is randomly rolled to be attuned to, we have the ability to sacrifice another stat of our choice and give it an even larger bump. For example, if we use this plus health and minus
right there,
super
you could
tuning
add
mod,
5
we would be taking 5 points away from our super stat and bumping it into an additional 5 health. From my understanding and what the devs explained, I did ask them about this. The stat that rolls on these is completely random. Our other option here is balanced tuning.
I want to rewind this a little bit, chat. I gotta go let the guy in to fix my dishwasher.
This is now going to work updated in the Edge of Fate.
If you guys don't mind, just watch this part again.
Every single point I have is going to go towards increasing my power and efficiency in some way. Stats now all go from 0 to 200. The first 100 points will work in a similar way to the previous system, and any investment over 100 will actually enhance that stat and give you an entirely different bonus. Let's break down each of these stats and what the bonus is from 0 to 100, and then the enhanced benefit from investing upwards of 100. We'll also be given some values for the 200 bonuses. As a stat, we now have health. Investing into this stat does not increase your health. You will always have a flat global 230 HP in the Crucible. Any points you invest into health from 0 to 100 will increase the amount of HP you gain when you pick up an orb, which is why I was saying better already and recuperation are no longer essential. This investment is also a scaling flinch reduction. At 100 points, you'll receive a global minus 10% flinch. Any investment over 100 states that your shields recharge more quickly, and you will have additional health when facing combatants. This is obviously a PvE thing. Combatants always means PvE. I asked the developer if the shield recharge thing was influencing the amount of time before you start to regenerate, or if it influenced how quickly you do regenerate once that process has already started. The answer was that it's actually a combination of the two. Both the speed of the regen and the time before starting the regeneration are both impacted by the enhanced health stat. As for our abilities, it's a bit more straightforward. However, it is worth mentioning that they've been renamed. The strength stat is now just called melee. What used to be discipline is now grenade, and what used to be intellect has been simplified into just super. For all 3 of these stats, the first 100 points will influence the cooldown rate of the ability just like the old system used to, but now any enhanced investment over 100 will cause the corresponding ability to do increased damage. I do wish I got a little more time in PvP to test some of these damage combinations. Like, it would have been cool to see the one-shot potential of sticky grenades or trip mines, but we only had a couple of hours. Now we have an entirely new stat, class. As I mentioned, the class abilities cooldown were previously tied to our 3 core stats. We now have a stat that determines this individually. The enhanced benefit of the class stat is also very interesting to me. However, don't worry, I know you're hearing this and worried that it sounds overpowered straight away. Enhancing your class stats over 100 will mean that whenever you use a class ability, you're granted an overshield, of which the over health HP amount scales depending on how much you've invested. From our testing, we didn't go all the way to 200, but it was rarely above like a 20 HP overshield. Now for the stat that I am by far the most excited for is the new weapons stat. Any points between 0 and 100 will give you a bonus to weapon reload and handling speeds. The scale is straightforward, 100 points is 10%. The enhanced weapon stat is what's really interesting to me. Any enhanced investment into the weapon stat will give you a straight up damage increase in PvP. Like you can literally have a damage buff that's larger than current Radiant just for investing points into your build. I know this sounds like a crazy stat investment to really focus something that high, but I wanted to know everything you've seen so far on screen is with a tier 2 gear set. So for those of you hunting endgame loot, the flexes among us, here's what a full tier 5 will look like. I will have another video breaking down loot tiers for both weapons and armor that goes into depth about set bonuses, etc. in a lot more detail. That will be linked at the end of this video and in the top right of the screen now if you want to just open up a tab and check it out after. I wanted to quickly show you what a build is going to look like for endgame. The Shido Cow helmet has the 3. If we could lose,
go back to where we were
before in the old tier system, but now that wasted stats don't exist anymore,
so I think this is where
helping in some way. It's a nice and welcomed addition. There is
I mean, all the notes that Benny says in this video and the other one, committee,
set bonuses, but we'll leave that more.
If that's what Dato said, hopefully we got that wrote down because I'm just going to use this. Like they did a really good job at explaining.
I really do not envy the guys over at D2 Armor Picker having to update the tool for this new system.
Yeah, that's
I
kind of
wanted to give them a shout out for always getting our builds in good shape because we aren't smart enough to do it ourselves. So those are the major stat changes coming in the Edge of Fate. It's pretty drastic, but I think I actually love it, and I do think build crafting might have found
I think you'd be able to get 2 stats to 200.
Mainly changing over time, but I do think
you're
it's
gonna
a
have to
net
sacrifice some shit.
Previous system for a PvP player needing to instantly make a build and pump 100 recovery. Then depending on the class, hunters would invest into mobility, titans would invest in resilience. It was definitely just a flawed system. I do have a slight concern that hunter usage rates will go up even more. They were the only class that ever needed to invest in mobility, so often they'd have to sacrifice some resilience. No longer having the need to do that and just getting a global 230 HP pool, irrelevant of class, does seem like there's very little drawback to playing hunter. Either way, I'm excited to see how it unfolds and think that this will lead to more playstyles and variety in the Crucible. I wish I could have got into a little bit more detail about these enhanced bonuses and what you can do to optimize certain abilities and weapon archetypes to optimize time to kills against 230 HP Guardians, as now everyone's going to be at that flat rate. However, I do think it's really nice to know that the same damage combos will guarantee a kill now. I definitely didn't love the feeling of like 3-tapping a Titan and then inspecting them to see they had 1 more resilience than I was thinking, so my kill wasn't guaranteed. Thank you guys so much for watching today's video. If you enjoyed, please be sure to drop a like and a sub.
If you're interested in seeing
more Edge of Fate content early, like the Trials loot, Origin perks, Tier 5 gear, whatever it is, then be sure to check out the...
Yeah, I think, I really do think that, that armor grind, dude, the armor grind is going to be a pain in the dick, but hopefully it's fun. We need to go back to, I think it was Dato's video. Dato said how to get the tier 5 stuff. Let's go back to that. One of Dato's videos told us how to get the tier 5. I think it was in this one.
The following video has all dialogue and subtitles turned off. Something to do. The portal looks to replace all of that with a series of activities for you to find and immediately hop into.
Armor drops will finally mean something now.
Before we get to the portal, though, I want to explain leveling in the Edge of Fate, because once you understand leveling, the portal is going to make more sense. I'll probably make another video when the expansion launches purely on this topic, which will reiterate a lot of things in this video, but I do want to give some kind of a preview now so that people can start to mentally prepare.
This is where your head's
in the Edge of Fate. We are getting a big stat and number crunch. Our current power floor is 1900, for example. In the Edge of Fate, everyone's getting reset back down to 10. Then, from 10 to 200 is the persistent level range. From 10 to 200, you're just getting any kind of gear, you're infusing it up, same kind of deal that we're used to. I assume this will mainly come from playing the expansion story content. We have that world tier system coming as well. So I'm guessing the bulk of this leveling up to 200 will happen in the campaign experience, but it can also happen, I think, in the portal. After 200, so 201 and higher, is the seasonal level range, although I don't think we were told what the seasonal level cap is, so either they're still finalizing it or it doesn't even exist. I don't even know. How do you get gear once you're done with the campaign or outside of the expansion destination, introducing the portal. When you boot up the game and load into the portal, you're going to have some options on the bottom of the screen. Solo, Fire Team, Pinnacle Ops. We know these already. Load up one of these menus and you'll see a range of activities available to you. These will be the activities available for the next few months until the mid-season update, which will shift things around. These activities can be basically anything that Bungie wants to cycle in from any range of content. For example, the Coil and Savathûn Spire were activities that I could play at the preview event. Solo op, completing these activities will reward an item. It'll say how many you normally get.
This is how you level.
Class item is here. You'll also be a symbol representing the current season or what's hot with the meaning Vanguard Ops play is the mid in the game. Speaking of the best rewards possible,
here we go.
The better your loot will become an activity.
Right here.
In this example, we have unlocked the expert difficulty. If you just want to run expert as is, feel free to run it as is, or make it even easier with positive modifiers. But the harder you make the activity for yourself, the better your loot will become. Each activity completion is given a score/grade. To get the best rewards possible, you will want the A rank. That's as high as it goes as far as I know. There's no like S rank or anything. The game will calculate what score and grade it believes you will get with the modifiers you selected. And despite a small sample size, it is moderately accurate. It will be hard to get an A rank from what is predicted to be a C+ grade, for example. But it's also possible to grade worse than predicted. I did a run where I only got a B+ when A was predicted because I went too slow and just didn't perform very well. So, you pick your modifiers, which will increase your score, but also increase the difficulty. Enemy levels will increase, they'll gain bonuses,
I wonder how people are going to feel about that.
Whatever, but you control all of it. Then, you run the activity. I was told that this system is mainly balanced around simply beating the activity, not trying to speed run it or get super high scores or anything, but there is a loose time component that will affect your score. There's a time multiplier. In solo ops, there is also a randomly assigned objective to complete within the mission, something like get kills or precision kills or weapon kills or ability kill, something with killing. Really, it's simple.
Solar Surge, Shotgun, Lord of Wolves, every mission. Let's go.
You will get. To give a random example, let's say you're at 200 power and you run an activity that gets you a C+. You might get like a 202 or a 203 drop. That same activity run at a B+ or an A grade might drop a 205 or a 206, something like that. It might also drop at a higher tier depending on the chosen difficulty. Pretty similar to the experience nowadays of getting a powerful tier 1 versus a powerful tier 2 or tier 3. The harder a thing is, the higher the power level or tier that it'll drop at. Which brings us to infusing.
All the warlocks keep going invis. Am I missing?
I didn't get the most extensive breakdown of this, so some things might not be completely accurate here, but it is still pretty representative of the experience. From 10 to 200, you got enhancement cores, burn all those as much as you want. I can't remember if you still use upgrade modules as well, but either way, from 10 to 200 should be very familiar. But starting at 200, you will utilize the unstable core instead of the enhancement core to level your seasonal power. Seasonal power is gear you acquire after power 200, and the seasonal bonus levels that we used to get through the artifact are no longer there. It's all done through this gear. Unstable cores are used to level up your seasonal power and can be mainly obtained from dismantling this kind of armor. Although I don't recall if the armor needs to be over power 201 or if it's any armor. I'm guessing it needs to be 201 or higher though. It otherwise works the same way as Infusion has worked though. Infusion costs a certain amount of cores, you spend the cores, you infuse your armor, done. However, now instead of a flat one upgrade module cost, the cost scales based on how many levels you are increasing the armor. Going from 200 to 205 is probably a lot cheaper than going from 200 to 250. When it comes to tier differences, there is no cost increase in core requirements though. So infusing a tier 2 into a tier 4 does not cost any extra. The only thing that matters is power. I don't have exact values for how many cores it's going to take to do this. I literally learned this information with an hour left at the event. Most notably, though, unstable cores expire at the end of a season, which are now 6 months, requiring you to rebuild your reserves for the next season. Everyone starts from scratch every season. I'm guessing this is for a couple of reasons, but I assume the main ones are that Bungie wants people to more directly engage with the power grind, which is to say, not hoard tons of materials. Bungie is looking to have decision-making actually be a factor in this game again to some degree, and I talk about this a little bit more in my stats video, which is also available to watch now, so check that out when you're done with this one. At the end of a season, everyone's power will get reset back down to 200 or wherever you were in the persistent power grind, and you will start the leveling process over again. I think this is going to be a rather big point
that's
of
the exotic
contention,
scout.
just hearing me say this versus actually playing the game. And I want to actually experience this grind before I'm willing to come to any sort of conclusion on it. I'm sure a couple weeks into a season,
did he talk about how to get
drowning in
tier 5 loot yet or
regardless, so I'm not sure how impactful that's going to be just yet, but at the very least, I think Bungie wants to halt some of the currency hoarding that has been so prevalent in the past. All of these values can be changed based on feedback as well,
exotic.
So
you can
at the
call
moment,
back the,
I'm not super concerned because we
can
just
call
don't
back
know
your
how it's going
hammer.
to play yet. I realize that set bonuses and varied armor stat packages might drive even more
That's an
infusion
exotic,
than
though, so you
ever
gotta give
before,
up
though, which
Synthos.
can potentially make things feel very limited if the amount of currency
I just
being
posted
given
a
out
short
is too
and a
low.
TikTok on
People
that.
don't like to feel limited in their build crafting potential because they didn't have enough cores in order to make a build happen. I will be more than happy to give the feedback that unstable core distribution is too low, if it is indeed too low, if the grind is too long, or if it's not fun, all that stuff. I just can't judge it literally at all from this preview event because that is not the kind of system that I was interacting with at this event. So, what else is going on in the portal?
one phase
Let's
the
check out a
final
brand
boss.
new thing called the Seasonal Hub. If you played Heavy Metal the week that it was out, this menu should look pretty familiar. You got your rank track at the bottom, you got your daily and weekly challenges for bonus rep, you have your sub menus on the left. The play button on the left,
The hammer
so
should
the
just
second
return
button,
without
will
an
bring
exotic.
up relevant activities to that
agree.
particular event, and the title button under that will show you what you need to do to get the now revamped Conqueror title, or whatever title happens to be linked with this menu. Like, this menu is what Bungie is moving to with a lot of events in the game. Arms Week, a new event, or I guess like a revamped one, also has this menu style. Let's talk about the weekly rep track first. This is a rep track that resets every single week.
But what about
and
the
it's stocked
currency
with
stuff?
Various
We
rewards,
can't-
strange coins,
we can't
materials,
stockpile
engrams to level you
upgrades?
up, bright dust, exotic
Did you guys
materials,
understand that
and
part?
something else that I'm not allowed to talk about yet. Each daily challenge gets you 1 rank's worth of XP, while the weekly gets you 4 levels, or like however many pluses there are after XP. Although I do think there's an extra bonus rank that you get if it's your first daily of the day, or like first daily of the week, or something like that. Point is, there's a bonus for doing one of these.
The unstables, those are the ones
There
we
are
can't
5
stack.
weekly challenges, so if you get all of those done, you will hit the max rep for the week. It's 20 ranks. Now, there's a little more going on here that I can't talk about just yet, though. I had to cut some stuff out of this video because they're keeping it a secret for now. In terms of the Conqueror title, it is no longer just do all of the GMs and call it a day. It is now based on something that might be getting a bit more attention from the
what's the
general
power
player
levels
base.
again?
Seasonal
200.
conquests. These are activities with their own custom modifiers that you
find it in the
cannot
notes.
change, similar to what a GM Nightfall experience
200
is like
is
today.
your
Like,
cap
you
gear
can't change
score,
the modifiers
2-1
on a
and
GM,
beyond is
but
seasonal
with
grind.
multiple difficulties, and they're meant to be a test.
Seasonal grind is
paired
what,
with
max
the level
450?
grind. Once you unlock the mission from hitting whatever level you need to get to, you run it and you try to beat it. Beating Expert, Master, and Grandmaster will progress your title, and a difficulty above Grandmaster,
300?
Ultimate, becomes available at the highest levels. Although at the moment, Ultimate does not appear to have any titles or seals attached to it, but I have been told that there may be an emblem involved for beating some Ultimate content. Another thing that might be a point of contention are exotics. I've been told that exotics will be locked to around a tier 2 / tier 3 level as of the Edge of Fate.
Hello, Guardian. I've been doing some experience. As you can see, gestures in some neatly stacked boxes which light the room with enticing yellow glow. I discovered a method to reproduce some of the most effective armor. It worked wonderfully, but saved too expensive for mass production. It'd be a waste to let the prototypes go unused, so that the Vanguard authorized me to distribute them. She hands you a small pile of requisition orders. So here's where this is going to piss you off, guys. This, to my understanding, if you guys want to help me out on this, this is 20 tickets to focus 20 exotic armor pieces to fit the new Armor 3.0. Meaning all those God Roll exotics in your vault might not be God Rolls anymore.
As a result, you are probably not going to need to regrind exotics too heavily. That being said, players will be given 20 vouchers to use at A-1 to purchase exotics with whatever new stat package you would like. These vouchers are account-wide, not character-wide. So you could buy a bunch of the same exotic hunting for some kind of a god roll, or you could buy 20 unique exotics to have.
But you guys do have to remember,
it's up to you. Rahul's system of exotics.
I do want to add a point to this. Yo, Rev, thank you for the 16 months. I do want to point out, most of your exotics in your vault, if you are going for like perfect end game builds, which most of you should be, if you want to get 200 stat on a weapon, or 200 stat on a super and 200 stat on your weapons, you're probably going to have to regrind the exotic you use for your build anyway. So like, don't get bent out of shape. If you run Synthoceps on your Titan in Edge of Fate, if your Synthoceps aren't fucking juiced like double 50, or you know, like something like crazy stats for your build, you're gonna have to get a new one anyway. So these tickets that Bungie gives you, those 20 tickets, do not spend them until you understand how the armor works. Once you got your whole build together and you're just missing that exotic to finish it, that's when you spend those tickets, because you only get 20 on your account. So don't jump the gun. I won't.
Isn't really changing, but he will be decrypting stuff under the new stat packages. I think that is most of what I wanted to cover about the portal and leveling and all that kind of stuff. Now, if you want the old director menu, that's not going away. It's just called the World tab.
I'm going to have to watch this leveling system up again. It seems like once you beat the campaign, you go straight to like hard grinding, and the harder shit you do, the more you get rewarded. And the way I understood this earlier, there is no cap on your grind. So literally there is no like, hey, I'm out of powerfuls and pinnacles for the week. Did you guys understood that too? Like, I'm saying this right, correct? Like, you can literally just no life this shit for the first couple days and get your armor that you want. You just won't get the benefit. You only get so many seasonal ranks, like he said in the video. So if you technically, if you wanted to race from power level 0 to 200, you could do that before the raid starts. Do I recommend you do that? No, but I'm sure for the raid you'll probably have to be around like 110, 120. You know, you never know. Depending on what the requirement is, they'll let you know. But again, it's like you finish the campaign, then you do the medium stuff, and you do the medium stuff and you struggle a little bit, and then you start doing the hard stuff. You know, we're going to want to get to the harder stuff, because not only do you get rewarded for higher power level shit, but tier 5. The race to tier 5 is what you want. If you go into the raid with tier 3, tier 4 builds, that's awesome. But if you go in with tier 5s, I don't know about the bounty stacking. I don't think bounties are going to help because of this right here.
Might not be completely accurate here, but it is still pretty representative of the experience. From 10 to 200, you got enhancement cores. Burn all those as much as you want. I can't remember if you still use upgrade modules as well, but either way, from 10 to 200 should be very familiar. But starting at 200, you will utilize the unstable core instead of the enhancement core to level your seasonal power. Seasonal power is gear you acquire after power 200, and the seasonal bonus levels that we used to get through the artifact are no longer there. It's all done through this gear. Unstable cores are used to level up your seasonal power and can be mainly obtained from dismantling this kind of armor. Although I don't recall if the armor needs to be over power 201 or if it's any armor. I'm guessing it needs to be 201 or higher though. It otherwise works the same way as Infusion has worked though. Infusion costs a certain amount of cores, you spend the cores, you infuse your armor, done. However, now instead of a flat one upgrade module cost, the cost scales based on how many levels you are increasing the armor. Going from 200 to 205 is probably a lot cheaper than going from 200 to 250. When it comes to tier differences, there is no cost increase in core requirements though. So infusing a tier 2 into a tier 4 does not.
See, that's what I don't understand right
towards
there.
This G start night if a flash to fizz, and then you just make things screen like this. The portal is probably a bit less daunting than here. Those power 200 and the seasonal bonus levels that we used to get through the artifact are no longer there. It's all done through this gear. Unstable cores are used to level up your seasonal power and can be mainly obtained from dismantling this kind of armor. Although I don't recall if the armor needs to be over power 201 or if it's any armor. I'm guessing it needs to be 201 or higher though. It otherwise works the same way as Infusion has worked though. Infusion costs a certain amount of cores, you spend the cores, you infuse your armor, done. However, now instead of a flat one upgrade module cost, the cost scales based on how many levels you are increasing the.
Okay. So if your weapon is 201, okay. If your weapon is 201 and you get a seasonal piece, the seasonal pieces are what take you to the 300. So if you are 201 power and you infuse a 210 into it, it's going to cost you maybe 1 core. Now, if you got a 290 piece and you're trying to infuse it into a 201, it's going to cost multiple cores. That's what I was trying to find. So the higher you're trying to take armor, the more it's going to cost. Did I say that right? Did you guys understand it that way too?
Armor going from 200 to 205 is probably a lot cheaper than going from.
I know it's all in the notes. Yeah, keep the notes coming.
When it comes to tier differences, there is no cost increase in core requirements though. So infusing a tier 2 into a tier 4 does not cost any extra. The only thing that matters is power. I don't have exact values for how many cores it's going to take to do this. I literally learned this information with an hour left at the event. Most notably though, unstable cores expire at the end of a season, which are now 6 months, requiring you to rebuild your reserves for the next season. Everyone starts from scratch every season. I'm guessing this is for a couple of reasons, but I assume the main ones are that Bungie wants people to more directly engage with the power grind, which is to say, not hoard tons of materials. Bungie is looking to have decision-making actually be a factor in this game again to some degree, and I talk about this a little bit more in my stats video, which is also available to watch now, so check that out when you're done with this one. At the end of a season, everyone's power will get reset back down to 200 or wherever you were in the persistent power grind, and you will start the leveling process over again.
Def Kid, where's that information?
I think this is going to be a rather big point of contention. Just hearing me say this versus actually playing the game. And I want to actually experience this grind before I'm willing to come to any sort of conclusion on it. I'm sure a couple weeks into a season, We're going to be drowning in unstable cores regardless, so I'm not sure how impactful that's going to be just yet, but at the very least, I think Bungie wants to halt some of the currency hoarding that has been so prevalent in the past. All of these values can be changed based on feedback as well, so at the moment, I'm not super concerned because we just don't know how it's going to play yet. I realize that set bonuses and varied armor stat packages might drive even more infusion than ever before though, which can potentially make things feel very limited if the amount of currency being given out is too low. People don't like to feel limited in their build crafting potential because they didn't have enough cores in order to make a build happen. I will be more than happy to give the feedback that unstable core distribution is too low, if it is indeed too low, if the grind is too long, or if it's not fun, all that stuff. I just can't judge it literally at all from this preview event because that is not the kind of system that I was interacting with at this event. So, what else is going on in the portal? Let's check out a brand new thing called the Seasonal Hub. If you played Heavy Metal the week that it was out, this menu should look pretty familiar. After X to be to around a tier 2/tier 3 level as of the Edge of Fate. As a result, you are probably not going to need to regrind exotics too heavily. That being said, players will be given 20 vouchers to use at A/1 to purchase exotics with whatever new stat package you would like. These vouchers are account-wide, not character-wide. So you could buy a bunch of the same exotic hunting for some kind of a god roll, or you could buy 20 unique exotics to have an updated arsenal. It's up to you. Rahul's system of exotics isn't really changing, but he will be decrypting stuff under the new stat packages.
You're talking about Rahul.
I think that is most of what I wanted to cover about the portal and leveling and all that kind of stuff. Now, if you want the old director menu, that's not going away. It's just called the World tab now. It's right next to it. But I feel like I heard Bungie say that they would not be updating this map. Like, Kepler isn't on there on the map.
Right.
And I was kind of hoping that they would. So we'll see what's up with that going into the future. It does seem like things are shifting towards this portal system for the foreseeable future. I'm sure I also missed some stuff here as well. So we might learn even more once Bungie starts dropping some of their articles. How do I feel about all this? It kind of feels like the Fortnite-ification of Destiny in a way, where instead of seeing the world we inhabit, we're just at some launch pad, splash screen, picking activities that way. It kind of reminds me of when I used to have to physically go to places in World of Warcraft before the advent of the dungeon queue system. And then you just sat in the main city and waited for things to pop up. It feels like some of the scale of the world is going away in that manner. At the same time, though, it is going to make things much easier for the average person to be able to understand and filter, especially new players. Being presented with a screen like this.
Never mind. Not this week. Not this week.
The portal, is probably a bit less daunting than the old director map, filled with tons of icons and submenus of destinations, of which you're not really sure what's worth doing and what's not worth doing. I'm interested to see how it plays out once it's actually implemented, though. I personally don't mind hopping into the tower and pre-planning my route through the game. I imagine plenty of people have gotten used to it, but that's because we already know how it all works. Onboarding new players into that system is a lot more difficult, especially with very little guidance in-game. So we'll see. Maybe I'll bring back my friend Spencer for another crack at Destiny once all of this is out.
Man.
And
They're
we'll see
showing
how
the
an actual
goddamn
new
black
player
armory
feels
right
about
in
it.
front of me.
In terms of the leveling stuff, loot is being tiered off in a way that I don't think people are very used to. But at the same time, the loot that we have right now in the game is equivalent to a grind that doesn't really seem that brutal to conquer. Sure, raid weapons have gotten locked away behind the raid, but not every single raid weapon is even good, much less great. I fully expect the dads with 19 children and 47 hockey practices to come out and speak about their lack of time to go grind up their levels and all that kind of stuff, but I do think there is some validity to the claim. The highest tier loot is locked behind a somewhat hefty grind wall, in addition to somewhat of a skill wall, which I'm not as concerned about, but at the moment it feels mainly like a time-based thing than a skill thing. However, fire team power is still a thing, I'm pretty sure anyway, so those who might not have the time to grind can still link up with people who can and only be a tiny bit behind in an activity instead of dozens of levels behind. I don't think Bungie will get it perfect on their first try in terms of the pacing, and there's nothing that says that they can't adjust though. I do expect the grind to initially be on the longer side to then be potentially shortened as opposed to the other way around though. If anything, for the optics of the situation. Like, no one wants to hear Bungie makes power grind longer because it was too easy, although I guess we'll see.
Why wasn't
As
it
for the having to re-level every season deal, I know we've been dealing with similar things in the past. You know, seasons requiring 50 levels to grind, which got nerfed down to 10, which got nerfed to like once a year. People did not enjoy the leveling process, and after a certain point, neither did I. I'm wondering, with the revamps and the unlimited grind available to people going forward, if that is going to change any perceptions of the experience. This first time through might feel more novel or more fun, but is that novelty going to last a second time, a third time, a fourth time through? We'll see. I do have my concerns.
Chat, you see what this says here? Do you see that, what that says? I didn't notice that earlier. Why is there a cooldown on heavy-handed? Did they nerf the triple heavy-handed on the gauntlets? Or what? Or wait, we do have this now? I didn't even see that this season. Is it because I have 3 heavy-handeds on and I don't see it? Oh, been here all season? Oh, fuck. Okay. I didn't know. I run 3. Too many buffs. All right, my bad.
But I would like to put on the table or ask Bungie about, which
that last
I only
statement,
thought of while I was writing this, would be something like, you know, instead of resetting back to 0, maybe
triple
you hang on to a percentage
of
your levels,
delay.
similar to what happened with commendation score. Okay, now we're done. I know that was a lot of info, and I'm not even sure I got every single bit of new information. I'm going to have more specific breakdowns of things, like especially leveling once the expansion launches with, you know, the new player guide that I'm hoping to make happen. So as we get more clarity from Bungie and from playing the game, I will elaborate more in future videos. Let me know how you're feeling about the leveling changes and the portal, or maybe if you don't want to do that.
That's good. So you said, since it costs Ascendant Shards to reroll exotics, we need to start stacking exotic engrams and golf balls. I like that idea. So that's going to be one thing that I'm going to do leading up to that. We just need to wait for Warden of Nothing, or with the other one, Insight. So yeah, that's more on the prep guide. So we need more confirmation. Why would DMG tweet about bounties today, but then from the stuff that we watched today, it seems like bounty prep is not needed anymore. So do we bounty prep or do we not? Write that down, committee. Always bounty prep for what? Oh, wait a minute. He's right. Artifact unlocks. Artifact unlocks. Kabasi kid, that's actually a good question. I can tell you right now, what Dylan's tweet means is he's just telling people to not do seasonal bounties. They'll announce it in the TWID this week. They're just gonna say don't do seasonal bounties. He said artifact unlocks with the gear. Where at? Timestamp. You know I got you, brother. Hope all's well, man. Dato did? All right, give me the timestamp of the video. Got a time for me? Bro, this shit's cooked, man. This shit is cooked. Bro. It's after the difficulties? Yeah, what's the timestamp? I need a timestamp. Dude, 3-1 is insane. 2-1 is insane, but 3-1 is just, dude. Chad, don't sleep. Don't sleep on this though. Do not sleep on Diamond Lance knockout. Also, don't sleep on Consecration and Diamond Lance. If that's the case, they need to nerf this thing into the fucking ground. If they're going after like all the truly meta shit, they already went after the aspects. You might as well just nerf every gun in the game that's overpowered. Hook, line, and sinker, VC. Hook, line, and sinker, my friend. Just fucking around. I'm just being a smart ass. The new artifacts can be good though. That's not a goalpost movement. Ryan, you need to look up the definition of that. Lord of Wolves is getting buffed from the artifact. I totally forgot about that. Holy shit. Hold on, we're waiting on this timestamp. Holy shit.
The seasonal bonus levels that we used to get through the artifact are no longer there. It's all done through this gear. Unstable cores are used to level up your seasonal power and can be mainly obtained from dismantling this kind of armor. Although I don't recall if the armor needs to be over.
That's armor. That has nothing to do with artifact unlocks.
Any armor, I'm guessing it needs to be 201 or higher though. It otherwise works the same way as Infusion has worked though. Infusion costs a certain amount of cores. You spend the cores, you infuse your armor.
That has
done.
Nothing to do.
However, now instead of a flat one
different.
Upgrade module cost, the cost scales based on how many levels you are increasing the armor. But starting at 200, you will utilize the unstable core instead of the enhancement core to level your seasonal power. Seasonal power is gear you acquire after power 200, and the seasonal bonus levels that we used to.
Seasonal bonus power. This doesn't mean the artifact unlocks. What Dato just said is this is how you get your power level from 200 to 300. He does not say anything about the artifact unlocks.
To get through the artifact
Where's the clown horn?
There. It's all done through this gear. Unstable cores are used to level up your seasonal power and can be mainly obtained from
He just says seasonal power. He doesn't say artifact
Although
unlocks.
I don't recall if the armor needs to be over power 201 or if it's any armor. I'm guessing it needs to be 201 or higher though. It otherwise works the same way as Infusion has worked though. Infusion costs a certain amount of cores. You spend the cores, you infuse your armor, done. However, now instead of a flat one upgrade module cost, the cost scales based on how many levels you are increasing the armor, going from 200 to 205. But starting at 200, you will utilize the unstable core instead of the enhancement core to level your seasonal power. Seasonal power is gear you acquire after power 200, and the seasonal bonus levels that we used to get through the artifact are no longer there. It's all done. Is the height not be 10 to 200 should be very familiar. But starting at 200, you will utilize the unstable core instead of the enhancement core to level your seasonal power.
Why didn't that play?
Seasonal power is gear you acquire after power 200, and the seasonal bonus levels that we used to get through the artifact are...
Chat, we're talking about this. Unlocking these. Unlocking these. I think bounties are needed to unlock this. Are you thinking that the artifact power right here? So you're thinking the more power level you take up your Guardian from 200 to 300 is how you unlock more artifact unlocks? I feel like that's a huge thing that Bungie should have mentioned. That's a 97-month resub. Holy shit. 3 more months, man. Sinner with the 46. He's halfway. Tyler, he's at 51. He's almost there too. Waxy with the 45. Thank you. Let me go back to waffle video. Mr. Waffle. Jesus. Yeah. Where's his video at? The fuck? Here we go.
Of the bonuses that I've had. So when all 5 of your armor slots are filled with armor that is new gear from the Season of Reclamation, you will gain a 7.8%.
Does that say XP? Blurb mod, replay it. Bozos. Absolutely bozos. You guys are looking way too deep. Raz was giving me shit earlier, trying to backseat me. Payback's a motherfucker, ain't it? Little bastard. Anyways, yes. So this confirms that it says next artifact unlock at XP. So I'm just fucking with you, Raz. You always fuck with me. Check the logs. You know, now what? That's it. We're being petty. Checking logs. Checking logs. What do you say? He said something earlier. I'm checking. No. All right, I apologize, Raz. It wasn't you. It was someone else. It was an impersonator. I'm an idiot. Thanks for the... Yeah. Yo, thank you, Angry Hamster, for the gift. I like what Liquor just said. No one gets out of the bounty prep struggle. Accept it, motherfuckers. Anyways, thanks for the biddies. So yeah, we are still bounty prepping, and you can start bounty prepping this week. All you got to do is pick up a Ascendant Challenge. Thank you. Hypes. So if you'd like to start bounty prepping this week, just go and pick up the Ascendant Challenge, and why not pick up the Thank you for the biddies. If you would like to start bounty prepping this week, I recommend going to the Dreaming City and going to pick up the Ascendant Challenge bounty. Lana? What the fuck? Nah, that is criminal. My own wife. Nah. Tofi with the 5 gifted. Trade with the biddies. My back is broken. Spinal. Thank you, VC and Treed and Tofi and Lana. And then the second bounty I would pick up is Europa, because these are kind of dog shit. They're on a rotator, so knock those out. What? That's about it. So yeah, I'll make a clip on that later. Committee, write that down in the notes. Bounty prep video Monday, or like some point this weekend. I just want to throw up a YouTube short or a TikTok, but I want to throw it up later this week because it'll get washed out if we do it now because no one gives a fuck. Just set a reminder for me to make that clip. What is the Ascendant Challenge this week? Well, I'm going to go find out for you right now because I care. No spoilers in chat. Chat, you guys are fucking spoiling this. Chat, let me go load in and present a demonstration instead of telling them you're stealing content from me. I was about to go do a hard Ascendant Challenge right now. This shit's difficult. It's hard. I gotta focus, and you're taking it away. This is why the job's so hard. This is why streaming's hard. Called mental abuse, cyberbullying at its finest. That's just rude. We're gonna read it right here. It says drown in your wishes. So that must mean one thing. That it's at Bay of Drowning Wishes. Well, this might be a good one.
All aboard my ship.
The fuck is that? Nah. Really snoop both primaries. I was doing it just so you noticed. Because my loadout doesn't have any weapons saved to it. So there's no loadout save, so it didn't equip the Lord of Wolves for some reason. Yeah. What am I doing? I'm doing some noob shit right now. Yeah, you can stockpile weeklies. Walgy. Walgy. Only 7 inches long. Please adopt me. You don't see it coming. And that is the demonstration of the Ascendant Challenge and all you need to do this week for Bounty Prep. We're 6 weeks out. Also, I do want to point out that if you see balding ass clan bounties that require you to do 10 games of Gambit and you do that one, you're really fucking bored if you do that one. You don't need to. Try and run that back with only 2 fragments. I mean, technically, you could 2 fragment this build, no problem. I mean, if you could run 2, what would it be? I'm choosing Protection and Ruin. It really sucks to give up Purpose. And Courage, but man. Shader I got on the pay to win shader. Matrix. If you want to buy it, I think it's 800 silver. Yeah, 800. This is definitely one of the best shader packs out there, though. I love this shader. I rock it on my Titan. I think this is one of the best Titan looks out there.
Hey brother, how you been?
My Titan's pretty fucking clean. Also, we're gonna be having another fashion show soon. You guys know what this means, right? You know what that means, right? What we're seeing here is Bungie trying to pull a fast one and them pulling some bullshit with some weird ass game design trying to fuck with Prismatic, and the community's not happy. That didn't take long. Did he just tweet this? It took 7 hours. What is the TLDR of the hate? Number of fragments used on Prismatic. Consecration, Feed the Void, Stylus Executioner, and Knockout all turned into one fragment. So if you were running this Prismatic build on Titan today with that change, you would lose 3 fragments on this build. The Warlock only loses 1 fragment, and the Hunter only loses 1 fragment, but they're literally just gutting this combo because they don't want people to use it anymore. And the community is going to call them out on it because they did not do the nerf until it's time to buy new content. So everyone that bought Prismatic Titan or bought Prismatic for their Hunter and Warlock because they purchased the final shape, they bought it for the power creep to feel powerful. But Bungie never touched it until it's time to buy new shit. That's what's pissing people off. They shouldn't. You guys remember when they tried nerfing Consecration before? They didn't nerf it. They nerfed the base damage, not the ignitions. They could have easily seen that it was still broken that same week and just said, hey, we're going to tune it back a little more. But they didn't. They don't want to. Well, the Warlock has 3 uppercuts too, not just the Titan. You guys have to understand too that like people doing speedrun challenges and solo challenges, they're all using Warlocks. They're not using Titans. Warlocks elemental honing setup too, like their actual like damage rotation is pretty disgusting. It's just people don't speedrun on Titan much unless they're doing group play. Group play speedrunning Titan is the shit. But like solos, a lot of it's all Warlocks, you know. Oh, if they change this to a 2 fragment build, I'll still find a way to bust the game with it. But this tweet makes me think they said we're considering the feedback. So that right there means, I mean, dude, you guys got to understand, this is what Bungie does, okay? Out of the 9.5 years that I've streamed this game, What was the difference? We're going to have a little trivia question right now for chat. The first person to get this right gets VIP in chat for 30 days. What's the difference about changes in Destiny 2 of how Bungie speaks about them? Like when they pitch an idea and they implement it in the game, what's the difference between now and D1? What was the difference with management in D1 and D2? All right, so who got it right? God damn it. Did Raz get it right? He said they didn't used to listen at all. But then Epic Badger said Bungie didn't backpedal. So who's right there, Chad? Is it Epic or is it Raz? Do we give Raz the win? Fuck. Piece of shit. All right. Raz gets it. I mean, yeah, they didn't listen, but they didn't listen and they didn't backpedal. You know, but no, yeah, Blessy, this isn't the same thing. But what I'm saying is like when Bungie implemented a nerf or a buff or a change back in the day, they would just say, fucking deal with it. We don't care. Now it's, hey guys, we forgot to put in the TWID that we're going to nerf your favorite build. See you on Tuesday. They do it on purpose so that people start bitching. Bungie believes in one thing. There's no such thing as bad marketing. And it's true. Anytime Bungie or Destiny 2 is trending on Twitter, it's people talking shit about them. Guess what? They stay winning. Because you want to know who sees trending Twitter posts? Investors, corporations, the suits. They stay winning. Marketing strategies. That's just how it is, man. Engagement farmers. Yeah, dude. So I think, I mean, I was going to say this earlier, but I didn't want to sound like negative. I think most of the stuff that Bungie showed the Destiny streamers that went and played at Bungie, I don't think that was finished. I think some stuff changes because of feedback they're going to get from now until July 15th. They are going to change some stuff. So. But here's what I'm wondering. Okay. We didn't get a chance to talk about this because I was making clips. Are we just getting 5 new exotics? The hand cannon, the auto rifle, and the 3 exotics for the classes? Are we not getting fragments and aspects for any subclass? Where's the fragments in the... All right, no land don't count. All right, 6. I was just confused. I thought for sure they'd jump on the aspects or the fragments. I thought for sure they would, but I get it. They want to focus on weapon gameplay, but I tell you right now, I'm just focusing on melee gameplay. I'm excited for that hunter build, though. I know people want to play the Beyblade Hunter, but dude, in most light Sarachne class items, really hard to take off. Is there any other variations of the Sarachne class item that's really good? That'll be good. Caliban. Oh, you don't need that. No, I agree. I do agree. I do agree that they need to make the light subclasses better. You know. I'm excited for ball and camera though. The thing is though is that we're gonna have to go back to old school on this and find out what we want. Definitely gonna run Empyrean, so Empyrean's definitely gonna be one. See, man, to have unlimited, dude, to have unlimited. Do we really got to run the same 4? Can we just, I mean, this is the basic 4 that we always ran. Can't switch it up. I was thinking about ashes and char and all that, you know. I don't want to take off the healing grenade, but again, we're just forced to. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I mean, we're just going to have to stay on the 4. That sucks. All right, so Solar Titan's good. Void Titan is strong still. It's just very niche. We don't really use it. Strand Titan is about to get a lot of love because Strand's literally back on the map with all the artifact. Remember, it's Solar, Strand, and Stasis on the artifact. So I think Strand Titan will be fine. And Behemoth is very niche, but it does do some crazy shit. Classy Restoration is now an origin trait on a weapon. Did you see that? Void and Stasis need help, yeah. Yeah, me and VC were talking, or VC was talking about it today when I was watching the video. Are we good, committee? Do we have any? We probably got some other stuff, right? This is another one, right? Gentlemen, word on the street is that all the meta builds are getting nerfed. Yeah, that's right. In this article right here from PC Gamer, they interviewed Tyson Green, the new game director at... Okay, yeah, I'll post that. Thank you. This is an origin trait on a weapon. After using your class ability, final blows with this weapon grant you bonus damage resistance. So pretty much Phoenix Dive, Hunter, thruster on the Titan, barricade on your Titan. So again, stacking this with sever, even if this is only like 10 to 15%, stacking this with sever, like you're always going to want to sever enemies. Like sever is definitely like, you know, every single hard hitting boss in the raid needs to be severed. Needs to be making sure that, you know, you're hitting some slice on them or some form of strand ability so that they're not cooking your ass, you know? So also, we don't know if not swap, if they're going to keep not swap on the new raid. I think they're going to, just because of, I think if they're going to stick with it because of the armor. Because I can tell you right now, like, I'll literally have a full armor set with this new armor set that's coming out with armor 3.0. Let's just say this is my ad clearing stat. I'll have this loadout swapped to be 200. And then as soon as DPS starts, I'll literally cook all my stats and just make sure I have 200 weapon ability damage, you know? So I don't think they want us doing that. So they're probably going to find not swap on and stay. That's what I think. I like that they're dialing back to power level. Yeah, we needed a restart for a while. If you guys paid attention to the videos, you could hear, I forgot what two YouTubers said it, but it was a bullet point from Bungie. It was like, why? We were all worried about what this Edge of Fate was bringing, but it feels like it's a whole revamped game because of the power level talk. It was literally a fucking bullet point. I was laughing. What's wrong with power level right now? Sorry, new player here, but I'm confused what they're resetting. Well, I mean, look at the number. It's just so high. They're like sick of it, so they just want it to be reset. Also, you see my plus 19? They want to get rid of that. It's fake power level. People used to like AFK in the dungeons and raids and just get kills and literally get fake power level in the game. They just want everyone to like be equal. So, which is good, you know. I fucking hate this fake power level shit. Class item swapping you still can, yeah. But I mean, the only character that's going to be swapping class items is probably Hunter, so one thing I was really hyped about was the ammo meter. Seeing those ammo meters work today, the fact that you just fill them up and you get ammo is fucking fantastic. I love that. I thought they made it so when we pair up with higher power level people, it brings the power level up. It does. Well, yeah, Liquor, but, you know, Titans are probably going to be on Curse of Falling Star for damage, or, you know, we'll see. I don't think Arc Titan goes anywhere. I really don't. I think Arc Titan's still going to be really good. You know, you're gonna lose about, I think it's like 120 to 140% damage after this artifact goes away, but still, Bolt Charge is still a Bolt Charge. It'll still be a thing. Thunder Crash Titan's still really fucking good. It'll be there. But I could see us going into a meta where we're using something like this. Star Eater, Eternal Warrior. So exotic class items could be there, but then you're playing Prismatic and now you're playing this, you know? I don't think it's going to be worth it. I'd rather be on something. I'd rather be back on old Bonk, you know? Honestly. If the old cooldown's gone on the throwing hammer, which we thought we saw today, which I 100% believe it is. There's nothing wrong with running Burning Maul. You're not running Pyrogale, but you're still getting Syntho buff, but you're getting the ad clear of a lifetime. You're getting unlimited restoration, Empyrean, unlimited bonk hammers. You're still getting Soul Invictus, Rolling Flames, and you get Syntho buff. Just rip your one-off super and start damaging the boss, you know, in the raid. You're back, you know. Yeah, Badger. So the footage that I was watching today, they were picking the hammer up and throwing it right away. Meaning they took the cooldown away. Right now there's a cooldown on your hammer. You got to throw your hammer, then you got to punch, and then you throw the hammer again. In the footage, they were just chucking the hammer. Once the hammer was picked up, they just threw it again. And I double checked it because even with the exotic not on, the new exotic Titan gauntlets, where they summon it back, they were still throwing it quick. So again, there's a lot of cheeky stuff that they're probably going to announce in the Twids upcoming to get you hyped about that. They're going to talk about the changes for your classes, you know, stuff that might piss off a Warlock or a Hunter or a Titan. They're going to start talking about that in the Twids and kind of like telling people, hey, this is changing. You might like it, you know? Already finished with gold? Yeah. I'll run some tomorrow. I'll run some. Honestly, I'm probably not going to do full runs tomorrow. I'll probably, if I can get like VC and someone else on, I would just like us to go in and test some stuff. But I'll probably just be running the cube encounter with people, to be honest. Like if you guys want to farm for some rolls, I'll probably just do the cube encounter. It's free. It's easy. It's not hard to do. Or the first boss and just have people hide the whole time. But doing final boss with chat sounds painful. Probably won't be doing full runs this week, so it'll be an easy little chill week. Epic Badger, you literally just go on YouTube. Isn't first easier? I mean, I think doing the actual mechanic in the cube room's easier than doing the first boss, but it just depends. Swords is nice. Yeah, it's an easy one phase, but a lot of people die. If people could stay alive, I would do first encounter, yeah. I don't know how hard how hard it's going to be for people to stay alive. You know? I guess, yeah, you're probably right. I mean, if I have people join up and they join on a Warlock and just pop the well, chop with the well, you know, and they put on a sword, should be good. What up? I'll be right back. You're probably right, though. Well, so this is the stuff that I don't understand, right? Usually, the negative modifier is on the dungeon the second week. Bungie pulled a fast one and put attrition on the first week of Prophecy. So here's what makes me think, guys. We're gonna put on the copium real quick, okay? People signed on today at reset to play Prophecy to get excited, but then realized that attrition is here. They got their clear done, Bungie gets their sign-in numbers, like their player count, but then attrition forces people to sign on next week and play. I'm just saying. I think they got the best marketing strategy I've ever seen. Dude, I'm telling you, they do shit like that. They did it on purpose. They did it on purpose, man. You got your garden AR today? Fuck yeah, dude. You guys can get this week. Garden is farmable. I was gonna upload that short, but I knew it was gonna get cooked by all this new stuff, so we'll upload that stuff later this week. I have not seen anything about Judgment. I don't play PvP. I literally will not play PvP unless Bungie forces me to. So anything about PvP, I don't really know shit about.
Confront your fate.
Yeah, Anarchy's pretty nice for final boss. I haven't really seen anything else. Ammo sucks though. Europa has 3 weeks of bounties, so we're not at week 3 yet. Still put Mayo. What? Mayo in my mash. What? Do you think the changes that they're making will bring back more players or lose more? I don't know what he's talking about. I think Bungie's going back to their roots with Edge of Fate. They're actually making it a grind. So a lot of new players are going to... A lot of new players are going to be overwhelmed. Gecko puts mayonnaise in his mashed potatoes. Okay. Hey, look, I like mayo. I like campfire mayo. I like mixing it with the ketchup. I like putting mayonnaise on my grilled cheese. Sometimes I just eat a cheese and mayo sandwich. So putting mayo in your mashed potatoes ain't that bad. What do motes do, what do the motes during damage for final boss on Prophecy do? We think it just slows the boss's teleports down so you can damage them. It doesn't increase your damage, but it slows them down. Let me see if I can pull this up. Exclamation point guide if you guys want a returning player guide. This is like a damage phase on the final boss earlier. Boss is here. Tag with anarchies. You know, I'm getting a little close, waiting for the cloud. Hit the Thundy. Gotta bounce off them a certain way so you don't die. And then my immediately focus is the knight. Want to get him down because the knight's going to drop 3 motes, and then the other knight's going to drop 3 motes. And when you dunk those 5 motes to the left-hand side, it does slow the boss down. So you're always just, you're kind of taking your time here. Like, you know, I'm sure the speedrunners will come up with a crazy one-phase strat, but I doubt most casuals will be able to pull that off. So like what I do here is I just make sure the ads are clear so they're not killing my teammates. And, you know, I just get that knight down, hit him with the no scope, and then we're good. And I just let my, I let VC know that he can dunk the orbs. Pretty much all your damage is going to come from like bolt charges, anarchy. Also, I'm getting my thunder crash back. As you see, these guys up here, you got to snipe them. You got to get rid of them quick. One thing that people don't know is look how far I am from the boss. I'm in front of him. He's still 3 platforms behind him. I'm only at dark ×3, you know? People always like chasing the boss. This demonstration of damage is how I did my solo flawless, and when I released the guide, it helped people out a lot. All I'm doing here is I'm just making the boss aggro to me, and I'm making sure that I never have to chase him. And it's kind of just free. Like right here, I just jump over those. I don't need to jump over that, but I just wanted to make sure that I did not get, get cucked. But that was our damage phase. Could have been better. 2 Titans and a Hunter. No Warlock. We did use Queen Breakers. We were trying it, but it's not ideal. For right now, I need to do more testing on it. The only problem is a lot of people don't have anarchy. So if I didn't have anarchy, I would be using probably Thunderlord or Queen Breaker. So, but it's kind of bullshit how they. The only reason the final boss damage is tough is because of attrition. You know, I can't stand attrition. I think it's dog shit. I think it's just stupid, but I'm sure Thunderlord would do just fine, but the Thunderlord user would have to be on a bolt charge Titan, you know? Oh, yeah, well, yeah, using Anarchy, you ran out of ammo too. We sat underneath of phase 2 for a good 5-10 minutes just to get ammo to kill the boss. I thought Spire the Watcher had bad ammo generation. This takes the cake. It's terrible. There was no ammo bricks. It was shit. So, I don't know. It's like, again, I don't want to be negative because I don't want people to take stuff out of context, but we were supposed to have fun this week, and it's not there. And it just sucks. We were supposed to have fun and celebrate Prophecy being there, and well, the only Aeon finishers you can hit is on the 3 ogres, and then when you if I was to hit an Aeon finisher, I would lose my super because I would have to switch off Curse of Falling Star. So you'd have to hit the finishers, make bricks for your teammates, then switch back and then farm your super. I mean, you could technically, you could, but then I don't get any ammo because I'm hitting an Aeon finisher, you know? So it's kind of not worth the return. Any thoughts on what the final week will bring? The Ludapalooza week? I'm thinking we could just focus the weapons. So I think if you have manifolds, you can just focus the weapon and buy it, but I don't know for sure. I don't know. I feel like the last week of leading up to Edge of Fate, like we're just gonna be chilling, fucking around. I don't really think we're gonna be playing Red of the Nine. That's just me. Maybe you'll check it out on Tuesday, but after Tuesday you'll just be like, God, one more week, Edge of Fate. No, you're not really gonna be worried about that stuff, but there is some stuff you should do. We just came up with some ideas today on today's stream of what we should do to prep for Edge of Fate. So I'm definitely going to put together an Edge of Fate prep guide. Unfortunately, I can't tell you guys how to clean your vaults because I don't want you to delete weapons that could truly be really good for the campaign or the raid. So if you guys want my opinion, keep all your weapons for now. Obviously, if you don't care about kill counters, you are safe. If you don't care about a single kill counter on your weapon, delete every single exotic out of your vault. Because you can just buy it. Unless it's max power. But you can just buy this out of collections. Who gives a shit? Armor. I'm down to 6 armor pieces left. 6 legendary armor pieces in my vault. That's it. I can do this because I have all my loadouts saved to all my truly meta breaking shit. And I know what I need. And it's all on me. Make sense? So that's what you could do. So you just need to focus on weapons? Yeah. Find those like truly meta breaking weapons that you need to be ready for the raid, and that's it. You know, meta breaking, you know, I consider scatter signal meta breaking. I think it's really good because it has slice. You should try and get one of these, but it's a pain in the ass. This is a free handout you get from Bungie. This is sniper from the raid. Iron Banner. Raid. Dungeon. Raid. Raid. You know, that's it. You know, right now's your time, but do I think that a lot of weapons that are going to drop in Edge of Fate, are we going to use them in the raid? Absolutely. I think for the grinders, for the people that are going for the world's first race, I think they'll be getting god roll weapons by day 2 or day 3. So that'll be around Thursday. I would say around Thursday, most of us will have the campaign done and we'll probably be going after tier 5 loot. And if I get a tier 5 weapon that's new in Edge of Fate, I'm probably going to bring it into the raid, you know? So we'll see. But who knows? We could pull out fucking Old Faithful that we're using now from 3 years ago and bring it in the raid and it kills the new raid boss. We don't really know. So. But if you guys type !guide and go to my returning player guide, it's pretty much break down everything for you. I would just give it a listen, let it play in the background. It's really good. I've got a lot of good feedback on this video. A lot of people have appreciated it. But if you go to the description, pretty much all the Titan builds that I used this season are here. The Warlock and the Hunter. Pretty much all these links are builds that we've been using to beat the shit out of Rite of the Nine. You can't go wrong. What I did, so we killed 2 ogres, so 1 boss left, and then let that spawn the 2 knights consistently, and we let 1 guy finish them with the artifact plus special finish equipped. Gold from lead gave good heavy. Ah, yeah. The thing about that, though, with carries is that going up and doing that when you're trying to help people, that could cause a death. Like, if next Tuesday the final boss doesn't have attrition, it's GG. I'll be right back. I gotta go see what my contractor guy's doing.
Dickory dock. The chick was sucking my glizzy. The clock struck 2. I dropped my goo. I dumped the chick on the next block. Oh, yeah!
Yay! Garbage disposal's fixed. Only cost me $150. Oh, it's Solar Surge's next season? Really? I didn't know that. Yeah, the cheap garbage disposal that came with my house finally broke. No. You were just showing one damage phase, committee. That's it. Alright, chat. I've yapped long enough. Whoa. We went 25 minutes into overtime. So I'm gonna go do some stuff, and I have to record a whole bunch of videos. I'm gonna talk about some stuff that I learned today. We're gonna make a long form video, so I'm gonna throw it up on YouTube. Kind of just some thoughts. Honestly, if you guys want the short part of it, the only thing we learned about today was the portal, ammo meter, artifact mods, how we're gonna level, the difference between tier 1 and tier 5 armor and weapons, and some seasonal weapons that are coming with 3 exotics. I thought they would have like been able to show more, but it was a good teaser. So but yeah, I'm just gonna make a video and we'll go from there. Like I said, use swords. Just make sure you got to Ergo summon your fire team for the first boss of Prophecy so you can get Wolfpack rounds. So just have one person on double swords. Should be the hunter. Or someone that's not dunking, so they're kind of just like chilling. Swords was an easy one phase on the phalanx. The cube room was pretty simple. And the final boss, we used Anarchy. So we'll do some more tests tomorrow, but I gotta work on a lot of videos tonight. I gotta try and get ahead. So I'm gonna record some stuff. Committee, if you want to like send me a list of anything that you think I should like record, please do that, and then I'll start sending you stuff and we'll start going from there. So it's gonna be a long one. Yay. But I appreciate everybody hanging out. Tomorrow I'll probably play with chat and help you guys do Right of the 9. I don't know if I'm gonna do full runs. We might just do some checkpoints for some weapons. So just, you know, if you only see me doing checkpoints just to do like the first encounter, that's okay. Other than that, we'll come up with some other stuff, more clips, more videos, and get ready for Edge of Fate. Also, we might be getting Liza P DLC soon, so I'm waiting to hear on that. And I'll probably play some more Elden Ring off stream. Still playing Elden Ring with Night Rain, having some fun with it. So, yeah. Thanks for all the subs today. We had 70 on the day. It's a pretty good day. I appreciate it. And yeah, tomorrow we'll be back and we'll fry some prophecies and we'll talk more about everything today because obviously I'm gonna go watch all the videos later and learn more stuff. But it seems like it's pretty basic to understand once you watch a video or two. So appreciate everybody hanging out. Thanks for watching on YouTube or Twitch today. I'll be back tomorrow. and you'll be here. Well, Kabasa, you're not supposed to be telling people that, okay? All right, chat. Overman, thanks again for the biddies. NDA. Helicopter rides. Tier 4 sub. All right, chat. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you guys tomorrow, and we'll talk more about Edge of Fate stuff, and we'll try and come up with some easier strats to beat Prophecy, because boy, oh boy, it's a doozy. Have a great night. Bye.